Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Hannah. What's the next stop on the agenda? Congressman Logan Edwards, the hunky young white boy candidate for governor of Georgia, asks as he gets into the SUV, staring at his emails and polling numbers. We're headed to the Fulton County 4th of July parade, I tell him. The first of many stops today. 10 in total. 12. Never a dull moment, he says. Always more babies to kiss. It's only 11 a.m., and Logan's already shaken more hands this morning than most people do in a year. Welcome to life on the campaign trail. The campaign slogan is Logan Edwards. All in for all of Georgia. But we on staff have our own version. Edwards for governor staff. All in at all hours. Logan and I begin the day with a coffee hosted by the Cobb County Women's Circle, followed by a meet and greet at Peachtree Retirement Home, and then a quick drop by at the Peachtree Road Race, an annual Atlanta. Now, the parades. So what do I need to know? He asks. Fulton County is the most populous county in the state, as you probably know. We're polling well, but can use more African American support. It's a majority Black county. We have a contingency of marchers in T-shirts, and you'll be joining them. Then after that, 7 more parades just like it. So we'll get our steps in today, is what you're saying? Logan jokes. And you don't even have to canvass door to door, remarks Dominic, the candidate's driver and security detail. You'll be speaking for 3 to 5 minutes at each parade. Oh, good. Do I have talking points? Right here. Good to go. Seen by Hank this morning. I have the folder ready in my hand with relevant materials. It also has your schedule, call list, press statements going today, recent press clips, info for media and donor calls you're doing. He digests the information, nodding, flipping through. You'll see from the packet that voting rights are a big topic here, I tell him. So it'll be big to hammer home at the parades. To protect democracy, we must protect the most vital instrument of democracy, our vote. That sort of thing. Oh, that's a good one. Thanks so much, Congressman, I say bashfully, trying not to show my elation at the candidate's praise. I thought of the phrasing just now. That's why you're my policy director. He gives me a pat on the shoulder. The best political minds in Georgia, and somehow they're all on my team. On the campaign, I'm a problem-solving, mess-cleaning, hand-holding, ego-stroking, pizza-ordering, errand-running political guru whose job is to convince the people of the 8th most populous state that they should vote for one particular 34-year-old congressman, albeit a very handsome one, with huge brown puppy dog eyes, to lead them. There's a phenomenon in political campaigning called a candidate crush, where you half believe the superhuman mythology that you create around your candidate, seeing only the good and none of the bad. If you believe the false humility is real, it's a sign that you've fallen. Don't let the modesty fool you. It's always a product of ego with a candidate. The hordes of staff greasing the wheels of the gubernatorial campaign machine have to believe that their candidate is their state's answer to the Pope. In other words, infallible. The voters need to believe it, so the candidate needs to believe it. And for the candidate to believe it, it requires the army of people on the payroll and volunteer lists to be constantly on call to tell him how special he is. No one is as unique and as special as this candidate. At least not until the next election. It's all a lie, of course. The argument that only one anointed individual can make a difference subverts the whole point of democracy. I have a unique ability to see behind the curtain. I know for a fact the myths are a lie because they built up the same kinds of stupid myths about me. Hannah Walker is a real person. Honey Walker, the teen pop sensation of the world-famous trio Daughters of Fortune, isn't. She's a character I played, the girl next door member in one of the most successful girl groups of all time. It's a costume I put on and took off as a teenage diva, a puppet manipulated to enrich people who already had way too much money. I wasn't Honey, but the world adored me for occupying the image of her. It's the same with politicians, but most aren't sophisticated enough to realize it, especially not stuffy white milquetoast male candidates. For a Black woman, you never forget that what people see isn't necessarily what's real. Even candidates with admirable policies and boatloads of charisma like Logan Edwards buy their own spin. His opponent, Rockwell Snyder, however, is in a class all his own, with his horrible comb-over and ubiquitous white spittle in the corners of his mouth. That's not even including his political stances, which are much more appropriate for 1723 than 2023. Logan's a fantastic candidate who supports issues I believe in and has the brains to get it done. I volunteered on his congressional campaigns before becoming a political operative. He has the all-American good looks that voters crave and a sweet, naive passion for the issues that makes the moms take out their phones and text a $5 donation. He's just not irreplaceable. No one is. And there are even better future candidates out there. Like me. As talented as Logan Edwards is, I can do better. My goal has never been to stay behind the scenes, but to make the world better out in front, especially in Georgia, which is in my blood. My family over the generations went from enslavement to sharecroppers, to refugees, from lynch mobs to middle-class public servants, to leadership roles. My ambition is to move that legacy to real political power. I just have to get there. I never lose sight of the path, though. During my interview for the campaign, Hank Harlow, the notoriously intimidating white campaign manager, asked how my experience had prepared me for the role. I still remember his words. Compared to other finalists for the position, you're light on experience. You do bring interesting experiences, though. I'll be honest. None of the other finalists have been pop stars. What makes you ready on day one versus other applicants who have led multiple campaigns? I think Hank asked it to see how I'd handle a difficult question that underestimates my abilities. I have solid political experience that stands on its own, including intensive volunteering on the congressman's campaigns and serving for years as a senior aide to a committee chair in the Georgia State Senate. But to answer the question you're getting at, in some ways, there was no better preparation for politics than my previous life as a pop star. Interesting. How so? Same chaotic environment, same relentless schedule, and ultimately the same goal, to connect with people on an individual level. Also, to be able to participate in the showmanship of politics. If I can connect with people from thousands of miles away who don't speak the same language and idolize me, I can connect with people from my home state and convince them to fall in love with Logan Edwards. Well, you certainly have good instincts, and you give the best sound bites of anyone who's applied for the position. He called my references right after. A few hours later, he made me the offer. My history with Daughters of Fortune has essentially been treated as an off-limits topic ever since. If people know who I am, they barely mention it. For people who know me only in this role, it's probably hard to imagine me doing anything else. I was born to do this, and I'm not alone in that opinion. We're here, Dominic says from up front. As soon as we arrive at the parade staging site, in the parking lot of an otherwise empty office park, a ring of supporters closes in on the SUV. Their shirts match the Logan for Georgia signs plastered all over the vehicle. The campaign staff and volunteers are so engrossed in their duties, they barely look up. Some sign people in, others give out T-shirts, and some stand with clipboards directing people where to stand. The supporters remind me of old footage of Elvis getting mobbed. No, I realize. It reminds me of the days when our tour bus came to town and fans screamed at the sight. It's nice to be a normal person now and do work I care about. 16-hour days be damned. I could never live my life according to someone else's agenda. In the parking lot, Field Director Maggie Owens spots me and gives me a huge hug, even before saying hello to Logan. Little things like that remind me of the clout I've built on this campaign already. Congratulations, superstar. You too. Which accomplishment are we congratulating each other for specifically? The polling. It's soared since you came on board. The tweaks on our platform, especially the spirit of lifting up all of Georgia, made a huge difference, Maggie says. And I've worked on a lot of campaigns. I hope you run for office one day. I'll be the first to join your staff. That means so much, Jana. Thanks. I'm so proud of this work. I learn from you every day. Ditto, pal. The parade starts moving, and I throw on my t-shirt. Logan marches right in front of the pack. At the end, he makes his speech, touching on all the talking points I wrote. Then we move on to the 7 other parades, all the while taking media interviews, getting photos, and recruiting volunteers. I'm laser focused on getting him elected. When it's my own turn, though, watch out, world. When I take on a cause, I take it seriously. And what I'm most serious about is winning.
Chapter 2. Logan, running for governor is a whole different beast from running for U.S. Congress. I didn't think it could get more exhausting than that, but here we are. For Congress, it's a 700,000 person district, give or take. And with partisan politics, it's a lot more take than give, but it's all within a small boundary when you're a congressional candidate. Running for governor, you have to reach every single person in a state of 10 million people, covering an area the size of Greece or Norway. Any way you slice it, it's a lot of ground to cover. More ground means more ad buys, which requires more money, which means more time spent begging rich people for a portion of their pie. Ads and person-to-person contact are the most valuable currency there is, and they both run on the fuel of money. So tell me more about the series of ads that you and Ashley are working on, I tell Hannah, the campaign's policy director. We're going to introduce you through 3 ads focusing on your record on the Hill. Each one goes over a policy you championed, and all include people whose lives got better from it. Like how the Delgados were able to send their daughter with cerebral palsy to nursery school because of your universal pre-K program. Wow, I can't believe you remember the Delgados. Even I haven't thought of the Delgados for a while. They testified in Congress and worked with us to place op-eds about the difference of a pilot pre-K program. I have no idea how Hannah even knows about that, much less remembers, but I'm stunned. It was a really powerful story, she explains, and stories like that are what separate a bill from a law. I remember them from your earlier campaigns. It's hard to believe that it's Hannah's first paid role on a campaign. She's such a natural. While we're in the car on the way to the opening of a new public library, I get an urgent text from Maggie, my field director. Urgent invite for a 7 p.m. panel at Austerity Action. Controversial, so think carefully. Fine line between welcoming all ideologies and standing crazy extremists. Need an answer by 3. I'm leaning toward doing it. Austerity Action's kooky, but they're relatively harmless, and they have pull among demographics where I could use some help. Just because I'm speaking to them doesn't mean I condone them. Hey, Hannah, I'm going to forward you this text from Maggie. Tell me what you think. I'll probably do it. Usually she's hard to read, but her scowl leaves no mystery. Hannah's a beautiful woman, but I've never seen that look on her face before. Absolutely not. I think it's a mistake. I choose my battles wisely, but this is a hill I'd die on. Come on, they're not that bad, and it could be good to make new connections. I've heard the things they say, Hannah argues back. All dog whistles about welfare queens. I don't think it's a good look. Weren't they trying to pass legislation to dismantle public fire departments and make them all subscription-based? You know that'll never pass. That's not the point, Congressman. I'll run it by Hank and the communications team, see what they think. I imagine it'll be the same as me, Hannah says. But the communications team and Hank know more about optics than Hannah. They have more experience. I send the text. Hank comms. Austerity Action wants me to speak at a panel at 7 p.m. today. Leaning toward yes. Agree? The reaction is lukewarm, but not an outright no. There's no substitute for in-person interactions when it comes to influencing voters, and the greater the number, the better. I make a snap decision. You know what, Hannah? What the hell? I'm gonna do it. If I regret it, I'll own it. She glares at me and shakes her head. Admittedly, I've known her only a few months, but I've never seen her like this. I keep having to remind myself that she's not actually sweet as pie Honey Walker, but Hannah Walker, hard-nosed political consultant. Her kind face and gentle eyes give off a soft, appealing girl-next-door quality, but she's tougher under the surface than she looks. They told you to say yes? It's like an interrogation. In so many words, essentially. Com said it would get me in front of a new audience, and Hank didn't get back to me, but they need an answer now. That doesn't sound like a yes, then. Well, I'm saying yes. I confirm it with Maggie and get the details a few minutes later. Logan, may I speak candidly? Always. I think you're being a little too trusting. These people are not your friends. I normally value her opinion highly. On this, however, I think she's overreacting at best and dead wrong at worst. Hannah's a very smart black woman, don't get me wrong. I briefly second-guessed dismissing her because I know just how clever she really is. But just this one time, I really can't see this as being as important as she thinks it is. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, Hannah? An ambush. They can distort your record. They can edit the audio and literally put words in your mouth. We don't get invited to these groups very often, I argue. I don't want to pass up the chance to build bridges. These people think bridges should crumble instead of, God forbid, actually pooling together our tax dollars to build something for the public good. I think it's going to blow up in your face. I think it'll be good. Agree to disagree. The car stops at the library as the argument winds down. I hop out to open Hannah's door, and she immediately starts walking in the opposite direction. Hannah, wait! Where are you going? The event's this way! I know, she huffs. I have policy briefs to write at campaign headquarters. I'm taking a car service. Good luck at your event and good luck at Austerity Action. Mark my words, you're going to regret talking to them tonight. But do what you're going to do. Fingers crossed it's not a total catastrophe. Just a minor one. I get a ton of new supporters at the library event, but the whole time I'm thinking about my next engagement. I wish Hannah were watching this speech. Maybe she'd change her mind and hold my hand, so to speak, at the Austerity Action event. I hate going to those things alone. I really don't think it's going to be half as bad as she thinks, and it could even be good. She's just too sensitive. I grab a quick bite at a diner and glad hand with the patrons and owners. It's a good warm-up for Austerity Action. Similar demographic, white, rural, senior, male. Let's hope Hannah's worrying over nothing, Dom. Just you and me. Hopefully Dominic won't have to lay a finger on anyone apart from a handshake. The talk goes as well as I could hope. It's a group of old white men filling an Elks Club hall, complaining about high taxes just as I expect. If there were a drinking game for every time I uttered the phrase, I know we don't see eye to eye on everything, but I think we can all agree I'd need a blood transfusion. The event ends late, so I go straight home. I text Hank to let him know that I think it went well, then collapse. I sleep so soundly that I apparently missed the 23 calls and 74 text messages waiting for me when I wake up. I drive the 2 minutes to campaign headquarters instead of freaking out about whatever they say. That's what Hank always says to do. It's only about 7 a.m., but the office is buzzing, not with energy, more like the death throes of a bumblebee. Coffee and donuts are sitting out, and I grab some of each. He's here, everyone. Strategy meeting, now. War room. Hank leads a line of people to the back like a general. Hey, Hank! I feel like I'm seeing my teacher after class to discuss the F on my test. Full disclosure, I haven't read the text yet. It's not as bad as it seems. We can fix it. Huh? So it's that good, is it? It's not great. Ashley, show him. A blog called Hush Puppy Pundit, whatever the hell that is, has a huge headline splashed across the screen. Logan Edwards, closet conservative. Another one, Low Country Lowdown, has a headline that's worse. Georgia Gov candidate a fresh-faced frontrunner or fascist phony. Ashley Mendoza is a curvy Hispanic woman only a year or two younger than me, but somehow she seems youthful in comparison. She's also our media director and stays on top of my image across all platforms. As directed, Ashley pulls up and shows me the social media report of our mentions. There are reams and reams of posts from Twitter, TikTok, and Facebook, and dozens of videos about the meeting on YouTube. The nastiness goes in both directions. Hank reads one post out loud. This liberal cuck tries to pretend he's a man. Go back to San Fran with Nancy and the rest of the crooks. All the articles have the same general conclusion, that I'm apparently a hypocrite who lies about wanting social programs while kissing the ring of the far-right fringe. And then, there's this. Hank shows a press statement from Rockwell Snyder. He has a face made for punching, doesn't he? Edwards ashamed of own positions is the headline, with the subheading Logan Edwards gives laughable pitch to austerity action that he isn't a socialist. You know that's not what I said, right? The full video is on there. It was maybe the most boring talk I've ever given. You think? It might have some competition, Hank says. Shut up. I fake punch him. I see a beautiful face with bright red lips that show a mixture of disdain and glee. Hannah. You know better than anyone that what you said or didn't say doesn't matter, she says. It's the optics, Logan. This is the narrative now, and if you respond to it, you look defensive. We have to tell a new story. This might be the first and last time I go against the judgment of Hannah Walker. On the one hand, I didn't get this far by having bad instincts. But on the other hand, those instincts tell me now that I should listen to Hannah Walker. Even if I don't take her advice, I need to hear what she has to say.
Chapter 3. Hannah. Everyone's in damage control mode after that meeting, and we all return to our stations. The press secretary, communications director, and Hank are trying to come up with a response. Everyone on staff is trying to figure out what our counterpunch is going to be. We can't just react to the narrative. We have to shift it. That was some meeting, wasn't it, Ash? Yeah, par for the course, though. And we're still in the early days of the general campaign. You want to come to my office and chat about it? Yeah, sure. We always have good synergy. She closes her office door, then sits behind her desk. So what's happening, Hannah? You seemed pretty upset out there. Things have felt a little tense between you and Logan. What's going on? Nah, I'm not upset. I'm furious. How dare he do this? My fists are tense in anger. Don't be so hard on him, Hannah. Ashley says, candidates mess up all the time. You know that. Their egos call the shots. But they can recover quickly. What about this is bothering you so much, though? Austerity action is gross, but they're not the KKK. It's not the austerity guys. They're just some idiots. And I have a thick skin. No, it's Logan. I'm so angry. For choosing to do it? Yes, but that's not the extent of it. What's hard to forgive is his total dismissal of my opinion when I told him it was a catastrophic mistake. He just dismissed me like I had no idea what I was talking about. And then he's wrong. And what? Oops. He didn't apologize for not listening to me either. You saw that, right? They don't apologize for anything. They're jerks. It's a prerequisite to thinking you can run an entire state better than anyone else. I know. I just need him to respect me, and it's so clear he doesn't. This morning, what does he do? He runs straight to Hank. I'm the only one who told him no. But he doesn't ask my opinion. He turns to the man. And same with the comms team. He turns to the flock of white girls who he knows will just say yes to whatever he asks. Present company excluded, of course. Nah, it's fine. I get it. I know what you mean. But I do think he respects you. Really? Because I don't. And I've seen him around me more than you have. We both laugh. Yeah, I do. Genuinely. He respects you a lot. I was thinking about it this morning, looking at one of the reputation rehab posts I made. Here, let me show you something. She turns her laptop so that we can both see it and opens up a photo library. These are from when you were coaching him on the talk he was giving to the Georgia Press Association. High stakes. In front of people who can poke holes in policy with their eyes closed. Look at these photos our photog sent from that day. She flips among the pictures in a sequence, like a little slideshow. They're of me and him together at the side of a stage. In the first photo, I'm talking, giving him advice. He looks rapt, as if he's watching a safety video on how to deploy a parachute right before he has to jump out of a burning plane. As the photos go on, the body language gets closer, more intimate, more trusting, more familiar. I remember the conversation. In the next one, I'm wishing him luck. Ashley goes to the next photo, and we're both laughing at something. In the next one, he touches my shoulder. In the next, our heads are close to each other. It's the final set of photos, right before he goes on stage and delights the audience, that takes my breath away. He's giving me a kiss on the cheek. It's a long one, as demonstrated by the fact that it's captured over several frames. In my favorite shot, his eyes are closed. He looks happy. I look happy too. In the next, we're pulling away from each other, huge smiles on our faces, and I start playing with my hair. It's weird to literally be looking at my candidate crush in action. I like them. Thanks for sharing them with me, I say. I'm showing you because this whole group of photos should tell you how much he really respects you, Hannah. They don't lie. Look. She opens up one of the photos, one of me giving him policy advice. Right there. He's looking at you like what you're saying is gospel. She closes the window with that one. And the photo of the kiss on the cheek takes over her screen again. I can't stop looking at it. Although the candidate takes up so much of my mind, I rarely think about the fact that he has thoughts about me too when I interact with him. It electrifies me to think about his inner thoughts in that moment when he's kissing me on the cheek. I remember that moment. Since they were the most engaged in the issues themselves, I told him to focus on the marquee ones. It was one of the first times I had an audience just with him. He kissed me, and he said, "Thank you, Hannah. Your advice made my remarks so much better." It's a nice picture, right? Ashley says. She can tell that I'm captivated. Jake's a good photographer, I say. Uh-huh, he is. But I think the models are doing most of the work for him in that photo, don't you? Ashley smirks. Anyway, I liked it too. So I put it up a little earlier. Something to humanize him, remind people who he is, highlight a talk where he was talking to a receptive audience of clear-minded, rational, educated people. And, I add, for anyone tempted to accuse him of secretly being a hypocrite, who pretends to value all opinions when he's just going to listen to old white men on everything, well, a picture's worth 1,000 words. That's the candidate, and he's kissing a professional black woman on his senior staff on the cheek. Yup. It would have been nice to know in advance, but we all knew we signed a blanket release, allowing our image to be used in any media by the campaign. I'm fair game. Next time, though, just give me a heads up if you can, although I guess it was a little chaotic the past 24 hours. But, oh well. How's it performing? Let me check. Let's look. 1 second. She pulls up our analytics platform and checks the engagement levels, with the posts open. I smile every time I see the photo of him kissing me on the cheek. I'm transported back to that moment. Wow, 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 wow. Hannah's mouth is wide open. Oh my God, Hannah, you won't believe this. What? Tell me. It's the top-performing post of the campaign, even more than the night he won the primaries, even more than the time Julia Roberts stumped for him at an event. I guess if I had my privacy violated, at least I'm grateful that I could play my part in helping humanize him and recover his image. Then I remember that it's not only Hannah up there, as his political director, doing the work of humanizing him. It's also Honey in that picture. A feeling of dread comes over me. Why would kissing your policy director on the cheek surpass sharing the stage with Georgia's most beloved movie star, one who won an Oscar? The last thing I wanted was for my former celebrity to be a factor in this campaign. Now it's front and center. 2 million people have engaged with it already across all platforms, and it's only been up a few hours. 1,429 likes on Twitter, 86 comments. Ashley, I have to ask, can you read me some of the comments? Sure. She clicks and scrolls, then reads them out loud. Okay, so this is one. OMG, my political crush and my teenage friend crush are together? Teenage me is dying, Ashley says. Someone else says, good going, Representative? Edwards, that's what you call dating up. Oh, this one's cute. Honey Walker as First Lady of Georgia? Or maybe Honey Edwards. Either way, he has my vote. Ugh, he's the candidate, not me. If I'm the one being the face of the campaign, I want it to be when I'm actually the candidate, not arm candy. That's funny. Arm candy date. Who else knows about this post? I ask. You mean besides the millions of people and counting who have seen it? I'm sure the campaign staff. I'm not the only one with posting access, and they all subscribe to our social feeds. I wonder if any news outlets have picked it up yet. Could have a new round of media hits to drown out the awful austerity action story. Maybe it can just be a palate cleanser to take away the bad taste of the austerity action story, and then we can springboard this to a real story. One about the actual issues, I suggest. She gives me a skeptical look. Or we can milk this for all it's worth as a gossipy feel-good puff piece, and we can lengthen the lifespan through our own press outreach and social media. I can see the t-shirts, Honey Walker for Georgia First Lady. Joining this campaign was part of my long, calculated plan to move past Daughters of Fortune and take my political career to the next level. But now, the campaign's putting Honey Walker center stage. And Hannah Walker is beyond horrified.
Chapter 4, Logan. Over the phone's ringing, the crisscross conversations and teletype machines click-clacking out state and local political breaking news, I hear a familiar bellowing aimed my way. By the mere volume and barking tempo, I know the voice belongs to Hank Harlow, political campaign manager extraordinaire. I had to practically sell my soul to get this guy, as he's the best of the best. I just didn't figure partnering with him would be like being drafted into the army, surviving boot camp. Logan, war room, now! I don't even have to look up. I can tell Hank is in no mood for hesitancy. Even when the fluorescent lights first go on in the office HQ every dawn, the guy's tie is already undone, and his sleeves are rolled up. His shirt looks like it's made of wrinkles, and some mustard stains look like they've been around since the Eisenhower administration. Hank looks like trash, but he's my trash, and he's a master at what he does. If Hank Harlow howls, even dogs jump to attention. But Hank, I was about to head out. You have me on handshaking duty at that big box store at Glendale Landing, remember? Desperate housewives love crushing all over me who will insist their hubbies vote for me. Logan, I won't tell you again. Get in there. You can glad hand with the lovelies later. I put up my hands up as if in surrender and follow my bulldog manager into the room. I know if he's pulling me off the campaign schedule, something is seriously up. I lean against one of the long tables in the back. I don't want to distract from whatever Hank has going on. I cross my arms not in anger, but in defense of what shoe is dropping next. Okay, peeps, settle down and listen up. We have a situation. Our estimable leader here was caught giving Hannah a friendly peck on the cheek. Our dear Ashley put the photo on the campaign's Instagram account, trying to draw attention away from the debacle with austerity action the other night. Well, it worked. And it's gone viral. The announcement ignites cheers from the staff members, some standing up clapping, others high-fiving. "Sit down and shut up," bellows Hank. "I'm not done." Everyone stops in their tracks and sits back down, bewildered but deadly silent. If Hank yells, the group knows to instantly obey. "I meant gone viral in a bad way, people. We need to brainstorm, do damage control." The photo, its not-so-subtle messaging, is overshadowing Logan and the issues which form his campaign. The post has become all about the personal, and the rumor mill is churning away. Murmurs and whispers swim among the crowd. "Shush up. Not done." The staffers fall mum once more, and for all the work Hannah did to not be linked to her entertainment past to join us as a serious staffer, well, that's blown out of the water now. Damn Post, the mix of celebrity and politician is too good a distraction. Major online buzz, romance in the air, and all that hogwash. I need y'all to give me fixes for this gaffe. Like now. Don't be shy. Speak up so I can mock your ideas until some genius comes up with the right one. The staff members sit silently for a moment, looking left and right at their colleagues. No one who well knows Hank's persona dares to be the first one to speak. The brand new Pollitt Sky college intern, an all-too-shy envelope stuffer named Cindy, naively stands up. Mr. Harlow, maybe we take the photo down and not even respond." Hank looks sweetly at the impressionable young girl. I can tell he's busting a gut to formulate words which will not send the poor thing into the washroom, sobbing her eyes out. Hank, interestingly enough, still has a Grinch-sized heart. "Thank you, Cindy, for being a brave soul. Now that's, an interesting tactic. You know what I'll do? I'll put a pin in that for later. It's way too good to touch now. Okay, the rest of you heathens, cough it up. I don't have all day. I have to get Pretty Boy here to his next handshake gig." Hank loudly claps 3 times to shake everyone up. I jump too, and I try my best not to laugh. The IT guy is the next victim to stand up. I think his name is Steve. I know I was introduced to him early on, but after a while, everyone in this office becomes a blur. Although his sky blue, button-down shirt with pocket protector, navy polyester slacks, and hush-puppy loafers do tend to make a visual mark. How about we milk the post? Create a viral-inducing meme. Lay a scrolling Chiron gif over the pic. Something like, "Logan Edwards, he listens," or "Logan Edwards, a man of people." Something like that. Hank pounds the table with his fist. Everyone with a heartbeat loses a beat. "Have you guys gone out and had frontal lobotomies while I was out?" Those words will get Logan laughed out of the state, much less the campaign. Do you know what our competitors will do with a meme like that? That infers sexual connotations I don't even want to think about, with their responding memes to be something like, "Edwards gigolo for governor," and "Edwards, hire by the hour." People snicker in the room. Steve slowly sits back down and pushes his black-framed eyeglasses back up his nose, with his middle finger. Hank flashes a deadly stare. The room resumes its deadly quiet. Audrey, our email and telephone list manager, gets up next. "Hank, calm down. Steve was only trying to do as you asked. Think outside the box. Offer a Band-Aid for this political gash. Our call and email team members have come to me already saying they're getting roughly equal thirds. 1/3, romance intrigue. Is Edwards about to marry? 2nd third, Hannah's pop-singing career overshadowing the campaign. And last third, well, some people think the pic is creepy, Hank. It's the last which obviously is my primary concern." My smile melts. I see the result of my actions. Geez, I can't cough without somebody making hay out of it. I stay mum and keep listening, praying Hank will come up with a fix, even if the well-meaning staffers don't. Hank smiles. The smile is like a Cheshire cat grin. My stomach churns. Well, at least the voters know the guy is human and is liked by women. That's probably more than can be said for the opposition. Has anyone at all got to grab 'em by balls, hearts, and minds will follow idea? His one eyebrow goes crooked, and his beady eyes go black. Everyone nervously laughs. I smile, just barely. What I'm doing mostly is cursing myself for giving Hannah that kiss. Jeez, man. Couldn't you have just shaken her hand or patted her on the shoulder or something? You hardly know her, and your first thought is to go in for a kiss? No wonder you're single, man. Ashley finally gets up. She's a visual wreck. Dark circles under her eyes, prison pallor, and a nervous tic she's adopted with a pen. I feel sorry for the girl. I know she meant well. Everyone here is working around the clock for me, shoving event content out in soft and hard copy with my mug front and center before it's barely occurred. Hank had to know there would be a slip-up, eventually. And the gaffe wouldn't be made by a staffer. It would be made by me. Listen, boss, I feel awful about doing what I did without okaying it with you. But the milk is spilled. We know Logan being single has been an issue with the older voting sector. We've read such comments online and have been told as much at front doors. Georgians like their governors married. It's been like this since forever. They probably think a married man will get more done in the office. Less time cavorting. The last word ignites snickers in the room. Hank flashes his trademark stare at the deviants, and the snickers die down. Ashley clears her throat and continues. What I mean to say is, instead of looking at this visual as a campaign distraction, we milk it. Hank puts his hand to his chin, and soon a Grinch who stole Christmas smirk appears on his lips, and his eyes devilishly twinkle. Now we're talking. We headbutt this thing. Make it more real than it is. The romance of the century, leadership and love, Hannah singing for Georgian rights. I like it. I like it. If we can get Hannah to go along with it, it might be the boost this campaign needs. Who can vote against love, right? Am I right? That would put celebrity and sex appeal in the governor's mansion. So this could go national, maybe even international. Hank's eyes are gleaming. He's off in his own campaign-winning bubble. I can no longer stand idly by on this caper. I stand up and let my words fly. Guys, there's not a snowball's chance in hell here. This connection, this supposed romance, however you freaky people want to brand it, is, well, in a technical term, nuts. Well, that lets the air out of the room. I hear audible sighs, only interrupted by a string of curse words from Hank's mouth, some of which I didn't even know existed. I'm not sure if I should laugh or cry. This problem is going from bad to worse, and all because of me, my lips, and Hannah Walker's mouth, a.k.a. the sexy former singer of the Daughters of Fortune. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Hannah standing at the door. She's heard everything I said.
Chapter 5. Hannah. I listen to as much as I can take of Hank's brainstorming session. The meeting isn't over, not by a long shot. I know all too well Hank's so-called meetings. They can go on forever. Or, well, until he runs out of swear words at least. But I'm done. I head back to my desk and return to keyword stats analysis. I stare at the Excel sheets. The numbers swirl around in my head, but my thoughts are elsewhere. This is a huge gaffe, no matter how you string a bow on it. I know it. Hank knows it. My ruminations return to the slighted hand. Really nice there, Logan, for dismissing the idea of a romance so quickly, as if I'm some scourge on two legs. Really nice. I guess the dude thinks more highly of himself than I thought. Man, politicians. Even the smart ones are annoying. Why did he kiss me in the first place, if the thought of me being with him is so repulsive? I try to convince myself with excuses. People pose all the time with candidates for mutual image boosting. I mean, it's the whole point behind endorsing candidates, right? But the birdie inside my head keeps tweeting. Not behind the scenes with a former congressman. They don't. I sigh. I wonder if when a man goes into politics, he doesn't lose an IQ point for every year of service. I mumble into my coffee cup as I take a sip of the cold Joe. What, does the big shot think I don't have enough celebrity power to be useful? Is being with me that distasteful? I shake my head to wipe away the thoughts, and I swallow. Hard. The coffee goes down my throat like frozen mud. It's hard to swallow when you're pissed. It's not agreeing to such a scam that's annoying me. It's Logan refusing to even consider it, which bothers me the most. As much as I don't want to get out the old honey persona for his campaign, the fact that he rejected the idea so quickly stings. I finally hear the meeting end. They always do it with a group cheer. I guess all that yelling and high-fiving is supposed to be uplifting or some such psychobabble. I just find it annoying. Come to think of it, I find a lot of things annoying in this office lately. No sooner do I refocus on the spreadsheet than I hear a rap on my desk. I look up. It's Logan, all toothy smiles, looming over me like some handsome bird of prey. Yes, Mr. Edwards? Do you need something? I'm all straight-backed and severely curt. Yes, as it goes. I need you to accept my profuse apology for what I said in there. Well, thank you for that. I continue my distanced rebuff. Logan sits on the edge of my desk. I roll my office chair back 3 feet. Geez, this guy likes to get into a person's space. I do like his cologne choice, though. Musky. What is that scent, anyway? Oh, Hannah. Focus, woman. No, you don't understand. Here's what I mean. I wasn't saying no to you. I was saying no to you being used in this manner. Not only would we be exploiting your old life as an entertainer, the one thing you've tried so hard to dampen down, I'd be objectifying you as a woman, the little wife syndrome, you know? Totally unfair to you and all the hard work you've brought to this campaign, not to mention your intellect. I said no to all that. I hope it makes sense now. Ah, yes, well, that does make more sense. Problem is, everyone in that room thought otherwise, didn't they? What's to say if we go through with it, it doesn't have the same taint? Women in politics. That's one hell of an oxymoron there. Oh well, water off this duck's back. It's not like I haven't been dissed before for far less. Hannah, you're a genius at policy control. You're the counterpart this campaign needs. Especially as a bulkhead to Hank. That dog would bulldoze a china shop if you didn't put stopgaps in place. You keep me staying on track with the voter issues and from not imploding here. Logan moves his hand closer towards me, stops, thinks better, then shoves it in his pocket. I smirk. Young dogs learning new tricks? Oh, you mean the touchy-feely thing? Yeah, I guess I better, huh? I chuckle. Yeah, you better. Although Hank and I would have felt better if you had kissed your mail carrier instead. George isn't the kissing type? We burst out in a laugh. I like Logan's self-deprecating humor and not taking himself too seriously. I eventually warm back up to the idiot. Logan is so smart and such an effective speaker. But when all is said and done, he's still a guy's guy, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and covered in rose-colored visions for his political future, and therefore clueless with his image or women. Listen, Logan, as for my past as a pop star, I've made my peace with it. It's what has allowed me to do what I'm doing today. It's given me the resources to spread my career wings, which I never would have had I not been a singer. It's part of my image. People will always see that young, naive singer in me, no matter how old or mature I get. The way I figure it is, if I can use that image for good, then it's back to being a positive, right? That's not exploitative. It's me at the helm orchestrating the use of my brand. Huh. I never thought of it that way. I guess you're right. If you can't remove an image, you might as well enhance it, sculpt it. Makes total sense. How did you get so politically wise anyway? I laugh. Oh, well, maybe you don't know this, but I've had a passion for politics all my life. After the Daughters of Fortune disbanded, I tried to run for small offices myself. My name recognition was good enough, but my policies got drowned out by my pop star image. Nobody took me or my policies seriously. And that was on top of being a woman. Just 'cause Hillary broke the glass ceiling doesn't mean some good old boy didn't replace it. Logan forlornly nods. I hear a throat clearing, a loud one, behind me. It's Hank. He's looming over me too. I begin to think I need an oxygen tank to survive the hot air in this place. Nice to see you kids getting along. Now, let's drive this Democratic donkey back on the path, shall we? Have you two given any more thought to milking this visual? We can't leave this as it is. It's birthing too much speculation out there. Logan's issues are taking a back seat, and that's where we had the winning edge. We need to stop the gossip and send out a clear message here. Logan looks across me to Hank. A clear message? Yeah, man, keep up, will ya? We need a formal answer to the 900-pound elephant on the campaign trail. Are you two a couple or not? Because until we answer that, your campaign stalls, kiddo, and stays stalled. Until this Instagram blunder, you were 2 points up and we had the momentum. That blowhard, Rockwell Snyder, was burning rubber trying to catch up. Hank balls both his fists and chews on his cheek. I think the guy will blow his top if Logan doesn't answer quickly. Silence reigns. Logan looks at me. I shrug and look back. Oh, for the love of everything politically incorrect, will you two get off the pot? I got the ad girls at the starting gun ready to fire off press releases to the media, and Ashley's gang is ready to pounce online. Logan, you know the Georgian voters. The older coots in this state still dream of the chivalrous hubby, the dutiful wife, and their adorably dressed 2.5 kids behind a damn white picket fence. Voters vote their fantasy. Do you have the balls to give them their freaking fantasy? Logan slaps both his legs and flashes a crooked eyebrow at me. Oh my God, he's leaving the decision up to me as in some kind of mind-bending lady's first routine. Chivalrous and chicken trash. I scan the office. I see all the female staffers working their guts out. With one word from me, I'll take all this good feminism and flush it down the cultural toilet. But I'm no escapist. Sure, it's the 21st century, but in politics it might as well be the Dark Ages. For every step womankind takes in politics, the men come behind us and stomp all over our achievements. I think back to my attempts at winning political office around Georgia. It never mattered what door I would knock at. I'd introduce myself, and the voter would say, "Oh dear, that's lovely. Now, which politician are you married to again?" But in my heart, I know if it can't be me in Congress, Logan Edwards is the next best thing. Take one for the team, girl. What's it going to matter when the dust settles? You really want to let Logan and Hank down by keeping your pride and letting that Snyder snake into Congress. How will you look at yourself in the mirror then? Oh my God, if you two don't spit it out, I'll go work for the enemy. I'm only human, you know. Hank's face glows a nice fuchsia. I believe that's up for debate. As soon as those words leave Logan's mouth, I can tell he regrets them. I inhale, swivel my office chair to look Hank straight in his kisser, and I say, fine. Operation Woovie Doovie is a go.
Chapter 6, Logan. With Hannah's word, Hank rushes off and hollers at all the department managers, spouting orders like an AA gun firing on the front lines. Hannah and I look at Hank in amazement. The guy is the Tasmanian devil when it comes to political spin. I look down at Hannah and offer a meek smile. Well, there's no turning back even if we wanted to. If either of us said no to Hank now, we'd be in a shallow grave before dawn. Hannah laughs. You're not kidding. No, we're in it up to our necks. I can tell Hannah is putting on a brave face, but she's fearful, like I am. This is an enormous gamble. The chances of us getting away with this are, at best, 50-50ths. And if it goes pear-shaped, my political career is DOA. Oh my God, Logan, you're such an arrogant jerk. Have you even considered what this will do to Hannah's reputation? She could be blackballed from both industries, entertainment and politics, if Hank's roll of the dice comes up snake eyes. I sigh too loudly and my shoulders slump too far down. Hannah gets up and sits beside me on the edge of her desk, and we watch the Hank savant do his thing. Printers spit out full-color press releases. Tech kids on screens hack out social media posts. Even the teletype guy hit the antiquated keys, hammering out a breaking news bit to go over the AP and upwires. Daughters of Fortune fame, Hannah Honeywalker, Governor frontrunner Logan Edwards flame. After the dust dies down on this momentous spin, my churning stomach settles too. I know it's a done deal. There's no turning back. The bonus is that the romance announcement draws attention away from my faux pas at the extremist think tank gig from the other day. In effect, I get a political pass. That alone makes me breathe easier. But pushing Hannah into the mix makes my tongue swell from the lack of saliva, a result of feeling like a heel. I turn to Hannah and ask, "Does it bother you that voters are so easily distracted? I mean, you wave some shiny thing in front of their eyes today and they completely forget about what happened yesterday." Hannah twirls a ballpoint pen in her hands. I see there's ink on her fingers. That's from hard work. It makes me feel even worse. I believe we have the 24-hour news cycle to thank for that. I miss the days when news only came on certain channels at certain hours and was told by a trusted anchorman who looked like your dad. I turned to Hannah with amazement on my face. Wow. That's quite the antiquated thought for someone so young, don't you think? Hey, I'll have you know I appreciate quality and truth where I find it. Otherwise, I would not be on your campaign. Hannah's arm butts me. We laugh. Then I wonder if she means it. Does she mean it? Am I quality to her? Suddenly I feel inadequate, like I should be stumping for Hannah. Not the other way around. Well, pine all you want, but we're stuck with an electorate with the attention span of a squirrel on speed. Personally, I still don't get the attraction to married politicians. What has that got to do with the price of tea in China? Do people think a man can't sign a bill without the little lady making dinner at home? Nothing, Logan. But what has the ideal American dream got to do with reality in today's climate? Hank is right. We are dream weavers. We have to measure up to the voter fantasy. I mean, look back at the Jack Kennedy days. That was some serious fantasy weaving there. And still, the guy barely made it into office because he wasn't a Protestant. Nothing has changed, my friend, and we deliver happiness to those who seek it under the words of Lady Liberty and our Constitution. I inhale deeply. Heavy thoughts. This woman isn't fooling around. She works the minutiae and massages the big picture. I look at her with a new set of eyes. Her physical beauty is a hindrance in this business. People won't see past it. I just got a taste and I'm in awe. Fantasy weaver, huh? Well, this spin is on a roll. Look over there at Hank. The freak is loving every second of this. I guess it is what it is. I'm about to get my blazer on, straighten my tie, and head for the car when Hank bellows once again. His volume could shatter glass. "Logan, wait up! We have to iron out some stuff before you go! Ashley's office, pronto!" Hank weighs me in like I'm a squadron of F-15S about to land on a carrier. "Hank, I'm late enough as it is." I look down at my Rolex watch. Those housewives won't stay forever at that bulk store, you know? Yeah, get in here. Hannah, you get in here too. Ashley and I need your input to iron out the details on this plan. This game won't play itself out, you know? After you, my girlfriend. I wink. Hilarious. No, after you, my beloved. Hannah side-eyes me and pushes me forward. In the end, we walk side by side to Ashley's office, having as much enthusiasm for this caper as cleaning a bathroom with a toothbrush. We barely get inside the plexiglass-walled room before Hank slams the door. The bang has all three of us jump. I flash a disapproving look at Hank. Man, do you have to scare us to death all the time? It keeps everyone on their toes. You want to win the big kahuna or not? Crickets. Okay, now that everyone is on the same page, let us begin. Hank shoves Ashley out of her chair and unceremoniously takes it hostage. All three of us roll our eyes but don't say a word. We have the battle plan, but we need to lay down the assault maneuvers. Hank, we aren't storming the beaches. We're handing out flyers and offering sound bites for the 6 o'clock news. I cross my arms as I plunk down in one of Ashley's office chairs. Ashley, chair homeless, stands next to her whiteboard. The surface is covered in what I assume are post times, publishing dates, and branding pictorials, all of which look like hieroglyphics to me. The hell we aren't. We've dropped the couple in love bomb. Now we have to set up some paparazzi traps, going on dates, being seen together at events, holding hands, kissing again. If we don't get you two out there and schmoozing quickly, tongues will wag and doubts will fly. I look over at Hannah, who is standing by the door. I assume she's waiting for the right moment to escape. Lucky her. Ashley leans over her desk. Hank is right, guys. And Hannah, I need you to go on your social media and start posting about Logan ASAP. Logan has to remain professional, but your posts should be emotional, romantic, right? Your past fans will expect stuff like that. Kissy pics, candlelight dinner snapshots, the works. Whatever Hank plans for you guys, be sure to take candid pics of your own. You'll need to post at least every other day, if not more so. Hannah sighs, crossing her arms. You mean act like a couple in love? Right, that gooey kid stuff, Hank spouts. One look at Hank, and I know he's never even accidentally bumped into love. I put my hand over my mouth to hide the smirk I can't control. Okay, between Ashley and me, we've set up some dates for you two. But before you get going on those, start flashing those cell cameras now around the campaign office, in Logan's car. We need more online fodder, and quick. We have to keep the content ball rolling. I fake salute Hank. Hannah and I head out into the main office to click pics. We do it so much, my smile muscles start cramping. During a pose, Hannah says between gritted teeth, "This is as much fun as facing a firing squad," I say through my fake smile. Oh no, darling, a firing line would be less painful. I mean that in a loving way, of course. Shut up, you two. I can't take the pic for your yammering, Hank bellows. Finally, the torture ends. I get on my blazer and grab a handful of flyers. Before I get through the door, I turn on my heels to question her. You going to be okay with this? Really? Like either of us has a choice. All I can say is I'm well-versed at fake photo ops from my days with the Daughters of Fortune. I'd witness Kelly and Desiree get into a fur-flying argument, and in an instant, we'd be all smiling faces in front of the lens. It's a neat trick to pull off. But once you have it, you have it. Looks like you'll have to teach me this trick. My cheek muscles are on fire. Hannah laughs. Buy a jar of that icy hot ointment. It works magic on cheeks. Thanks, will do. Well, wish me luck out there. After this media blast, I believe the housewives will come at me with a barrage of questions about this romance of the century. Oh, that's easily fixed. Tell them I'm perfect. They'll understand why you dissed them. Hannah sticks her tongue out at me. I shoulder butt Hannah like I'm in grade school again, like I've caught the girl but don't know what to do with her. Hannah rolls her eyes at me like she's thinking the same thing. I finally break free of Hank's figurative grasp and head out the door to the big box glad-handing. All I can hope for is that this pictorial mess will be forgotten by the electorate as fast as it's found.
Chapter 7. Hannah. I don't know why I am so nervous. It's not like I haven't been in public before with eyes on us and cameras flashing. I have just been out of the game for so long, it seems that the old stage anticipation is back. This is also on a completely different level. Logan and I are holding a staged dinner so we can be seen together in public. Not only that, but we have to be intimate and affectionate with each other. I mean, I am comfortable with Logan, but that level is a whole other world to me. I slide on my emerald green dress and add the finishing touches to my look before getting picked up. We are going to a very nice restaurant that supports Logan's cause. The owner insisted that the dinner would be on the house and asked that we simply eat out on the balcony to enjoy the ambiance and cause spectators to inquire about the old-school Italian restaurant. Since the whole reason Logan and I are going out and doing this is for recognition. After all, We had no opposition to the simple request. Taking one final look in the mirror, I grab my gold-studded clutch and head out the door. As I lock up, the limo pulls beside the curb. Logan rolls down the window and lets out a low whistle. Looking good there. Oh, stop it. There's no one here for you to do that for. Logan gets out to open the door for me. Well, there's you. I'm not lying, but hey, we might as well have fun with this if we are going all in. Fine. You make a good point. I'd say you clean up nice too. But this is pretty close to your regular attire every day. Damn, so close to a compliment. Logan jests as he slides in beside me. We arrive at our destination, and I am pleased to see it's not entirely packed yet. As Logan helps me out, I see some people point to him and flash their phones for pictures. This is kinda nice. He's on display, and I'm the arm candy for once. Not being in the spotlight's eye for around 10 years has caused me to not be immediately recognized, and I am perfectly okay with that. The downside, though, is that after tonight, I will be a public persona all over again, but at least it will be for different reasons. For reasons I want, and that will hopefully be the start of change. I take Logan's outstretched hand and flash a doting smile at him. We know we are on an invisible stage starting immediately, so we may as well give them something worth watching. I hear someone call out my old stage name. I jerk in response and see someone waving to us as they have their phone pulled out, filming. So much for just being arm candy. I smile and wave back quickly, following Logan inside. I don't know if that's the thing to do now or what. I didn't think about me being in that type of light, just as Logan's date. It caught me off guard, but I'm ready for it now. My arm is looped through his, and his hands are resting on mine. I let him guide me through to show everyone that he is the perfect gentleman, and I'm just lucky to be his girl. More and more people seem to start gathering and noticing us. As the owner leads us out on the balcony, it is conveniently right on the edge facing the street. Anyone walking below will be able to spot us and have a Kodak moment. I know it's why we are here, but as we order wine, the noises and calls from below become slightly hard to ignore. The flashes keep catching our eyes as we try to chat with each other. Paparazzi was a thing when I was in the spotlight. But they weren't like they are now, and people definitely didn't have the phone cameras that they have these days. Now I know why so many movie stars wear sunglasses, even at night and indoors. I am used to it, but it seems much more aggressive now in this setting. Eventually, my old instincts kick in, and it blends into the background. I watch Logan. I notice he is better at seeming unfazed by this than I am anymore. "Look at you seeming so cool and casual," I remark, placing a napkin on my lap. Our dinner is being served, and I don't need red sauce all over my dress in front of all of these people. It's second nature to ignore them, which seems wrong, given I am trying to serve them an office. No, I get it. It is a lot, and it has to be ignored if you want to even pretend to be somewhat normal when you're out. This is also why I don't go out a lot unless I have to for work. I enjoy not being stared at, believe it or not. I laugh as I take a sip of red wine. So, tell me, how does it feel to be back in the eye of the public and not behind the scenes? He continues. I wipe my mouth very ladylike before replying. It's fine. I didn't know what to expect, given it's been quite a while since I have been the center of anything. It's a lot more aggressive than I remember, even here in Atlanta. Logan chuckles. Hell, it's even gotten worse just during the time I have been in public office. Technology is crazy, and the World Wide Web is so instant anymore. I'm scared of what I am going to be caught doing. I can only imagine. God, I didn't even think of that part yet. How could you not? That is pretty much the whole basis of why you and I are where we are right now. I tap my fork with thought. True. I guess I just have lots of other things flooding my mind. I have gotten so used to being behind the scenes, It's a lot easier that way. Yeah, and a lot more gets done, I'm sure. I have told you why I wanted to be in this position I am in right now. What drives me? So tell me, Logan. Off the record, why are you running for governor? I have been waiting to ask this question. And since we have time to kill and no one is within earshot of our private little dinner, now seems like a perfect time. He lets out a deep exhale. Let me see. Lots of reasons, honestly. I want to make a difference. The best place to start is right here where I live. A lot can be done for all of the people. Many have been taken advantage of with false advertising and unkept promises. The elite have prospered and jobs have been unnecessarily lost or taken away. I want to help the people see all of their potential and work together to make this community flourish like I know that it can. I have no words. It's simple, but sincere. His words move me and hit home. It's everything I want as well. I know it sounds so flowery when it's said like that. I could never get taken seriously if I said that in front of the camera, but I know you get it. Or at least I feel that you do. No, I get it. It would be the most honest thing any politician has ever said. That's why no one would take it seriously. We laugh at that, but I know it is unfortunately true. Logan and I continue to talk with ease. There's no need to be defensive, given we are both on the same team, so we talk in depth about the views and changes we would like to see together. By the end of our dinner, I have an even greater appreciation for most of his policies and political views. When given the chance, and not under pressure, he explains things clearly with a beautiful image of the future. There are only a few things we seem to disagree on, but once we each explain, we realize how passionate we are for it and have our own reasons for thinking the way that we do. We chose to respect those ideas and let the other keep them instead of forcing one another to see it through our eyes. His ideas are well thought out and interesting, even if I can't quite agree with him all the time. The dinner comes to a close, and we are free to leave. We paid our 2 hours due, and many people have seen us enjoy an intimate night together. Though we kept the topics political and the conversation easy, we made sure the evening was filled with light touches and soft laughter. I could say it is all for the camera, but not a whole lot had to be faked, and all in all, the night is very enjoyable. Logan comes to my chair and offers his hand as I get up. The owner shakes Logan's hands and thanks him endlessly for allowing him to host us. As we leave, Logan places his hand around my waist as we walk out together. People whisper as they see us walk towards the car. There is still a good amount of people gathered outside and watching our every move. I think we have done an excellent job tonight, I whisper with a smile into his ear. I agree. He opens the door for me and leans into my ear. His breath is hot on my neck. I'm sorry. Confused, I turn to look at him. Before I can say anything, Logan kisses me. I kiss him back in return, making sure not to falter with all eyes on us. If anything caught me off guard tonight, it's this. It's not that it is embarrassing. It's just this kiss was much nicer than I imagined it would be. He pulls away and smiles at me as I step inside the car. I feel the sudden heat on my cheeks, and I am slightly lightheaded. If we end every night like that, I won't complain.
Chapter 8. Logan. Logan, get your tail over here and look at these numbers. For once, Hank's barking comes with a genuine smile. I walk over to the monitor and I can't believe what I'm seeing. The lines on every chart, the numbers of every spreadsheet. They go up and up. At first I'm thinking Hank is pulling a fast one, only he's got his game face on. I quickly scan the office. I find her and wave her over. Hannah, come here, you've got to see this. All three of us hunker around the stats table and scan the multi-screens. Polling, media report, online comments, post sharing. It's all in the high positive. It's like with one announcement and one 2-hour date, I've gone from front runner to shoe-in. I hold my excitement in check. It can't be this good. I turn to Hank. This data shift, all from dating? No, pretty boy. All from dating Hannah Honeywalker. Your numbers with the youth vote and with minorities are skyrocketing. You've been effectively taken out of the fuddy-duddy voter wing and made relevant to today's burgeoning electorate. In past elections, to have this effect overnight usually demanded a major policy shift. You did it by pulling out Hannah's chair and slapping a wet one on her cheek. Amazing. So what about the fears that Logan's rubbing elbows with extremists? Hannah looks with concern at Hank. Gone, wiped out, flew the coop. What mistake. They've forgotten it already. Hank throws his arms in the air like his team just made a touchdown. Heck, the residual, if there's any at all, is that they're happy considering Logan as a family man. Even among the more traditional groups that Logan tends to not poll well with, this is a win. I mean, I was told they'd prefer him married, of course. But those voters have gone from no way with Logan to a definite possibility. There's just no bad side to these last couple of days. I pull Hannah away from the monitors and take her for a coffee in the break room, away from prying ears. I can tell by the look on her face she's relieved to get away to breathe and digest this dramatic turn of events. I make a couple cappuccinos for us, and we sit at one of the round white Formica tables. The chairs are metal and wholly uncomfortable, but at this point neither one of us complains. Can you believe all that? Just from going on a date. I take a sip from my cup. The coffee is too hot, and I burn my tongue. Hannah sighs. She cradles the mug in both her hands. Yeah, in today's political and cultural climate, it totally makes sense. Life is all about the visuals. What you perceive is above what it really is. Yeah, but this drastic? I mean, that weasel Rockwell is married. But Logan, look at the guy and his dowdy wife. Does that visual spell happily ever after to you? Americans, especially younger voters, want to see reflections of themselves in their leaders. Snyder reflects the old boys club way of thinking. Georgia needs that like it needs more peaches. The electorate is screaming for change. You and me, how we look, what we've done in our careers. We're the poster couple for that change. Like Jack and Jackie Kennedy? I raise my eyebrows, ever hopeful. Hannah laughs and takes a sip of her brew. Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but in general, yes. We're the look of the bright, shining beacon on the hills Kennedy talked about. And in today's America, that beacon looks like us. We both lean back and sip our drinks. It's a lot to take in for the both of us. We know what we're doing here is no game. It's playing with people's emotions, satisfying their needs. Without it being voiced, and by the stern looks on our faces, we know there is a lot riding on this gambit. Professionally and personally, too. What's next? I look over at Hannah. My fear of the unknown is obvious on my face. She inhales deeply. Well, I guess we need to come up with a few more dates. Maybe a few not so staged, like walks in a community park, be seen antiquing, or going to neighborhood social events. We need to look like being together has been a natural thing for quite some time. Only the public has just found out. Hannah sees the worried look on my face, one which will not erase. What are you thinking? I don't know, nothing, everything. Hannah, for now this game is being held within these office walls. But what happens if someone leaks it? To the media, or God forbid, to the Snyder campaign? Hannah smirks. Underneath that suave exterior beats the heart of a control freak. Funny. I mean it! Hannah leans forward and looks me dead in the eye. Logan, what ifs? In political campaigns, they're endless, right? What if the candidate speaks out of turn? What if he's caught holding something dumb? What if he's kissed someone he shouldn't have? What if he goes to an extremist think tank under the idiotic belief that would send the right visual for a supposedly centrist, bipartisan leader? Crickets. Okay, you got me there. No, if I had you, you would have never gone to that gig. Hannah flashes a wry smile. Touché. Hannah looks down at her cup. The coffee's gone cold. I burnt my tongue. Yin to your yang. Oil to your water. Chemically, we're screwed. No comment. We laugh. But neither of us is laughing on the inside. To me, it's as if figurative dice have been thrown in the air over a craps table, and they're spinning, and nobody knows how they will land. Obsessing too much is making my stomach queasy, so I go back to making plans. Okay, so what should we be seen publicly doing next? I think Ashley and Hank are letting us run with it now. It's the right season. We could go to one of those farmers' markets. That's a pretty banal activity. No one would criticize a candidate buying local veggies and handicrafts. I sit up. My worry lines stand down and my eyes look hopeful again. Hey, that is a great idea. Casual dress, no corporate. Appeal to the average Joe and Jane. Sunny day out with my neighbors. And that's a perfect visual. Plus, it's something a more permanent couple might do. How's your afternoon today? Hannah pulls out her cell and scans her appointment diary. I have a few calls to make and one appointment at a policy initiative board meeting, but my assistant can go to that. What are you thinking? We go now? Yup, is there a better time? Let's head home, get changed, and meet back here in, say, an hour. Then we can go in my car. You're on. An hour later, we're back at campaign headquarters. Both of us are dressed in jeans and easy-wear shirts. We walk into the office and the staffers roll their eyes and flash smirks, but we don't care. We're having fun. Okay, Hank, we're off. Where did you two lovebirds decide to go? I take it not to a downtown museum. No. We're headed to the East Point Farmers Market. Great visuals, down-home people, young and old, single and married. Checks all of the electorate boxes. Works for me. I'll have Boise Dubois, our camera guy, and Dominic Bolenzano, your bodyguard, follow you guys out. Dom will keep his distance, but be safely on hand. And boys, as I like to call that Frenchy lens jockey, we'll take some candid shots from the wings. And for God's sake, act like a normal couple. Relax and enjoy yourselves. Not like the other night at dinner, when I thought you two nitwits looked like you were both constipated. Hank, you always have such a way with words, but I hear you. We'll play nice. I fake salute Hank, then I turn to Hannah, who's carrying a wicker carryall and sporting sunglasses. So are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. Let's go get us some veggies. And don't forget the peaches! God, yes! If you don't get Ashley some peach picks to represent your Georgian pride, she will off you like a fly on her nose. We laugh and hit the curb. It doesn't take me long to drive to Ware in Maine on the outskirts of Atlanta. I park the car, and we nonchalantly head in. In between scoping out the fruits and vegetables and homemade wines, Hannah and I shake hands, give autographs, and take selfies with the welcoming crowd. Not only are people recognizing me, but they're recognizing Hannah too. I notice how relaxed Hannah is with crowds, seeming even more natural about it than myself. There is no doubt about it. We make one heck of an ideal couple. I watch how Hannah easily answers questions and praises me up and down, whether she thinks I'm within earshot to hear. I realize how great she would be as a political leader for this state, and a part of me regrets she's only taking a supporting role. We spend the rest of the afternoon talking and laughing with the people, sharing drinks and cobs of buttered corn at the nearby picnic tables. I talk to farmers and mom and pop shop owners about their taxation plight and really get to know the grassroots needs of my constituents. On the way back to headquarters, we assess the date. You surprised me today, Logan. You're adopting more realistic views, appreciating the commoner more and what they need from their leaders to succeed. Yeah, today has really opened my eyes. More legislation needs to be put forth for the working class. The elite can take care of themselves. We high-five each other in the car, knowing we have pulled off another successful campaigning day. No sooner than we walk through the front door, Hank bowls up to us. His face no longer boasts happiness and glee. He holds up a printout of today's front page of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. In big bold letters, it reads, Snyder accuses Congressman Edwards of faking love nest with his honeybee Hannah Walker. If the accusations are true, the article says, it's the end of my campaign.
Chapter 9. Hannah. Logan and I are speechless as we stare at the headlines. In just a matter of political seconds, we went from winning over people who doubted us right back to having those same people doubt us. Only now it will be even more so with these accusations. Hank looks as if a vein is about to pop in his neck. "When did this come out?" is all Logan can say, taking the paper from Hank's death grip. "Today." And that's besides the point, don't you think? All we needed was one person to question this for it to go up in flames, and now we have that. And not just any person either. It's your goddamn opponent. I look up and see Hank visibly shaking with rage. "Hank, we can come back from this," I soothe. "Not very well." "Come back from what?" "We have barely gotten started, and now we are being accused of this scandal." "Well, technically, it is a scandal," Logan mutters under his breath. "Wrong move." Hank starts twitching. "Not the time to try and be funny, Logan. Now Ashley and I need to come up with a way to surpass this mess so we can get everything back on track and the focus where it needs to be." How did he even get a say in this? Did he call the papers personally with his own opinion, and they took it as fact? I ask. I feel terrible for what is happening right now. I know how this game works. I just can't believe it backtracks so quickly. It all seems so much faster when you're in the political game yourself. "That's all it takes, isn't it?" Hank snaps. He is so angry, spittle spurts into my eye. I dare not flick it away, though. Not when he's like this. I know better. You should know better than most how quick papers pick up anything, fact or not. Especially nowadays. "Hey, Hank, calm down. We are all under some stress here. Hannah and I are just trying to understand so we can help you with the best approach. Just don't do anything yet, okay? Stay in this office and don't post on social media or make any calls without my say-so. Understood?" We both nod in silence like scolded children. Hank turns and trudges off to his own office, followed by his trademark slam. I better go check my own phone line and try and see what I can find out about this. Logan offers me a sympathetic smile before he makes his way to his own office. I find a chair and just collapse myself into it. The day started out with such promise for the whole campaign. Now we are playing catch-up. How does anyone catch their breath in a world surrounded by social media and faulty journalism? Technically, it's not bad journalism. It's just not ideal for what we are trying to pull off. I rub my temples, trying to think about our next move. What kind of mess have I gotten us into? I was just trying to help when I agreed to go along with this. It seemed like not such a terrible plan after Logan and I hashed it out. Something so minor in the scale of things. Minor to you, but major news and distraction to the people. Just what they crave. I roll my eyes at my own thoughts. If only people would be concerned with what matters, then this wouldn't even be an issue. This is what I get for trying to only fix a misunderstanding temporarily. Now, without even trying or doing anything specific, I have made things worse than ever. We had no backup plan for when this blew up, and I should have known it was a matter of time until it did. I continue to mentally beat myself up about the whole situation. All I can do is think that everyone is scrambling around us to fix this issue, while I sit here helplessly. All I know is that we can't possibly back down now. Logan and I are definitely going to have to work even harder to be seen as a couple. Nothing can look staged. Everything will need to be seen as legit. If we can convince everyone that the rumor is ridiculous, it will die down again. But we will always need to assume that at least one person is watching our every move, ready to spread any judgment to the voters. It's the only way to combat this situation. And all because Logan's opponent had to simply say, "Logan Edwards is faking his love to secure voting." I'm angry at that alone, but also with myself for being so upset when I know that's exactly what is happening. He isn't wrong. But he had no way of knowing that. and I tell myself I don't need to feel guilty since it's all for a good cause. I hit myself in the head. That's what all politicians say. I'm pulled from my thoughts as the office is filled with shouting and bustling of people trying to come up with things to save the campaign. They need to be seen grocery shopping. What about the animal shelter? Buying an animal together is serious. Should they be going out to eat all of the time, or should they represent the stay-at-home family? What about during our conventions? Endless suggestions are being spewed from corner to corner in hopes that one will hit home and save us all. I see Ashley writing feverishly down all the ideas that are being spurted out. I see Hank's door open slightly. Ashley, see if you can find more photos of these two ASAP, he bellows from his office. Her eyes widen as she jumps to her computer. On it. We need to fill Hannah's social with any normal activities that seem like evidence they're a couple. The most mundane, boring kind of things you'd never have unless you were dating. Ashley puts her pen between her lips and begins searching away. She has complete access to my social accounts. I don't even know what is on there anymore. She can have it for all I care. She knows what needs to be posted in order to save our asses. I watch her working away, along with everyone else. A common theme keeps popping up in people's suggestions, including Hank's. Find ways to make them look more serious. We need to go bigger. Put more pictures of them together. Polls go up for Logan when he's seen with Hannah. Show how they represent the so-and-so family and whatnot. Go big. Or go home. I say the last part out loud to myself. I think I have an idea. Logan can't be seen as a single man. It hurts him in a lot of parties' eyes. His opponent is using that against him, even more so now. So, we can't let that happen. He needs to be seen as not only an attached man, but a family man. Nothing is more serious than that. What if we knock down two birds with one stone? We can make it so no one will really question Logan and my relationship and throw shade at our opponent without having to go negative. If Logan and I are engaged, or even married, then not only is he a family man, but now he is a committed man who is sharing his loving bliss with the world while fighting to serve the community he loves. And if anyone tries to question whether or not we're serious after that, it sounds laughable. It makes them look like a conspiracy theorist more than anything. A legitimate marriage certificate is all the proof anyone needs. It may not be the most political approach, but for the situation that we are in now, it is what has to happen. In today's day and age, this is what people connect with and care about. And if they care about Logan and his personal life, then that may push them to care about his policies. I can hope, at least. I look and see everyone still buzzing around, frantic faces on all of them. If I can save all of our jobs and this campaign, then Logan and I getting engaged is a sacrifice I have no problem making. These people are working to the bone and stressed enough as it is by something they can't control. I can. I take a deep breath and head straight to Logan's office. I don't even bother knocking. I just let myself in and close the door quickly behind me. He's writing down notes as he listens to messages. Looking up at my face, he holds a finger as he finishes the last message. Hannah, I was just about to come get you. Hank wants us to... I have a plan. A look of relief floods his face. His body relaxes as he sinks into his chair. Thank God. It's got to be better than anything I've come up with. Let's hear it. Well, you know how you need to be seen as a family man? That's why we went along with this charade in the first place. He nods. I don't want you to lose votes with the groups that you have finally started polling higher in. We need this. And I am willing to do what it takes to make sure that happens. Are you? Yes, Hannah. Obviously. What are you getting at? I bite my lip, wondering if this is actually a good idea or not. I am starting to second-guess myself. Hannah, just tell me. You're killing me here. It can't be worse than anything else I have heard or tried to think up. Taking a breath, I try to find the right way to pitch this. I don't know a soft way of saying what I am about to say, so I opt to just lay it all out. We need to get married. Logan stares at me, so I repeat it just to make sure. We're getting married.
Chapter 10. Logan! We're what? Getting married, Hannah says very matter-of-factly. I rub my forehead, trying to comprehend what she is saying. First, we are forced to date for the public. That turns against us by none other than my opponent. So naturally, the next best decision is to get married. I shake my head free of the building headache. Politics. That's what I thought you said. I take a seat behind my paper-cluttered desk. And how is that going to make this PR mess any better? She rolls her eyes as if my questions annoy her. I have a slight idea as to why she may suggest this, but I want to hear what outrageous reason she has for coming to me with this. Maybe what I really want to know is whose idea this is. Was it her or Hank? Probably Ashley's, honestly, I muse. Before she can answer, I want to make it clear I'm not completely dense on this. I know the politics of it all, but if our dating was able to be flipped on us, how's getting married going to make it any better? Won't it seem more desperate to the voters? No, that's just it. She pulls out the chair across from me and sits. It will show you are a committed man and a family man. If anything, it will discredit your opponent for throwing out a hasty and judgmental accusation without investigating. It's a solid response that makes it look like they're off base, not you. I rub my chin in thought. It's a good idea. Wild, but good. It has potential and stamina. I trust Hannah's opinions on things like this. She has yet to be wrong in most, well, all cases. Plus, any way that I can bring a bad light to my opponent without coming for him directly is a win for us all. Direct hits look desperate and mean-spirited, but letting him fall on his face all alone? Perfect. She's right. All in all, this will help my image. The family man issue has been brought up multiple times already, long before the picture of my kiss with Hannah was released. This could be a way to nip it in the bud, finally. I mean, I don't want to ask for such a crazy thing just to help my campaign, but if she's willing and offering, then what is the harm? This is her idea, anyway. I fold my hands and lean towards her. She mimics my motion. If I were to agree, what do you want out of this? There's no way you are willing to do this just to help my image in the campaign. Her red lips tug up in a slight smirk at the corner. I knew it. Let's hear it. Correct. I do want you to win, of course. We have a lot of the same objectives, but I want to have a say as well. How so? She leans back and crosses her elegant legs, hands now placed on her lap. The reason I'm willing to do this for the campaign, for you, is because I want to be the woman behind the man. I raise an eyebrow. Hannah clears her throat and continues. In other words, I want a seat at the table that I would be unable to get otherwise. Once you are elected governor, of course. I balk at her brazenness. You want to be able to boss me around? I don't think so. I lean back into my chair, putting my hands behind my head. I'm not that desperate to win this election to give up my power. That would defeat the whole purpose of this. I agree. That's not at all what I'm saying. I don't want to boss you around. Then what do you mean? She takes a calm breath and stares hard at me. I can tell she's thought a lot about this. I've always wanted to be in politics. I care about this community and making the world better as much as I can. I don't care if that sounds naive, it's true. However, based on my past, I can't get anyone to see me more than just Honey. She says her stage name with a strong distaste. So, I may as well be Honey, wife of the governor, instead. I can't be a leader, but I can be his trusted wife. And that way we can work together on making a change. I can have a voice and at least be taken a little more seriously in issues that matter. I can have your ear. Like, work as a team using my face and voice? Yes. And you're okay with being simply the governor's wife in name, as long as it builds your rep and you can help the community? She nods, her smile still there but nervous. I can tell she really wants this. I gently rock back in my chair, thinking over what she is saying. Her plan isn't a bad one by any means. Us getting married would do my image with all the polling groups a world of good. Family groups, African Americans, the older generation even. I can begin getting taken more seriously in all aspects and stop being seen as the young kid compared to my opposition. It hits me just then how similar of a boat we are both in. We want to be taken seriously in the political world, but have fragments of a specific appearance that hold us back. With this marriage, we both can get what we want. We get along well enough, and it is true. We do care about the same things. She is the one, after all, who brings to my attention the things that need my voice at the right time. She has statistics and timing down to a science. Hell, Hannah is the reason I have done so well for the majority of this election. She knows her stuff. On top of all of that, she's dedicated to this position and the community's well-being. More than most, I would safely bet. Hannah remains silent and patient. Her irritation with me from moments earlier is gone. I smile at her and stand. Offering my hand out for her to shake, I simply say, "You have yourself a deal?" She stands enthusiastically and extends her own hand. I promise that we can do this. I hope so. I can't afford any more major setbacks. So, what is the next step? I sit back down, as does she. Hannah pulls out a notepad and begins jotting things down. Well, first we will need to do a soft press release. It will cover all of the platforms, but social media first, of course. Of course. But until then, we just run this with Hank and Ashley, so they are in on it, and get it covered from all angles. I nod in agreement. What do you think they will say when they hear of this plan? Hannah scoffs. That it is a genius marketing move, especially Ashley. She's the one who started this whole thing in the first place. I watch her jot down ideas as fast as they come to her. She's beautifully elegant in all ways. She is dressed professionally and classy. She's a perfect inspiration for all women, especially young black women who want to look up to someone like her and finally believe they can be anything. She promises power, hope, and dedication in all forms. Not only that, but she proves that you can take your life in any direction at any stage. I would say that there is no other perfect political partner for me besides her. With Hannah by my side, it will seem that I have it all and know how to maintain it. If we can get the viewers and pollers to see what I see, there's no stopping us. The true power couple. She's risking a lot by going along with this, though. Sure, it is her idea. I get that. But most women want more from a marriage than just publicity and power, whether they know it or not. Hannah? She looks up. One last time before we take this to Hank and Ashley. Are you sure you want to escalate to this? I know you want the title and power along with the sway that will come with it all. But is it worth it to you? She chuckles. Of course it is. I've always wanted a hand in politics. This is what ensures that. Especially since I'm going to marry someone that I not only work for but agree with on most talking points. A lot of couples don't even agree on the same president. This is my way in, and I will be damned if I don't take advantage of this. Especially if it helps you win. That way Georgia will have a governor that cares for the community. One that is young and humble, one that knows how to take care of all of the people, not just the elite or themselves. I'm flattered and surprised by her passion and thoughts on this. Now I know without a doubt that she has definitely thought this through. It makes me feel better. The last thing I want to do is take advantage of her for the sake of the election. Now, for my final question. I respect that. I do. But have you thought about what will happen if I lose the election? She gives me a cynical look and laughs again. You're joking, right? No, I'm just trying to be realistic. If I don't win, you still will be tied to me no matter how this plays out. We can't just separate because I lose. Then there is no chance for a future election. I know that, but we don't need to worry about that. She looks back down at her pad and continues scribbling. I'm confused. Why don't we? She huffs and looks back up at me just over her nose. because we aren't going to lose. I sit back, knowing full well that is the only explanation she will give me. I grin. Gotta hand it to this woman. She sure is confident. Hopefully that will rub off on me. More than that, I hope she's not wrong.
Chapter 11. Hannah. I stare down at my engagement ring while we sit in the office, waiting. Logan gave it to me this morning so we would have it for pictures, the announcements, and to simply spread the word to any onlookers that we are betrothed. I didn't want anything real. A Walmart ring would have done. But no. Hank insisted that it be real and eye-catching. There are too many people out there that live for money and diamonds that may spot a fake. It is eye-catching. I will give him that. The light catches it perfectly outside, enough to blind someone. Even the fluorescents in the office somehow make it sparkle just as much. It's a beautifully rounded diamond, big in size, of course, set on 2 diamond-studded bands. I can't help but admire it. Will you stop flashing that thing? Hank snaps. I jerk out of my fascination. Sorry. Hank's leaning over Ashley, going over the draft of the press release we are getting ready to submit. A coordinated release will be sent out over social media as well. Everything has to be covered. Don't you think that Hannah should post a picture of their engagement first? I mean, her social is dedicated to her personal life. That includes Logan. That's a good point, but we don't want it too far ahead of the release. Logan and I sit there while they debate over the best way to go about this. Hank insists that we are present, though we don't really get a voice in this at the moment. We are just here to know the plan and make sure we keep to it. I look over at Logan, who's staring at his feet. He seems overly interested in his shoes right now. Are you okay? I whisper to him. Oh, yeah. I smirk. You don't know the first thing about any of this, do you? Being engaged? No, do you? Not one bit. Oh, good. So we can be naive together then? Yeah, because Hank seems so good at love that he should obviously take the lead. We both laugh quietly. Hank shoots us a look. I think that's why he's not fighting Ashley so much on her suggestions, I muse. There's a first for everything. We stifle our laughter. I think that this is all romantic. I'm really enjoying setting this up. Finally, a positive spin on a campaign. Ashley has a dreamy look on her face as she adjusts layouts. Hank rolls his eyes. I think this is utter stupidity. I get why we're doing it. We have no choice now that we have to roll with it. But now, we have to focus on their fake love story in order to eventually get people to pay attention to Logan's policies. It's a waste of time. I agree with Hank completely. Plus, it's a scam. That's politics, baby, Logan chides. He's unfortunately not wrong. There could be worse things, but I hate lying in politics. I just have to keep reminding myself that this is for the greater good, that changes will come from this, and maybe, just maybe, I can have a hand in making history. Well, I like it. I think it brings a softness to the whole thing, makes Logan more relatable. That's the hope, Hank grumbles. There, the layout's done and everything's ready for submission. Ashley turns to us with a grin. I can tell she's pleased with herself. I know how bad she has felt since her posting of the first picture. She wants this to be a good thing. I can't blame her for that. Hank pulls on his tie. Good. Now we can get this photo shoot done. I slide off the table. All right, let's go. You're not going dressed like that, are you? Ashley asks. I look down at my baby blue blazer, black blouse, and tight slacks. I have always been told I dress classy, and they like my look. What more does she want? Yes. Ashley lets out a little laugh. How about you change into something more comfortable? You know, flowy, less businesslike. We can stop by your place on our way to the location. Before I respond, Ashley's already walking out the door, Hank behind her. Logan's smirking. I think you look great. Oh, shut up. I punch him in the arm as he passes. Why don't you have to change? He shrugs as we walk behind the other two. I don't even know what flowy means. Logan chuckles. Oh, I'm sure she'll let you know. We finally get to the location after Ashley raids my closet. Apparently, she was looking for a silk cami top matched with a mullet lace skirt and booties. That's what flowy means. Who knew? Maybe tousle your hair a little bit. Give it more of a warm vibe. Ashley instructs as we get situated for pictures. I'm used to being told what to do for photographs. It's just been a minute since appearing casual for them instead of professional. Logan and I have spent a lot of time together, especially lately. We've always been decently comfortable and able to joke, so it makes being photographed appear not as stiff as it could be. It's not that hard to pretend that there's some level of affection there. To be honest, it comes even easier than I expected. We take a few of us embracing each other, looking romantic, smiling, head in his chest, the whole shebang. I sit between Logan's legs as he cradles me, and we look off into our distant fake future. The smiles are real. We've been joking the whole time about the absurdness of all this, but only quietly enough for us to hear. Perfect, our photographer exclaims as he snaps the last pictures. You two are so relaxed and comfortable together, it makes it a breeze and joy to photograph you both. We stand as he looks through his shots. These are perfect. I'll get them sent to you right away. Thank you. We shake his hand as Ashley hands me my bag of clothes to change back into for our interview today. Snyder was crazy to insinuate that you guys were faking this, the photographer states. Oh? Well, thank you for saying that. Logan smiles at him. I'm serious. I mean, just look at you two. Absolutely perfect. I don't know what to say. I'll just let Logan handle that. I hurry to the bathroom to change back into my clothes. I guess my acting in front of the camera skills haven't completely gone down the drain. Once I'm changed, us four musketeers head to the local news station for a brief interview. If the photographer bought it, then I don't see why everyone else won't, Hank says from the front seat. Ashley nods enthusiastically. Yeah, and he would know. He sees couples all of the time. I can't tell if they are saying this to comfort themselves or us. Maybe both. We pull in and head backstage as the film crew swarms us to get ready. Hank pulls Logan and I closely in. Now, this is your guys' first interview as a couple. It's brief and to the point. Logan, you're trained in how to answer. Hannah, you have experience too. You know what will hurt us and what won't. Trust your gut and don't mess up. We nod as we are suddenly getting pushed on the platform and into the guest chairs. Our host thanks us, shakes our hands, and seats himself. Light switch, and we are on. I'm sitting here with Georgia Governor Runner, Logan Edwards, and Hannah Walker, formerly known as Honey from the Daughters of Fortunate. The audience claps as we smile and wave. Now, the internet has been stirring with the new romance between you two. I'm sure our viewers would love to hear how you two met. Logan grabs my hand and strokes his thumb. We give each other a big loving smile, and he goes into our meeting by working for his campaign. I'm wowed at listening to his simple, yet detailed description about how he knew there was something about me when we met, our chemistry, and so on. He even compliments my strategies and strengths I bring to the campaign. I feel more than flattered that he is recognizing me for those things on TV instead of my past. He never once even mentions my former pop star life, even though I'm sure it would draw more attention. I interject here and there when Logan pauses and looks for my input. I talk about how we love working together and look forward to representing the state in the best way possible. The host nods and smiles at our discussion. It's going smoother than I could have hoped. Then he decides to change the topic. Now, Hannah, most of us know you from your girl group days. Tell us, what happened there, and what it's been like to be back out in the light. I'm taken off guard. Before I can recover, Logan speaks up. I notice his face is scrunched in irritation. You know, I don't think that's relevant. We are trying to promote what we want to do for the state, and we will answer your questions about our relationship. But I think it's disrespectful to assume that something from a decade ago is Hannah's only identity. She's worked hard to have a voice in politics and make changes. She has stayed behind the scenes to do so. Sweetie, it's okay. I put my hand on Logan's arm, trying to calm him. He takes a deep breath. I didn't mean any disrespect, Mr. Edwards. None taken, I respond with a smile. The host looks at the camera. Well, that's all the time we have. Please thank our guests for being here. We will return after a short break with more local news. The lights fade. We shake and apologize. The host is understanding, thankfully. As we walk away, I mumble in Logan's ear. You didn't need to do that. Yes, I did. That's not who you are anymore. You wince every time it gets brought up. You think I don't see it? Because I do. And I'm not going to have it thrown in your face over and over. You deserve to be recognized for all the work you do now. Logan, Hank bellows and waves him over. I remain standing there, in awe of what he just said to me. No one has ever stood up for me like that.
Chapter 12, Logan. When you run for office, giving up your life is just part of the job description. But I never expected for my personal life to take over my campaign. And I never ever expected the order to graft my personal life onto my campaign to come down from the venerable Hank Harlow. Running this three-legged race alongside Hannah all the way to Election Day is the first time I've ever questioned my decision to go it alone as a single man in politics. Hannah's by my side as we campaign at the North Georgia Fair. Our legs may not be tied together with a rope, but we are attached at the hip. Be honest, Logan. Who's a better campaign trail companion, me or Hank? Hannah holds a stuffed bulldog while we walk around the fairgrounds, shaking hands with voters. I pick off a piece of the funnel cake she's holding. Well, Hank never ever shares his funnel cake. I grab more of the fried dough and cover my suit in white sugar. So you automatically get first place. She wipes my newly powdered suit and laughs. With her finger, she dabs the sugar on my lips, and she kisses it off my cheek. That's something you probably enjoy more coming from me than from Hank, she says, licking her finger. Hank has one advantage over you when it comes to eating funnel cake, though. I dab sugar off of her face with my finger in return. And what's that? I don't care what I look like when I'm with him, especially since he's such a schlub. But with you, I know I'm next to one of the most beautiful women in the world. I want to live up to your standards. It's hard to know how much of what I'm saying is giving insincere politician flirtation, and how much is play acting to convince the press and image makers that our relationship is as genuine as it is adorable. I've only recently started to acknowledge that maybe it's something more than either. It started out as a performance to play the part of a dutiful boyfriend more naturally. With someone like her, though, who's so brilliant, beautiful, kind, and funny, it's not long before the feelings get more real. Little by little. We walk toward the fair's agricultural and domestic competitions to fulfill our real purpose of the day, helping judge the peach pie contest. We flipped a coin with the Snyder team, and he's stuck judging shrimp and grits. We take our seats as judges and talk in between bites of pie. I turn to her. Hannah, did you think 6 weeks ago when you hated me for austerity action that we'd be judging peach pie together as a couple? I didn't hate you, silly, she says. It seemed like it. I really expected you to quit when you walked away from the library. I mean, I thought about it. You did? My heart drops. For about half a second, then I changed my mind. Thank God. I was so relieved when I saw your face at HQ. I didn't even care that you still looked pissed. What made you stay? I believe in you. I believe in your campaign. Talking to them really wasn't that horrible. It seemed like you were ready to kill me. Yeah, but I was mostly upset at how little you valued my opinion. I value your opinion more than anyone, Hannah. Maybe now, but then? Yes, I did. I assumed you knew, but I didn't do enough to try to show you. I hope you really know it now. I do, Logan, I really do. I'm so glad. If we disagree about pie now, you promise you won't quit. I can't promise that. I feel more strongly about pie than taxes. She winks and gives me a kiss, which excites the audience. But unless it's burned, I'll never turn down peach pie. We go back to campaign headquarters with extra pies for the staff. When we kiss goodbye at the end of the night outside her car, I resist the pull to kiss her longer and harder. I wish I knew how much of it's for show and how much of it is real for her. I know I'll see her at the focus group tomorrow, so that helps. It's getting progressively harder to tell the difference between a campaign event and a date. Even the worst parts of campaigning, like knocking door to door in 105-degree weather or hearing no from donors 10 calls in a row, feel like a vacation when she's with me. She's so much more than a policy director. She's so much more than a girlfriend. When I kiss her hello when she gets in, it's not for show. It's because I love being near her. I hope that even if I weren't her boss, she'd like to be near me too. Pretty much every meeting and campaign action, whether the subject deals with something professional or something personal, I seek out her partnership more than anyone else's. Even more than Hank's. The first meetings on the campaign about our relationship lasted for hours. Dates were decided practically by committee. Heated debates broke out over where we'd go, how much PDA we could have, and who could speak on the record about it, among a host of other issues. Now our relationship is just a fact, and for the most part it's ours alone. It's feeling even more real with the wedding almost here. Local businesses all around the state, from florists to dress shops, have asked us to visit so we can sample their wares for our wedding. It's become a regular feature to use photos, video, and interviews of those visits on our campaign site and social media, but it's spread beyond that too. Newspapers, bloggers, TV, gossip columns, and other influencers feature them prominently. The polling reflects growing support, and Hannah is a big reason. The focus groups we're watching today address similar questions to the ones from the primary, but with a notable addition of a new category, Hannah Walker. You know, I've never actually seen a focus group in person, Hannah admits as we talk on the way there. Do they live up to the hype? They're fun. At least they used to be before I was the focus. I pause. Actually, they're still fun. You feel like a spy movie, hearing people talk without them knowing you can see them. What's the strangest thing you found out about yourself in a focus group? Oh, geez. One guy thought my haircut made me look untrustworthy. That's so crazy. The question is, did you change your haircut? Sure, I'm superstitious. Did it work? Oh yeah, I got re-elected, right? Another time an older lady said the debate would be better if the young men could argue less. A lot of this stuff you really have to take with a grain of salt. A shaker of it. But it's useful. I found out I was confusing people about public safety in my stump speech, so it helped me be clearer. They're expensive, but they're worth it. Georgia Polling Solutions. Here we are, Dominic says from the front. Other staff members are driving separately. The consultants who greet us quickly shuttle us to the viewing area. The three of them, who look like they're in their 20s or 30s, look at each other and grin, as if they want to say something. We weren't sure if you were coming today, honey. I mean, Hannah, says Nina, one of the principals. Well, here she is. Most beautiful campaign staffer in all of Georgia, I say. I followed your campaign closely, Congressman Edwards, as you know, says Peter, one of the consultants who ran the focus group in the primary. And I want to say, when you two got together, there's a whole new kind of energy. It's exciting. Thanks for all your work, Peter, and hopefully the voters agree, I say. If my friends are any indication, they do, the third consultant says. You seem like an even better couple in person, relaxed, comfortable in your own skin. I hold Hannah's hand in mine. She leans over to kiss me. The consultants, although trying to remain professional, seem ready to burst into an awe. Hannah and I take our seats. We hold hands and touch legs, and I feel like I'm floating. The rest of the team comes in, and Hank gives us a big flashy smile. Are you sure you're not running for homecoming king and queen instead of governor? You're like Mooney high schoolers. The staff snaps photos with their phones, and a post goes up from Ashley about 5 minutes later. The staff photographer circles the room, clicking. Even the consultants ask for a picture together. The entire room falls to a hush when the session starts. I hear my heart beating, not from the anxiety about hearing unfiltered opinions about me, but from the warmth of this incredible woman. I'm going to ask a series of questions about Logan Edwards, candidate for Georgia governor, Peter starts. After an introduction, he asks the first question. First, could I get some general thoughts about the candidate? One woman in her 30s pipes up. I think Honey Walker's a great match for him. I liked him before, but she's the secret sauce. A man chimes in. Like Ingredient X in Coca-Cola. She pulls it all together with a bow. A Georgia classic and class act. For maybe the first time in my political career, I'm not offended that I'm not the center of attention regarding my own campaign. I agree. Hannah Walker simply makes me better. On the campaign and off. It's the most authentic I've ever felt as a candidate and also as a person because no one makes me feel more myself than Hannah. Saying yes to austerity action might wind up being the best decision I've ever made. Without it, I might not have gotten to be with Hannah.
Chapter 13. Hannah. Look up for me, the makeup artist instructs, and I obey. In my peripheral vision, a photographer tries and fails to blend into the background as her camera flashes to capture my getting ready process. Boys, who's currently with the groom's party, could probably make the setting work for him. But the outside photographer we've hired sticks out like a sore thumb. Who am I kidding? I think to myself as I stare up at the water stain that's warped the ceiling above my head. No one could blend in here. It's all too bizarre. I'm here on my wedding day. Everything about this bridal room seems mismatched. My dress may be simple, but it's unmistakably bridal. So, hanging on a coat hook, it makes the dull grain paint color on the walls look that much more out of place. Meanwhile, I must look rather peculiar, sitting at the head of an enormous table in little more than a white satin bathrobe and a bonnet. The back of my swivel chair to the rest of conference room 4B so that there's room for others to preen me. Right now, portraits of stuffy bureaucrats look on as a woman. A girl, really, because she can't be more than a year out of high school, in all black dips, a brush in a shimmery eyeshadow, and then leans in to apply it to my lid. Okay, look down now, she instructs, and my eyes are drawn immediately to the stain in the carpet. There must have been a leak, since it mirrors the one on the ceiling. Sparkling cider sits untouched in a tub of ice that's sure to leave a ring on the mahogany side table. Still, for all the contradiction and uneasiness in a bridal party superimposed in a city hall, there's a familiarity here too. Back in my girl group days, it wasn't uncommon for someone to be hunched over me, making sure my face reflected the light at just the right angle. It almost makes me nostalgic for those moments before we'd go up on stage. Likewise, Ashley's nervous energy as she shuffles around the room coordinating today's events from her phone is the same variety she channels just before a debate or fundraising event. I can't say this is how I envisioned my wedding day, but then again, I haven't spent a lot of time envisioning my wedding before the last few weeks. And while this is no doubt a performance, there's something authentic about a courthouse wedding. Just us, the happy couple, and a handful of campaign staff. In other words, the most important people in our lives. They're all gathered here as we celebrate our love and commitment to one another. And we're not marrying without a couple of cameos from our personal and past lives. As if on cue, the massive door to the conference room swings open. I'm so sorry I'm late. Traffic was horrendous. But I made it, my mother announces. I can't help but smile. Hey, Ma, I say as she approaches me and bends over to kiss me on the cheek. You already look so beautiful, my honey bear, she says affectionately. Thank you. Just wait till my bonnet's off. Your daddy would be proud of you, baby. Because I finally caught a man? No, because you're finding balance, she insists. I smile again, hoping it hides the ache in my heart for my father's absence and the guilt in my gut for lying to my mother. I don't get an opportunity to dwell on it, though, because the door hinges squeak again and a glamorous lady makes an entrance, causing everyone, from Ashley, otherwise engrossed in her phone, to the makeup artist, otherwise engrossed in my face, to look up excitedly. The girls don't seem to notice, though, their gazes meeting mine instantly. Honey, she exclaims. Hi, love, I say, taking the brief reprieve from having my makeup done to get up and hug my girls. Hi, Dee Dee, I say as I hug her. Thanks for coming. Girl, like I would miss this, Desiree says. You're literally marrying your career. This is hilarious. I laugh out loud. I don't really miss being a pop sensation, but I do miss having my girls around 24/7. Desiree's running commentary never gets old. If only I could get her and Kelly officially back in the same room. We catch up while the makeup artist ushers me back to the chair and resumes applying highlighter. Then my mom decides it's time for me to put on my dress, and I oblige, letting her zip up the back. Then she steps back to admire the gown, oohing and eyeing with Desiree as the makeup artist takes my hair down. Honey, you look gorgeous, Desiree tells me. That's what I said, my mom concurs. The dress isn't dramatic. One of the advantages of being a former pop star is that I got a lot of sequins and frills out of my system when I was younger. Still, the full-length lace hangs just right on my hips, and the neckline dips into a deep V without being so revealing that I'm prone to a wardrobe malfunction. Not to brag, but Desiree's right. I do look good. I might have bought it off the rack based on Ashley's input, but apparently our media manager has great taste in bridal fashion. Groom's party is ready for first looks if you are, Ashley pipes up. Sure, that sounds good, I say. Just like that, Ashley marches out the door, leading the way. To be honest, I didn't do all that much planning for today. I know the general sequence of events. First looks and photos in the courtyard, our civil ceremony in City Hall proper, second round of photos in the courtroom and in front of City Hall, and then dinner at a local restaurant. Beyond these basics, I'm a little in the dark. But I'm also crazy impressed. Already things are coming together because of the whole campaign team's hard work. I'm mentally running through the list of tasks the team had to complete to facilitate today when Ashley stops in front of a dingy-looking door. Without a word, she opens it and steps out of the way to let my party into a surprisingly lush enclosed courtyard. There's a fountain at the center, and different varieties of tulips line the planting beds that demarcate the edges of the walking paths. I'm so busy taking in the setting, I'm almost startled when I look up to see Logan walking straight toward me. Holy wow! I've seen Logan Edwards in a suit before, but his navy number today is something else. It hugs his broad shoulders perfectly, and the undertones in the blue somehow makes his eyes even easier to get lost in. He's also holding some wrapped package in his left hand, but everything else is so appealing I barely notice it. And just like that, I can smell his cologne, spicy and sophisticated, and he's right in front of me. You look incredible, he says. His brown eyes drinking me in. I feel my cheeks heat. Thank you, I say. You look pretty good yourself. Thanks, he says. So, listen, I got you something. The look on my face must scream alarm because he's quick to clarify. Nothing too big, I promise. And definitely not to make you feel like you owe me anything. Quite the opposite, actually, he explains. Let's go somewhere a tiny bit more private. he says, looking around at each of our parties of 6 who are posing for boys' pictures in their own world. Logan leads me under an awning and hands me the package in his hand. This is a "thank you for fake marrying me" present, he starts. But it's also a promise, since we aren't doing vows. I waste no time tearing the wrapping paper from the soft, irregularly shaped contents. Once I'm rid of them, I hold up the present itself to find it's a navy blue concert t-shirt. And at first glance, it looks an awful lot like an old Daughters of Fortunate tour shirt. Upon closer inspection, though, I realize it's a spoof. In lieu of our girl group's name, the shirt reads Spouses of Opportune, in the same swirly font as our old merch. And on the back, tour dates are replaced with upcoming stops on the campaign trail under the heading, The Farewell Tour. I throw my head back and let out a rambunctious cackle. "Oh my God!" I shriek. "I love it." Logan grins. "Good," he says. "But maybe keep it down a little. Not everyone here is in on this," he reminds me. "Right. I'll give it to Ashley for the ceremony," I say. "Good call. Oh, and Logan?" "Yeah." "Thank you, and you're welcome." "You're welcome, and I mean it. This will be farewell. You'll get your life back." I just smile appreciatively, not sure what to make of his final remarks. He knows I'm on board with this, right? I ask myself. I hope I'm not making him feel like I'm trapped. As we make our way back to the courtyard for initial photos, I reflect on the beautiful simplicity of it all. The flowers, the easy, no-frills document signing, the dinner at a local business. It's all very low-key, but it has just enough flair and specificity to plausibly be ours. That was the intent, of course. Something too private and last-minute makes our romance seem too whirlwind. On the other hand, something flashy risks giving oxygen to the publicity stunt rumors. And with my background, well, let's just say it's in our best interest, mine, Logan's, and the campaign's, to have a down-to-earth, intimate ceremony. Plus, the optics of a political candidate getting married in a local government building are superb. The rest of the day goes off without a hitch, the only exception being the hitch itself. His folks and my mom act as our witnesses, and our ceremony proves to go swimmingly too. If this is what marriage is like, I think to myself as Logan and I feed each other pieces of cake later that evening, maybe we just shouldn't get divorced.
Chapter 14, Logan. I'm surprised that Hannah doesn't have too much to move in. For some reason, I thought she would have more memorabilia from her time as an entertainer. I just have seen so many people hold on for dear life to that part of them. Thinking back on it, it's probably because that's the only identity that they ever wanted. It made them feel like they were someone who mattered. Hannah's not like that. She wants to be distanced from that persona so she can be taken seriously. It also doesn't sound like it was the best time in her life. As this clash of thoughts enters my head while we pack her things, I realize how much I have really gotten to know her in the past weeks. Sorry for how much clothes I have to pack. She brings in another box as I tape up another. I laugh, given the thoughts I had about expecting more. It's no worries. I have the room. You don't really have much of anything else anyway, it seems. She stops and looks around her place. You know, you're right. It always seemed like more because of the way this place is laid out. But it's really not once I get it all together. Still, though, I feel like I have too many clothes. You really don't. This will fit easily into my place. You don't have nearly as much as you think. Plus, with your job, you need to have an array of outfits anyway. Wait until you see my closet filled with suits alone. She laughs, and it makes me smile. I've really grown to love that sound. Hannah insisted that we didn't need movers, and I'm glad she did. It also just allows us to be more comfortable in going about this move. It makes it feel real. There's no need for show or worrying about what we do that someone could take and spin to sell to the media. It's just us getting her stuff boxed up and ready to move into her husband's home. We did rent a moving truck, though. No reason to make 15 trips, a few boxes at a time. I bring the last of her boxes down and slide the back into a locked position. She locks up her place and stares at it. You okay? Yeah. I just have lived here a while. It's weird to know that I won't be coming back here. I'm not gonna lie. I may end up here a couple times after work on accident. She shoots me a nervous glance. Because I am going to forget I don't live here. It's become second nature. I don't even have to think about the drive. I laugh at the image. I won't blame you. I promise you'll get used to my place pretty fast. It's roomy, and I demand you make yourself comfortable. I open the passenger door for her. Oh, you demand it, do you? She slides in and gives me a look. Well, no, but I want you to. She smiles as I shut the door and go to the driver's side. We make our way to our home. I grow nervous, hoping that Hannah likes it as much as I've told her that she would. I pull up into the driveway in front of the 3-car garage. We're here. She gets out without a word and stands in front of the brick house. I turn off the ignition and walk beside her. What do you think? It's stunning, Logan. I expected something more, I'm sure. Well, yes, but this is better. I just assumed you would have an overly large house to yourself and really have more than you could handle. A lot of people do it if they have the money. It's just me. I don't see why I would need to overdo it. This is more than enough for me. Hopefully it is for you, too. I watch her look in awe at the alternating brown bricks with the white shaded porch lined with trimmed hedges. I do have a gardener. I wouldn't know what the hell went where. That's one thing I splurge on. They take care of the front and back lawn, as well as making sure anything planted stays alive. She laughs as she walks to the porch. It's beautiful and quiet. I think it's perfect. I smile. I really hope she means it. Here, let me show you your room and give you a tour of the rest. I lead her through the house and show her all there is to offer. She has 3 bedrooms she can pick from. Then there's the bathroom, dining room, living room, kitchen, and the back porch that's fenced in. You have a lot of windows in here. Yeah, I prefer natural light since I spend all day under fluorescents. I also have that ability, given the amount of privacy the hedges and fence give me. Are your neighbors nosy? She inquires as we head out to unload the truck. No, not really. They're southern and neighborly, but that's it. Most everyone on this block is older, so they like to visit. But that's about it. One of the reasons that I chose this neighborhood. That's good. Hannah continues to ask me questions as we carry her boxes inside and get everything unpacked and squared away. I break down the last box. Is that everything? Yup. Were you able to get all of your stuff taken care of? She nods. She looks as exhausted as I feel. We've officially spent the whole day packing, moving, and unpacking. We're an official couple. I look around the living room we both now sit in. I realize how much of a bachelor pad this place really is with her presence here. You know, if there's anything you want to add or change in decoration, feel free. I want this place to feel like a home. I'm hardly here and have kept the bare minimum of what makes me comfortable. That's not necessary. It looks fine. Simple, yet effective. I laugh at her attempt at being kind. Thanks, but I'm serious. It wouldn't hurt to have a woman's touch. Well, thank you. But right now, all that I want to do is just relax. Having what I have makes me thankful I don't have more. She lays back on the couch and closes her eyes. Yeah, me too. I rest my neck on the edge and stare at the ceiling. My stomach starts to grumble. Realizing we haven't eaten anything that day besides caffeine, I stand back up. She sleepily looks up at me. Was that your stomach? Yeah. You hungry? I could eat. What do you have? I let out a dry laugh. Oh, I'm not cooking. Neither are you. After today, I think we deserve takeout. Sounds perfect to me. Chinese? Hell yes. I pull my cell phone out and dial my go-to place. Within the hour, we are gorging our tired selves on egg rolls, deep-fried shrimp, noodles, and whatever else I got in my food frenzy ordering. So, what are your thoughts on this whole living situation? Not that there's much choice in the matter. I joke. Hannah giggles. Yeah, especially with Hank laying down the law. But seriously, are you going to be comfortable here? Yes, honestly, I think this won't be bad. We are together all of the time, as is. Plus, it's not like we will ever be here anyway. I tilt my head. I never thought about that part, but she's right. Very true. See? There's nothing to worry about. I stand up and gather the empty takeout boxes. Tell me if there is anything you think of, or if you need anything from me. No matter the time you're here, I want you to be comfortable. We have enough stress in our professional lives. No need to have it here. She stands to help me clean up. I appreciate that. Right now, I think I'm good. Okay, whatever you say. I only say this because I'm very used to living alone. I think I'll survive. I enjoy being able to keep things light with her. Even our heavy conversations never seem too dense. I'm thankful to have her in my corner and be the person I'm going down this path with. I think I'm going to find my pajamas and brush my teeth, Hannah says, heading to the room she picked. Go for it. I'm going to turn on the TV and wind down if you want to join after. She gives me a thumbs up as she disappears in her room. I rinse out the sink and flip on the television. It's true, I've never really lived with anyone, especially a woman. I don't think it's going to bother me much, though. Things have been going well, and she's the least drama-filled person I know. Thank God. I scroll and find a local channel with current updates. There's a twinge behind my eyes. I feel a headache coming on. Without thinking, I go to the bathroom to retrieve some ibuprofen. Hannah is leaning over the sink and spitting out the remainder of her toothpaste. She looks so comfy and natural, it throws me off guard. Hannah is simplistically beautiful, even now. I've never seen her dressed down before, but she radiates confidence and serenity. She smiles a goofy grin. I'm almost done. No, don't worry about it. I remember my task and reach into the medicine cabinet. I just needed something for my headache. She splashes water on her face. TV won't help make it better. Yes, but it will lull me to sleep easier. I leave her to finish in the bathroom and situate myself on the couch. Hannah plops down on the opposite end of the love seat and curls her legs beneath her. She says nothing and just cozies herself in. The glow of the television illuminates her face. I can't help but catch glimpses of her. It feels odd to have her here, but in a good way. It's something I can easily get used to. In fact, I feel like I already am.
Chapter 15. Hannah. The last few days have been a whirlwind. Logan and I are going everywhere we can think to be seen as a normal, everyday, loving couple. Movies, concerts, malls, and grocery stores. All the typical outings a typical couple would have, if that typical couple comprised a former congressman and a singing superstar. Everywhere we go is another photo op. We smile so much we're both using the icy hot ointment on our cramping cheeks. Hey guys, here's another list of places I want you both to go. This week, we'll hit the normal haunts, dry cleaners, grocery stores, sporting goods stores, for your hiking and jogging needs. Ashley hands me the list. Ash, neither one of us hikes or jogs. I look at the media guru with questioning eyes. Well, you both do now. Jogging in the park every day. Hiking on the nearby wilderness trails. Not only are you the ideal-looking couple, you represent healthy Georgians. Better health, fewer healthcare costs. Without actually saying so, Ashley winks. Man, I get how you became a director. You're good. You're really good. Ashley jokingly strokes her hair and saunters off to her office. Hannah, what on God's green earth is that horrid thing on your desk? Hank barks, scrutinizing the object. I laugh. Oh, that's the present Logan brought back for me after his last jaunt around the state. Yes, but what is it? Hank turns it around in his hands. It's a stylized frog paper weight, Did you know in Africa, frogs are practically sacred in some cultures? Slowly but surely, he's fulfilling my dream of a paperweight collection. It's a good first piece. Your dream is to have this. What did you call it again? Frog? Right, frog. I laugh. Well, not exactly. I was thinking more along the lines of crystal or solid silver weights with loftier ideals. But hey, this little guy is cute too. Hannah, this tale is sickeningly sweet, and I'm thrilled for you. But in no world, without the use of LSD, does this ceramic thing look anything like a frog. Crickets. Then Hank and I burst out laughing. Okay, girlfriend, you had better take a pic of this creature and your adoration for it so Ashley can post on Instagram of how loving and caring our future governor is to you. Hank winks. Right on it. I take the shiny ceramic blob, lift it up, and take an aerial shot of me in the HQ with the freaky frog in the foreground. I hear later on from the techs, the frog pic went viral across Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. I shake my head and stare at my blob frog. Love is blind. Obviously. Later on in the day, Logan comes in. Hey, are you over your jet lag? Logan yawns. Basically. Not that it would matter. If I didn't show my face in here today, Hank would have put out a BOLO, be on the lookout, on me. Logan flashes a wry smile and yawns again. Well, yes, he would have, as we're up for a fluff piece interview this afternoon. Oh no, not another one? Didn't we just get off with the ladies from The View? That was last week. This is this week. Right. Yawn. My bad. Where's the location today? One of Atlanta's most popular and beloved coffee houses, the Hodgepodge on Moreland. Oh, I love that place. Go there a lot. That's not far from here either. Nope. We can walk. More opportunity for media press shots of us doing so. Gotcha. Hank pulls Logan away. He calls out to me. What time do we lift off? I call back. In about 40 minutes. Okay, I'll try to break free of this beast by then. Logan happily waves. I laugh and wave back as Hank drags him into a finance meeting. Again, I try to concentrate on the policy drafts in front of me. I see the words, but they're not sinking in. I'm not nervous about the interview. God knows I've done enough of those in my past pop star life. It's more about how Logan and I are gelling. I'm having a difficult time separating the real from the fake. We're finishing one another's sentences, and we make each other coffee the way we like it. I'll straighten his tie before we go out, and he'll hunt down my stapler from the Stafford thieves. It's nice, but it's weird, and I don't know how I feel about it. Okay, Hank, let me go. Are you ready to hit the bricks? Ready? If we take off now, we won't have to rush. Logan smiles sweetly at me and takes me by the hand, and we stroll out of the office together into the bright Atlanta sunshine. Even silences between us are comfortable. It's as if we don't have to prove ourselves to each other. Over coffee, dinners, and nights out, we've come to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, goals and fears, or at least the ones we felt comfortable confessing. Hodgepodge comes into view. It's hard to miss with the psychedelic graffiti on the brick facade and its factory-feeling expansive windows. As usual, the place is packed. Cars fill the lot, and customers bathe in the sun, sitting at the row of neatly arranged tables and chairs. Before we even get to the door, the media spots us. Reporters and camera people come running, the former spouting question after question. How's life, you two? Where have you gone on your last date? Honey, what's it like to date a politician? Logan and I wave and smile. He opens the door and guides me in. We're intent on saving the juicy bits for the interview. Logan spies Delta Prentice of KATL TV. She and her cameraman are installed in the corner window seat, where the lighting is just right. Logan quickly orders a couple of iced mochas, and we walk over. Delta mimics the same questions we had thrown at us outside and each of us takes turns answering for both. Again, we think the same. Logan uses the words I would have used, and vice versa. It dawns on me we're even more in sync than I assumed. So Hannah, your turn. Now, was this love at first sight for Logan and you? Delta's eyes pop and sparkle. Instantly, I'm taken aback. I know I shouldn't be. It's a typical question media personalities will fire at a dating politician. I take a sip of my iced coffee to wet my whistle and to give me time. How do I answer this and not give the jig away? And how do I answer this and not force Logan to reciprocate those feelings, real or not? I swallow, smile, put down my cup, and reply, "Oh, Delta, I don't know about love at first sight. Logan and I are adults. We've lived full lives and traveled the world before meeting. I think with maturity comes patience, yes. To appreciate what naturally flows." I smile sweetly at Delta, then turn to Logan and hug his arm. Good one, girl. A generic response which cannot offend or damage. Man, you're getting good at this politico speak. What would you say are Logan's qualities which attracted you to him? I see the cameraman's wrist turn the lens. I figure he's going in for a zoom shot. Don't swallow, Hannah. It'll look like you're nervous. I deflect the urge and keep my face relaxed. Oh, that's an easy question, Delta. Logan is very charming and personable. He has a great sense of humor, and his heart is always in the right place. His default is helping people. It's not forced at all. I've seen him in action on that front many times. Can you give our viewers some examples? I laugh. Well, he charmed the pants off the customers at the big box store the other day. He literally came back to the office with a touch of laryngitis and a bad case of handshake ache. And just the other day at the East Point Farmers Market, Logan picks up fruit and vegetables and makes funny faces with them for the kiddies. Everybody laughed over that silly stunt. Kids and adults alike. I think back to that stupid ceramic frog paper weight. But I keep that monstrosity to myself. What about helping people? You said Logan defaults to that. Oh yes, well, there have been so many, but the most recent was when we were coming back from a stump speech. Our driver had taken a suburban street, and Logan saw this elderly man watering his lawn, but the lawn was on a slope, and the man slipped in the water and couldn't get back up. He yelled at the driver to stop, rushed to the old man to get him out of the cold spray, and took him inside to get on warm clothes and stay with him till the ambulance arrived. And much of that rescue happened before any of us in the van realized there was a man in trouble. That's what I mean about helping by default. I look over at Logan to check in to see if I told the tale right, and his face is red. He's blushing. I smile. It's so endearing. I can tell Delta thinks it is too. Well, you two. After this interview, I can honestly say that anyone who accuses this romance of being faked doesn't know you like I do. There's no playing games in this relationship, not one bit. You saw it here, folks, on KATL TV. I look at Logan, and he looks at me. Silently, our skipping heartbeats settle back to a relieved rhythm, one which denotes truth and sheds lies.
Chapter 16. Logan. Hannah does this weird thing the next morning, something even Hank couldn't have foreseen. She gathers all the directors in Hank's office, stating she has an idea to throw the campaign's way. Sit down, everyone. No, you too, Logan. I'm not sure I'll be able to spit the words out if you guys are standing up. Hannah, look. Logan is on the dime. Can we speed this up? I have interviews lined up back-to-back this morning. Hank crosses his arms. Hank, you might have to cancel those interviews. I've made plans on the side for all of us. I look up, and so does everyone else. Hannah's got our attention now. Okay, so I've been up practically all night long orchestrating this. Everything is a go if you okay it. Okay, what, Hannah? And yes, I did wonder where you had gone after our interview yesterday. Hannah inhales, looks us all in the eye, and spits it out. A fundraising concert at Chastain Park Amphitheater next Friday, 7 o'clock. I got on the phone with my old agent. She got me our old backup band from Daughters and Backup Singers. We're using the same riggers and sound guys as before. The people at Chastain have donated the shell for us for free. All we have to do is put their logo on the banners and the big screens. I do all the oldies, the ones I did with the girls and the ones I wrote myself, and some classic tunes. My agent has already cleared all the rights. One night only. What do you think? Hannah's eyes pop and she spreads her arms. Silence. None of us knows what to say. Suddenly I see Hannah's smiling face suddenly painted with fear. No, we're not silent because it's a bad thing, Hannah. I stand up. Hank stands up too. Right, lady. It's not that. I can't believe you'd undo all the effort to close that chapter of your life. Ashley rockets out of her chair and gives Hannah a bear hug, then turns to the rest of us. You guys, you're looking a gift horse in the mouth here. Do you realize what this means? Ashley jumps up and down, unable to contain her glee. Finally, we all catch on to the generosity of the offer, and it's a group hug and cheers and whoops and hollers all around. The staffers outside Hank's office jerk their heads to see what the hubbub is all about, clueless. So, boss, is it a go? Hannah looks up at me and smiles. I flash her a big, confident grin. Try stopping it now, honey. Cheers and whoops and hollers again. Hank rockets out the door and puts the staffers to battle stations. Ashley hits the phones and goes into media overdrive, and I race Hannah over to the band shell so she can start to prepare and plan. I spend every day watching Hannah get ready, amazed to see such an activity in progress for the first time in my life. It's nothing like what I expect, but it's fascinating. Finally, the day of the concert comes, and I get to see it really come to life. I watch from my seat in the front center stands as Hannah does her thing with the soundstage manager, the mixer, the lighting guys, and the riggers. Guitars are tuned, the massive drum kit is set in place, and sound quality and lighting foils are checked over and over again. 4 hours before stage time, the band and the backup singers replacing Kelly and Desiree get together. They go over the skeleton of each song, ironing out the more difficult parts. I sit back to watch and listen. Hannah is truly in her realm. It's as if she never left the pop-singing world. Tech guys flash different visuals on the enormous TV screens, and I see the Honeywalker up in lights. It's the first time I really look at her as she was. It's like looking at a different girl, a truly amazing talent. I get a call on my cell. Logan, Ashley Carpet bombed the airwaves, TV, radio, online, the works. Tell Hannah the concert sold out with Concertmaster in 1 hour. Can you believe it? It's the talk of Atlanta. Hell, all the South. The concert is even getting airplay in New York and L.A. Hot damn! I slap my leg. I look around for Hannah, but she's backstage getting ready. Okay, listen. I'm heading back to the green room. When you guys are done at HQ, get over here. Dom already showed up, and he's manning the VIP entrance so y'all can get in. Your badges are waiting for you there. I hang up, fist pump the air, and jump for joy. I shout my enthusiasm into the air. This is going to be a hell of a night. An hour left. Everyone is ensconced in the green room but Hannah. She is in her dressing room, changing for the event. I quietly knock on the door. I hear Ashley's voice. Who is it? Logan. Is she decent? If you mean she's dressed, yes. Come on in. Ashley opens the door. You're hilarious. How's the... And my mouth freezes. My whole being stops in place. Before me is a head-to-foot black leather-clad vision of rock and roll loveliness. Hannah is nowhere to be found. It's Honey Walker I'm gazing at now. The look is somewhere between a black Alana Miles and a female Elvis Presley. Basically, hot sex walking. Ashley leaves us alone. I find my voice. You ready? Wow. Hannah smiles. Yes, I'm ready. How's the crowd out there? Sold out. Hank called me. Sold out? Yep, beauty, in an hour. By the sounds of it, you could have sold out this place 4 times over, and news of the one-time gig has gone as far as both coasts. Hannah grabs onto the back of her chair and births a huge grin. I guess I still have it. I'll say. Are you going to introduce me and the band at halftime? I'd fight someone else on the stage who tried to take my place. Hannah laughs. Good. So we're making some money for the campaign tonight. Hannah, you don't know that half of it. The tech guys in the green room say our Go Bankroll Me site is exploding. Donations coming in from all over, nationwide, even from your fans in Canada and the UK. Hannah finds her legs again and runs to me and jumps into my lap. I lose my footing and we fall to her couch below, still laughing. Just then, we hear the drum intro. Hannah jumps up. That's my cue. She kisses me on the cheek and strides down the hall with her entourage in tow. Hot damn. No kidding. We're rocking tonight. From the moment Hannah bounds on stage until the last of 3 curtain calls, the girl is on fire. I introduce the band and talk about our campaign. But like the rest of the audience, I'm in too much awe of Honey Walker's performance to want to focus on anything else. Still, donations keep coming in throughout the concert, and nobody in the city can talk of anything else. Ashley, I think we're watching a 2023 comeback special. You mean like the rebirth of a legend? Hell yes, I do. I mean, look at her go. The woman is on fire. Not a note off key, not a word missed. It's as if she had never left the stage. Well, Congressman, the way I see it is the 2 of you are lightning in a bottle. Rockwell Snyder doesn't have a hope in Hades against this daring duo. I laugh. We both dance to the tunes. There's nothing with this night which is in doubt or is forced. It's the word, musical and political. And the word is damn real and totally good. The after-party is unreal. Cards and letters and bouquets from, well, wishes the globe over. I sit and watch with amazement at Hannah's grace and style. I can tell she's hyped up after the 3-hour performance, but she's beaming from ear to ear, and I'm content just standing alongside. How could I be anything else? I feel a shove on my right shoulder. It's Hank. He's smoking a cigar and nursing a countless pint of beer. Well, pretty boy, Hannah, or shall I say honey, made your wishes come true. Ticket sales and donations. Your campaign is bought and paid for twice over. We can do every event we want, where and when we want. The sky's the limit, in person and in TV ads. You're on your way, man. Get Hannah to measure for curtains, 'cause the governor's mansion is coming to yours truly, son. Soon. Hank Bear hugs the oxygen right out of my lungs. I'd like to say something, but there's no air left. The staffers and friends in the green room cheer and somebody fires off confetti guns. I turn to Hannah and she looks up at me. Several pieces of metallic confetti are stuck to her forehead and cheeks. I gently remove them, one by one. Looks like we made it. It's all I can think of to say. You mean you? Thick emotion is hijacking her words too. No, I meant us, you and me. All of this, none of this would be happening without you, Hannah. We both know that. What did you say once to me? The brains behind the name? Well, isn't that us? Isn't that us right here, right now? Hannah looks around the room. I see it in her eyes. She, like me, feels the energy, the uplifting hope of better times to come. For Atlanta, for the state of Georgia, and for us both. Us. A chance for us to make positive change. Yes, us. Where I get hung up, you shine. Where you need help, I'm here. There's no combo in this state better equipped to serve the people than us. You know it. I know it. Tonight has proven it. So, we're rocking together? Hannah looks up lovingly at me. I look right back, deeply into her eyes. Oh, we couldn't do it any other way.
Chapter 17. Hannah. It's overwhelming. The night is beyond perfect. It's magical. The audience sings along to the oldies. I end the night with a 3-curtain call, and the campaign donations refuse to stop coming in. Politically and professionally, for me and Logan, this is one for the books. I sit alone in my dressing room for a moment to catch my breath. I look in the vanity mirror at my old rocker self. I guess this'll be it, girl. Your last singer, hurrah. At least you went out with a bang and not a whimper, huh? I smile at myself. Surprisingly, I'm not maudlin, not upset, not wallowing in the past. I'm ready to wave goodbye to my youth and welcome in the mature me. It's a good feeling knowing I could pick up where I left off, like I'd never been away from the stage. But it's also a happy relief to know that part of my life is done, and I finished on my terms. I wave goodbye to my rocker self in the mirror and head into the green room for the after party. The moment I show my face, the place erupts in cheers, and I get bombarded by hugs, bouquets, and champagne. Logan comes up to me last and gives me such a warm embrace. No words between us. None needed. We all sit around and talk shop, entertainment and politics, and it's easy, it's nice. I get up and clink my champagne glass. Hey guys, I just wanted to say thank you for coming tonight and for all the best wishes. This fundraising gig was a blast, and it's for a worthwhile cause. I wave for Logan to stand beside me. This is truly the man of the hour, Logan Edwards, your next governor of the great state of Georgia. Please, a round of applause. The place erupts once more. I clap and cheer along with them. I know it's never been about the old me on stage. It's always been about bringing a stable quality of life to Georgians and a new generation of representation in Logan to deliver it here to us all. That I'm a small part of that happening is wonderful to me. As I clap and cheer, I look on at Logan. His smiling eyes show me a vision of walking, talking success. I know I've done the right thing by backing this man, but I'd be lying to myself if his aspirations hadn't always been mine. But Black women in the South still have a long way to go to break their own glass ceiling. The one way to climb that ladder to bash that glass is to hitch onto Logan's ride. I gleefully smile, happy where I am, but secretly wanting more. The crowd dies down. Conversations flow like the endless glasses of champagne. Logan and I find a quiet spot on a far couch and take it all in from a distance. Logan turns to me. Well, what do your eyes see? I smile. I'm seeing the past, I guess. Your concert touring past? Yeah, I suppose so, but there are ghosts here too. You're being serious? Ghosts? I laugh. No, I don't see ghosts. Not really, but I feel them here. More as a warning than anything else. A warning to what? They're looking at me, these other singers, and they're telling me I did the right thing, getting out of the entertainment biz. Logan, they're right. If you keep your heart on your sleeve, if you stay too long like that, it slowly kills you inside. It's the image, Logan. The image overtakes the man, and when it does, you're a slave to that image. And then you're done for. But there have been a lot of bands who play for decades. Right, and those rockers look at it as strictly a business, providing a service for big bucks. If you can stay detached like that, it's great. But a lot of artists can't. And I think I'm one, and these concert ghosts are here to support me in my decision. Can you tell me who you see? I look over at Logan and he's seriously interested. I pat him on the arm. Nah. Well, I could, but I won't. It's enough they're here and giving me the wink and nod. Was your time with the daughters more good than bad, at least? Oh, God, yes. At the start, we three had a blast. And although we each had a wonderful voice when we sang together, wow, talk about magic. Maybe I'm being too boastful here, but the harmonies, I hadn't heard as good since the Beach Boys. We were that good. Do you mind telling me what went wrong? I sit there, sipping my wine. Do I cough up the ugly details? Do I rip open those old wounds? And after all this time, do Kelly and Desiree deserve to be remembered like that? Even by me? But I figure I owe Logan something from my past. After all, we are getting to know one another, And if I hold back on any aspect of my life, will it break the bond? You know, I don't talk to anyone much about that time in my life. I guess because, to some degree, those last few moments before we went our separate ways still hurt. It should have never been, you know, the end. 'Cause our beginning was so sweet. We worked like dogs in the beginning, and we didn't care about image or ego or none of those mind-bending scourges. It was all about the music. That's it. And what? The music ended up taking second fiddle? Yeah, if I'm honest, it did. It started with credit. Who's taking credit for what song? Then in fighting about the amount of songwriting work that was landing on Kelly's shoulders, while Desiree swanned around, abandoning the studio and hogging the spotlight with the media. And me? I was the quiet one. But just as guilty because I sat back and watched the implosion happen. I never stood up and got those two in line. Logan, it was like watching two trains barreling ahead on the same track. You know how it will end, but you feel helpless to make it stop. So when it did implode, were you okay with it? I mean, were you relieved it was over and you could get out from under? I take another sip of my champagne. I look down at the glass. I know alcohol is bad for a singing voice, and this time I smile. Widely. I realize my life truly has profoundly changed. I can drink and not feel guilt. I can sing and not feel stress. I can be the whole me, the Hannah Walker me. Yeah, I was okay to walk away. Every time we met for rehearsals or at the studio, it ended in huge fights. We no longer palled around socially. At concerts, we'd fly in separately, change in our own separate dressing rooms, do the gigs on stage, and pretend to have a good time. Then, after the last song, we went our separate ways again. Talk about cold and brutal. Nobody with a heart can endure that forever. I, of course, never knew you then, but I remember the tabloids. Your band infighting seemed as fierce as a celebrity divorce proceeding. Yeah, between Kelly and Des, it was bad. Really bad. I stayed out of it and let my agent and lawyer take care of things. Whatever those two finally agreed to, I'd sign the papers and walk away. I'd been hurt enough. Credit, money, power. They could all go to hell for all I cared. Then, on that couch, between Logan and me, there's a silence. Side by side, we sit and take in the cheerful crowd before us. Somebody sent over a cake in the shape of a guitar, and our friends are digging in, happily eating the guitar, nibbling away at my past. A pang of hurt pokes at my heart, but I soon recover. Water under my bridge. Let the hurts float away too. Time for new beginnings. So, Ms. Walker, you don't regret finding yourself here, working on my campaign after your time in the Klieg Lights? I turned to look at him with all sincerity. Being on your team has restored my soul, Logan. It's given me a serious purpose in my life. I always thought my time as a celebrity had no real meaning, you know? It was all so trivial, so much of it wasted energy. I wanted more. I wanted a mission. Music wasn't it, not really. Now I have one. And every move, every step in my life has real meaning. Stardom is fleeting, my friend. Fighting for real change never is. I weave my arm through Logan's and happily drink my champagne. Next thing I know, Logan is taking the empty glass from my hand, lowering his lips to mine. Then he gives me the warmest, softest kiss I've ever received. In that instant, the din in the room fades, and the world shrinks down to us. Logan and Hannah, man and woman, soul to soul. We linger, we taste, we envelop, and we become one. Maybe the one which was always meant to be. Then we realize what we're doing and where we are, and stop. Back up. Freeze. Put our game's face back on. Logan mumbles something about getting us more champagne and walks off with our flutes. My eyes bug out. I blink the shock away and try to swallow my beating heart, which lodged in my throat. The end of a perfect night capped off by a mistake? A real mistake? Oh God, it was a mistake. Please, let this not be an irrevocable mistake.
Chapter 18. Logan. Is it really even considered faking it anymore? I wonder to my mute coffee steaming before me as I sit and ponder my life choices in flannel pajama bottoms. The thought has been repeating lately when it comes to Hannah and I. I feel like I'm actually dating her more than I have anyone else, ever. Everything just goes so smoothly and we get along amazingly well. True, we both gave in after the concert and a deep conversation. We surrendered to a kiss. We both felt it was a mistake, didn't we? I think about the look in her eye once reality kicked in. I'm sure she was shocked and only let the closeness happen due to the buzz of the night and champagne bubbling through our veins. It had to be a mistake. But was it? The more I think about it, the more unsure I am. I know at the time it felt like I was slightly taking advantage of her vulnerability, but it didn't feel wrong. Maybe just bad timing. Hell, I don't even remember who kissed who first. It's no big deal anyway. We're both adults, and things happen. We can be professional about this. You kissed her first, you moron. Okay, maybe I did. That doesn't mean anything. I'm sure she didn't take it as more than just a surge of passion. I shouldn't read any more into it than that. There's no denying that I'm 100% attracted to her. Who wouldn't be? Her slender body, her round but petite face, her beautiful, engaging eyes. Even her hair sits flawlessly, no matter the humidity, in perfectly tight curls. And those red lips. Her plump, full red, pouty lips. Stop, Logan. You're making this worse. A part of me feels like she has mutual feelings. I just can't tell, which is probably for the best. I could be a man and admit my feelings, but when I think about doing that, I feel as if that's more of a mistake than kissing her. Darkening the waters of an already murky situation won't help me win this election. Hopefully, this won't necessarily have to end when the election does. If she wanted to continue seeing each other on a more realistic note, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm not ready for a relationship right now. I shake my head. The whole thing's confusing. I don't know why I spend so much time fantasizing about it when I'm living it. Because you want it to be as real as it seems. Not just for you, but for her as well. And you're too chicken trash to say anything. Even if that's the case, I can't focus on that now. We're doing great. And our dates in the public eye are a hit. It's easy to make everyone believe in something when you believe it yourself, along with the undeniable chemistry we have, or my attraction to her. If my mind would kindly shut up, maybe I can get more focused on what actually needs my attention. I push the stool back and wander into my room to get ready. Today we are doing another public outing, Piedmont Park. The botanical gardens are in bloom, the air is fresh, and the water holds an alluring appeal. It's a great day for a park to be packed with people. Plenty of photo opportunities and people to spot us, just like Ashley wants. I really don't mind doing these public outings. I also may or may not have suggested this park for the gardens themselves. I think Hannah will enjoy them. This was suggested before the accidental kiss, of course. Not like that changes anything. I still have to act intimate with her and look good. Hannah has to do the same. It's become easy. I only hope the tension from the other night doesn't loom over us. I step out of my room and see Hannah sipping her coffee, dressed for the venture. Are you ready for another fun-filled date? But, of course, just another walk in the park. I stop and stare. She keeps eye contact with me and then spits coffee back into her mug from laughing. That was a terrible joke. I know, I just couldn't resist. She puts her mug in the sink and grabs a wicker-looking bag. I follow her out, not minding the view her thin sundress has to offer. I park the car in the already bustling parking lot. I dramatically flex my hands and twirl my wrists. What are you doing? Getting ready for my daily workout, shaking hands. She giggles while rolling her eyes. She slides on her big sunglasses and presses a floppy sun hat down. I know the style is to make it look like we're trying to blend, but I don't wear anything besides shades. Hannah knows her attempt is a fail, but she also knows the benefits of it. Local political couple try and enjoy an average day in the park among average folk. Even when she's not working, she's working. I take her hand without even thinking about it. It's become second nature to hold it. I don't realize I'm doing it until I feel her slightly stiffen before she wraps her fingers around my own hand. Suddenly, the guilt of last night comes crawling back into the abyss of my mind. I try to push it back. Are you all right? She offers a weak smile, not her normal, light-hearted, genuine one. Yes, just a little wound up this morning. Probably too much coffee's all. We walk on the trail. I look her over, knowing that she is lying. I don't want to make it a big deal. That will only make it more awkward. The last thing we need is a tense situation out in front of the public with who knows might be watching our every move. I choose to ignore it. I look for a distraction instead. Have you seen the gardens before? No. I've been meaning to, but something always comes up with work. I smile. Well, now you have the time since you are technically working. Her real smile returns and we head to the gardens. The array of colors and smells are beautiful. It always impresses me how much care goes into the planting and maintaining of them all. Seeing this always reminds me of Dorothy in Oz, sleeping in the mass poppy field. Only more colors and less opium. The tension from the night prior seems to fade as we walk along the path. Everyone here seems to be admiring it as much as us. Hardly anyone offers a second glance, but I know better. Anywhere at any time, someone is taking a picture of us or writing about our charisma, and whether or not this is real. The heat is starting to get to me slightly. Hannah glances over as I wipe my brow. Need some water? She pulls a bottle from the ichor bag she is toting. You're a lifesaver. I gratefully twist off the cap and gulp it down. I'm just practical. We are in a park all day in the Atlanta sun. I don't feel like dying of heat stroke when we are so close to the home stretch, she teases, taking my water bottle back. Can you tell I'm not usually out by myself doing really anything? Most of my things are sponsored and for meet and greets. Always water and food at those things. I guess I'm just going to have to teach you to be more self-sustained. She gives me a sassy look over her glasses. My groin tightens instinctively at her seductive smirk. I try not to redden as I look away. We make our way from the garden to the rest of the park, including the water, which offers a cool refresher from the heat. Hannah pulls her shoes off and walks into her ankles. People are starting to pay more attention to us, being away from the gardens. I hold her hand to keep her balance on the mud and rocks. Pulling her back to dry land, I give her a soft kiss. Her smile stays as her lips are pressed against mine, causing my own grin. I notice some pictures being taken, as does she. We kiss here and there as we meander through the park and day. Each time it gets harder and harder for me to pull away and leave it as a simple, gentlemanly kiss. I notice Hannah doesn't seem overeager to pull away either. The date itself turns out to be a bigger success and more fun than I thought, based on last night. There is no awkwardness, and we easily go back to how we have been since the beginning. The only difference now is I'm much more aware of not just how attractive she is, but how much I am turned on by her. I've always found her beautiful, but it's like a spark has been lit that I can't put out now. I just don't know what happens when we finally ignite fireworks or a TNT-grade explosion. With the heat subsiding as the sun descends, we grab dinner from a hot dog stand and make our way to the car. The sun left our skin hot and our insides parched, but the day left permanent smiles on both of our faces. We walk in the house and Hannah spins around to face me. Today was great, it really was. It felt so relaxing, and I'm just so happy I finally got to see the gardens. Good, I'm glad, and I agree. I wish all our dates could be like that. There's a moment of silence as we grin at one another. Well, good night. I should get some rest, and so should you. But really, thank you for today. I nod. Hannah gives me a kiss on the cheek. I can feel my groin start to tighten again. She doesn't pull away instantly, but lets her lips hover on my cheek. I go with my instincts instead of my brain. I'm tired of fighting this. Turning my head, I let my lips meet hers and kiss her softly. I pull away for only a second to look into her deep brown eyes. Sensing the heat and need between us both, we press our lips back together in a fever, throwing caution to the wind.
Chapter 19. Hannah. The heat from the day is nothing compared to the inferno Logan is creating with his lips on mine. There is no miscommunication anymore. I don't feel as if this is a mistake. Logan and I are careful adults, more responsible than many others. The first time may have been an accident, but second, we both want this as much as the other. There's no stopping it now. I have already given in, and so has he. I pull myself closer to his body as our lips mingle. I want to be right against him, to feel everything that my body causes his body to do. The reaction alone is intoxicating. Logan is an amazing kisser. I knew that from our first kiss. It's different now. He is giving himself to me, and I can taste the vulnerability. He's gentle, yet passionate in his kisses. I can feel his power in his hold on me, physically and romantically. Some may call our actions in this moment careless. I call it being unable to deny what is there any longer. I press my body even tighter against his. I can feel his manhood aching for me, which turns me on even more. His kisses and my need for him already have me wet with desire, but knowing and feeling that he wants me just as much in return causes me to drip in anticipation. He pulls away just enough to gaze deep into my eyes. It makes me feel more vulnerable and naked than if we were to strip down right here and now. I feel as if I can't hide anything from him. Not anymore. "You're beautiful, you know that?" he whispers as he strokes a curl from my face. My cheeks heat at the compliment, unsure of what to say or do. So I flash my shy smile. His lips turn up in response, and he kisses me gently again. For a moment, I am slightly worried that this burst of passion we share is over, and that's it. He's about to call it a day. He has way more willpower than I do. Instead, he lowers his head into my neck and begins kissing me there. My eyes close, and I let out a soft, agreeable noise. I raise my leg and wrap it around him to bring him in closer as I maintain my balance on the other. His tongue flicks over my skin here and there, but his lips do most of the work. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 20. Logan. The din and prep from the soundstage barely makes it into the dressing room where I sit. A professional makeup artist is doing the last few touches on my forehead and cheeks to dampen down any camera shine. I look fit, healthy, and have a glowing tan. The way I see it, I'll be a happy contrast to the bloviated Snyder who sports a permanent prison pallor, nose sweat, and puffy drinker cheeks. That's it, Mr. Edwards, you're good to go. During the commercial breaks, stay in your seat. I'll come to you with touch-ups. Thanks, Noreen, you're the best. Noreen folds her cases, waves, and walks out the door. Hannah takes Noreen's stool and looks at me through the huge vanity mirror. Well, how do you feel, Mr. Congressman? Hannah winks. I lean back in the chair, inhale, and I adjust my metallic blue tie. I look back at my policy director with gleaming eyes. I feel great. Seriously, I do. I prepared for this first debate like an Eagle Scout going for his last badge. There's nothing that blowhard can throw at me that I won't catch. Hannah looks at me oddly, gets up off the stool and readjusts my tie. I look in the mirror. Yeah, that's perfect. I guess we men are crappy at adjusting. Our eyes meet, maybe too close. Hannah quickly lets go of the smooth silk. We both realize that's quite the intimate thing to do. Hannah sits back down on the stool and I clear my throat. She's your policy advisor, man, not your wife. Not really. Try to remember that. Well, you aced that rehearsal this morning, that's for sure. Hank threw everything at you but the kitchen sink, and you didn't hesitate, not even once. Right? And what about my answers? Did I get the data right? You did. I was amazed, actually. I was ready to read from cue cards for corrections, but you nailed every point. You're on fire, Mr. Governor. Hannah smiles. Hey, don't jinx it. Not yet. Close, but not yet. When are we on? Hannah looks down at her watch. In about 15. We better get you seated so the techs can mic you up. Don't forget to sit on your blazer so the shoulder pads don't rise up. I look at Hannah with my own amazement. Is there anything you forget? Oh, not much, considering my obsession with image from back in the day. God knows I was harped on enough about how I looked in front of the camera. We both get up, and I follow Hannah out the door. I know I'm not officially committed to Hannah. At least not for real. At least not yet. But I feel my head and my heart walking in that direction, just as I'm following her now. Everything about being with Hannah seems so right, so natural. How can anything this good be wrong? I wait in the wings until the moderator gives instructions to the audience, and my opponent and I are announced on live TV. I see Rockwell Snyder in the wings across from me. I catch his eyes. His eyes are boring down on me like he's the alpha predator. I crook an eyebrow, wave, and serenely smile at the snake. And here they are, Georgia's front-runners for the office of governor, Congressman Edwards and Congressman Rockwell Snyder. Come out, men. The MC waves us out. I take a deep breath. Hannah whispers in my ear, Go get him, Tiger. I smile and stride out. I walk right up to Snyder and shake his hand. His hand is cold and sweaty. Disgusting, but it tells me I have the edge. Mine is warm and dry. We head to our respective podiums. After the last instructions from the moderator, the debate begins. The questions run the gamut from energy, global warming, industry investment, early childhood programs, and the issue of homelessness and poverty in our city center core. Everything stays professional, on political point until Snyder takes a chance of segues to a personal attack. That's all well and good, Congressman Edwards. I'm sure the electorate appreciates your honesty and transparency, which is why I'm forced to bring up the game you're playing with Miss Walker. I have it on good authority that your relationship with the ex-singer is a forced one, manufactured by your campaign team solely to gain voters' hearts and minds. I had kept my cool all the way through the debate, until now. This is a bridge too far, and Snyder knows it. It's beginning to make me angry, how determined he is to make this point with no proof. I'm growing insulted on Hannah's behalf, how difficult it is for them to wrap their heads around my marrying her. She's stunning, she's smart, she's talented, and she's black. Is that why they have to keep insisting it's a scam? Why can't they just accept it? Anyone with any eyes would have no reason to doubt it. She's the perfect woman, whether they're willing to admit it or not. All the more reason to remain convinced that Rockwell is just an old fool. Congressman, I believe the voters want to know how we will better their lives moving forward. I highly doubt they want to hear your smarmy ponderings on my love life. You are treading on thin ice if you want to go down a personal path here. But I will easily admit my love and deep regard for Miss Edwards. I believe that is borne out by how the public has seen us out and about with the people. Something you, Congressman, haven't been doing at all. I should switch the tables. What are you hiding? What are you showing us that is fake, forced, and phony? Cheers and clapping erupt from the audience. The moderator shushes them down. I smile widely and I keep my head high. In my reply, in my heart and soul, I know I'm saying truthful words. I amaze myself. The word love so easily leaves my mouth. But what's wrong with that? The feeling is genuine and it's deep. And why shouldn't the world know it, including that bloviated shyster in the dinky red tie and ill-fitting suit? Then how do you explain the leak I was given about this romance ploy? Mr. Snyder, I haven't a clue who you pay under the table to feed you lies about me and my staff. That's your underworld existence, not mine. The Edwards campaign is above board in all areas of my candidacy for governor. My experience and skill in successfully negotiating across the aisle to get legislation passed for the people of Georgia speaks for itself. I waste no time digging for dirt. I get laws passed, Congressman. Can you say the same thing here today? Stifled laughs erupt in the audience. The moderator shushes them down. Well, I'll have you know, Congressman, you've used your time. This segment was supposed to be on infrastructure. I guess that will have to be held for the next debate. You both have 2 minutes for closing arguments. Congressman Snyder, you won the coin toss, so you begin. I listened to Rockwell Snyder's canned speech. It's the same old, all about loyalty and restoring George to its former greatness. Blah, blah, blah. He ends with, vote for me, Rockwell Snyder for governor. Our party, our time. There's polite applause. No cheers. Okay, Congressman Edwards, you may begin. The center camera's red light glows. It moves in for the headshot. I clear my throat and I begin. Heart and honesty, those ideals are the bedrock of human civilization. Without them, we have nothing. You have witnessed me serve you in the House. You have my voting record, 100% humanity-driven. I will never abide serving the rich over the poor, the connected over the disenfranchised, the powerful over the weak. My voice will be yours in the governor's mansion. Vote heart. Vote honesty. Vote for me, Logan Edwards. Let's get the real work of Georgia done. The audience rockets out of their seats, cheers, roars, and gives me a 2-minute standing ovation, refusing to stop even when the moderator tries to cut the wave. I look to my right, in the wings, and I see Hannah standing there. She's clapping too. In fact, my entire team is. But the lighting catches glistening drops falling down her cheeks. There's more there than professional glee. And if I'm honest, there's way more there for me too. I turn my head back to Snyder. Suddenly, the house lights fall. With my eyes glued to Hannah, I hadn't heard the moderator sign off. Okay, men, that's a wrap. We're off air. Thanks for the show. Rockwell Snyder puffs out his chest, scoffs at me, and lumbers off stage to be swallowed by his entourage. I turn around and head toward my group. They grab me, and we're in a massive group hug. I feel Hank is close. I look into his eyes. Well, Chief, did I pass the smell test? Boy, you couldn't have done any better if I had gone out there myself and made you my ventriloquist dummy. We howl with laughter. I slap Hank on the back, and he slaps me back, almost showing me into the rigging. What a political bear. The team chats for a long time, discussing the various optics of the night. Finally, I managed to get a quiet moment to myself with Hannah. Well, how about you? Did I do okay by your standards? I look down at Hannah. She's quickly wiping her face with a tissue she's pulled out of her case. She refuses to look me in the eye, and I don't force the issue. Logan, you know you hit this night out of the park. Snyder tried to corner you, and you shot right back with enough heart and honesty, as you said, to make it sound real. Look real? Jeez, even Hannah is still questioning me. Why is it so difficult for people to think I might have genuine feelings for this woman? Could I at least get Hannah to believe me at least? I can't help wondering why in the hell anyone wouldn't adore such an amazing woman as Hannah Walker. The only unlikely thing about any of this is that it took me so long to realize it.
Chapter 21. Hannah. It's all I can do not to run onto the stage and punch Snyder in the kisser during the debate. A huge pang of guilt courses through me. It's because of me Logan is having to fend off this attack. I dare not look at Hank of Ashley or the rest, for fear I'll see accusing eyes. All I can do is pray Logan gets through it, fast and clean. Well, hell. If the electorate doesn't fully believe Logan, will the credibility he's amassed in his political life disintegrate like so much ash in a career pyre? And if found out, will it mean every other thing he said which was true be seen as a lie? I shake my head. I look down at my hands. I had my left hand fingers crossed and hidden in the palm of my right hand. I let my hands fall to my sides. Doubtful luck will help now. I listen to Logan's stellar retort. The audience goes wild. I breathe again. But the concern remains. Geez, the guy is going out on a limb, publicly stating his devotion to me. Now, I feel like a jerk for forcing him into the lie. A part of me wishes his words were true. If they were, they'd match mine. The ones I've not even voiced to myself, much less anyone else. I know the other night in the concert, Green Room ended badly, uncomfortably. But to deny the feelings the kiss brought would be a lie, too. I know we both felt those stirrings. I know we did. Two people can't kiss like that and not feel. And everything that happened the next time we kissed, there's no way that was a fluke or an accident. And there's no way it could have been that good if he didn't at least mean some of it. Is there? Up to this personal attack, I had been glued to the Q&A, adjudicating every question, every answer, and even making notes for future debates. But as soon as Snyder shot across the bow on Logan's personal life, involving me, my senses dull, my hearing shuts down, and my eyes glaze over. At that point, I'm no longer his policy director. I'm his woman. And that part of me only feels and cannot think. I nearly give up the ghost and think to escape out the stage door. Only common sense stops me, knowing how that optic would be translated in tomorrow's front-page newspapers. Heartthrob flees debate, lies chase Hannah Walker, or some such rot with me running away with tears rolling down my cheeks. I press my high heels firmly on the wooden floor. Enough of me is professional enough not to commit political suicide for us both. All I do is whisper to Hank, "Washroom break. Be right back." Hank nods. I leave for Logan's dressing room long enough to breathe and get myself back together, where no prying reporter eyes or clicking cameras can find me. I plunk down in the makeup chair and stare at myself. All I see is shame painted on my face. I give myself a talking to. God knows no one else will. Is all this worth it? Going through these steps, faking all these emotions. For what? And in the end, this game ends up ruining Logan's life. I get out of the chair and pace the room, head down, hand on chin, trying to think, trying so desperately to think. Geez, this might be the worst mistake I've ever made. I've painted both of us in this corner. I whisper to myself. How in the hell are we supposed to climb out unscathed? So he wins. We both move into the mansion. At what point do we cry chicken and let the truth chips fall where they may? And then what? Logan gets chased out of the office, and you're looked at like what? Some gold digger? Some smarmy opportunist? What a fall from grace. Clapping and cheers bleed back into the dressing room. I put my game face on and get back out there in the wings. Time to wallow. There will be lots of time for that. Right now, I have a job to do. I get back next to Hank in time to hear his response and the closing lines from each man. There is polite clapping for Snyder, but there's riotous ovation for Logan. I clap and cheer too, and tears flow. I can't stop them. I'm in awe. Damn, he's good. So good. The house lights die. The debate is over. Logan reaches us in the wings. and we hug and cheer once more, and we congratulate the man. All I can think is, the campaign is intact. The lie still lives, but the truth lives too. Snyder has found out on live TV what he stands for. It's hate, it's elitism, it's all the vile things a jaded, money and power-hungry politician covets. I watch Snyder ebb from the wings and leave through the stage door. The door bangs shut. No one in his entourage holds the door open for us. If it had gone pear-shaped on our end, Logan would insist he hold the door for Rockwell. But that's just the guy he is. I wonder if Rockwell Snyder has always been the vile man he is today. Do all politicians start out optimistic, idealistic, full of hope and promise? And then somewhere along the way, attacks hurt, betrayals hit home in the heart, and the good man dies under a bitter bad. I turn to look at Logan and pray such a thing will never happen to him. But I know from the Daughters of Fortune, image can kill a beating heart. Yes, but me? I'm older and wiser now. I know not to stand on the sidelines and let good people hurt the ones they love. If my time with the Daughters was a chance for me to learn that all-important lesson, then all the hurt and betrayal back then was worth it in the end. Does that include fighting for love, Hannah? I think to myself. Will you fight for what's right in your heart? In his? Will you publicly admit, as he has done, putting yourself at as much risk? You heard his retort. He said the word love, Hannah. Love. How can any man with a conscience as big as Logan's use that word and not mean it? Logan, you couldn't have done a better job for the campaign tonight. My team got some great shots of you out there. We're heading back to HQ now to send out a social media storm. Ashley gushes. Oh, and Logan, I've been monitoring the audience's reactions on their live feeds. You stayed in the green zone the entire way, and the line spiked after your comment to Snyder's accusation. What about Snyder's line? Asks Hank. Steve pushes his spectacle back up his nose and flashes a devious grin. Oh, that was the best part. His line stayed in the red, but it hugged close to the green. The moment he spouted off about Logan's love life, the line nosedived. And after Logan's response, Snyder's line actually dipped below the register. It freaking went off the page. We all howl with laughter. Cindy, we put you in master control to observe the live feed from there. What did you see? Oh, well, sir, I'm no expert. But the visual didn't look so good for Congressman Snyder, and I'm not being biased here. The director and his camera crew said the same. How so? I ask. Well, you see, it was his perspiration, Hannah. It got through the stage makeup? Yes, all the way through. Sweat beads bulbed on top of his nose, and the ones on his forehead flowed down the side of his face. They missed with the makeup, and they made his face look like a ghoul on the monitors. Not good optics for a politician, I don't think. Cindy's sober response has us all bending over in laughter. Hank puffs out his chest and turns to everyone. A ghoul, huh? Well, I believe our work here is done. How about we call a convene at HQ, help Ashley pound the airwaves, and open a few bottles of bubbly to celebrate this glorious night? Everyone happily nods but Logan. I see by the look on his face, trouncing Snyder isn't totally sitting well with the man. I'm not surprised. His candidacy has never been about attack or hurt. It's been about getting the job done. I lean over and whisper into Hank's ear. Don't push Logan right now. Let him go home. I think he needs time. Hank whispers back to me. Why? It went perfect tonight. The cat's out of the bag to what kind and how much of a slimeball Snyder really is. I know, but Logan sees this campaign in a different way. I'll head to the HQ with you. Ashley definitely needs help posting. Let our leader digest alone. Hank shrugs his shoulders and quietly nods, then walks off in the direction of the stage door with the rest of our gang. I turn to Logan. He's still standing at the wings, looking out onto the empty stage. The audience is gone, The seats are empty, and the Klieg lights, all but one spot lighting center stage, are done. Stages look so forlorn when they're empty, huh? I'll say. What are you looking at exactly? I ask. Logan sighs. I'm seeing the end of a career. What? Are you joking? Logan doesn't look down at me. He keeps his eyes on the stage where the podiums still stand. No, not mine. His. I killed Rockwell's political life tonight. I raise my eyebrows. Oh, Logan, I think he did it to himself. Maybe all you did was shine a light on his underhanded trickery. Yes, but can the tables eventually turn? Can a good man become bad, even if he doesn't mean for it to happen? It just does. I take Logan by the arm, and I guide him down the dreary hall and out the stage door. With every step we take, I love him all the more.
Chapter 22. Logan. The next day, the glowing reviews from the debate keep coming in. Well-wishers from all over Georgia and nationwide are rooting me on. My face is front-page news. I'm on the cover of glossy magazines. The political world is my oyster. Well, pretty boy, you're still on top of the political universe. How does it feel to have trounced Snyder good last night? Hank bangs me on my back. I nearly spit out my coffee. Oh, you know, Hank, being the it guy is fleeting in politics. Snyder isn't waving the white flag yet. Maybe true, but let's say he's ripping one of his shirts in preparation of it. Hank smirks and walks away. I laugh, but the laugh is forced. This victory, if it is one, feels hollow, because Hannah's not truly by my side. Last night, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Hannah back away when I expressed my love for her on stage. To me, she looked horrified, like she was going to be sick. My liking Hannah is obviously bad news to her. It's not exactly the reaction I was going for. And once the debate ended, she went to the HQ with the others and not home with me. That pretty much says all I need to hear. At the office today, I make sure I'm all smiles, happily receiving pats on the back. But I have to guzzle more coffee just to keep my sorrowful emotions from boiling to the surface. With no official events planned for the day, I end up pacing back and forth in Hank's office, turning over every minute of last night in my mind. What I did right for the campaign, and what I did wrong for Hannah. Once the dust settles on this campaign, do she and I have a real future? Can we walk away from all this unscathed if we don't? And with all our like-mindedness, are we still oblivious to each other's needs? People hand me mock-ups of online content, or flyers, or billboards. I try to focus on the work at hand. I wind up green lighting some, red lighting others, but all I see in my mind's eye is her face, and question marks floating in the ether. I have to get some answers as to why she's behaving the way she is around me, so I can quiet my mind and get back to the work of winning this campaign. I head to the washroom. I take off my blazer and splash cold water on my face. I look at myself in the mirror and I don't like what I see. I see a man hurting a woman I care for and not having a clue how to mend the hurt. I whisper to my reflection. Is the idea of us being an actual couple so repulsive to her? Is what we are doing here completely fake and forced? God, I need to sit her down and make my feelings clear. No more assumptions or guesses. I need to tell her from my end it's totally real. Logan, you need to convince her every word you said last night was true. I wipe my dripping face with a paper towel, grab my jacket, and head back out to the floor. I scan the place. It's a buzz of activity, people talking on phones, printers printing, people exchanging folders, staffers talking over other staffers. I'm so proud of this group, but it's obvious. With or without me, the campaign machine grinds on, and I need to focus and be a part of it. I go from table to table. What do you need from me today? Is there anything I can clear up? Do we need more selfies from me? More handshakes? More kissing babies? Staffers give me their wish lists, and I dig into every chore. I buzz around town with my bodyguard Dom, and we hit the streets, talking with people from every walk of life. taking those selfies, shaking those hands, and kissing more babies than I care to count. The day goes by fast. I learn more and more about the electorate and what they need from me. I realize even if I win, I'll have to cross the aisle many times to get things down. But at least I'm willing to negotiate and compromise to get laws passed. For the people, they are why I'm here. As the hours tick by, my confidence about facing Hannah wanes. Confrontation is not my strong suit, and I'm not even sure how that goes with a woman I care for so deeply. What is forcing her to see how I feel backfires? It could end up scaring her, and instead of bringing us closer, I might run her off. Hey, boss. You know we're just about done here with the glad-handing. Maybe you're beat. Should we head back to HQ? I smile at Dom. You know, the crowd has died down. Why don't we call it a day? I think I am washed out. The debate took it out of you? Dom opens the car door. Yeah, something like that. I get in. The driver wheels us away. Penny for your thoughts? Or are you too beat to have any? Dom looks over at me. I sigh. I doubt they're even worth a penny right now. I know I should be grateful. I know I should be over the moon about being the front runner right now. Girl troubles? Dom smiles. How did you know? Hey, a bodyguard isn't an invisible robot. I see and hear things, you know, boss. I chuckle. Yeah, I'll bet you do. Planning on writing a tell-all book? Dom laughs. It would be one heck of a retirement plan if I did. But, nah. Under this land yacht of a body beats a sensitive heart. I know when a man is missing his other half. All I can tell you is, don't let life pass you by. Being a success all by yourself isn't much of a success. Whatever you have to do or say, do it. If you don't, you'll come to the end of your life wondering why you were so dumb. Dom has never opened up to me like this before. I can tell by the look on his face he means it. I nod and grab the man's hand for a heartfelt shake. You know, Dom, sometimes I wonder why I'm the candidate and you guys aren't. I have some of the best and brightest in my team. Ah, boss, but you see, some of us, by our looks or our backgrounds, can't make it where you're going. So it's your job to head there for the rest of us. You ain't heading into that governor's mansion alone, my friend. Dom serenely smiles. I sit back from Dom. I look at him and what he's saying in a new light. It reminds me of what Hannah said. How backing me is better than not going at all. No wonder my shoulders feel heavy. Damn right, boss, you're carrying a mighty load. We ride the rest of the way back to HQ in silence, for I have a lot to ponder. This campaign really isn't about me. It's about all the hopes and dreams I'm carrying for those who can't carry the weight on their own. And with that awareness, I know I have to compartmentalize my personal life from professional life. I can't win a two-front war. I decide to play it cool with Hannah. In between gigs, I'll feel people out, feel Hannah out. I'll do what I've always been rather good at, taking the temperature of the room. I'll keep my ears open to opposing viewpoints, the good and the bad, about Hannah and me. Maybe my staff already sees the ending for us, and I just haven't caught on yet. Maybe it's time I did. Dom opens the HQ door for me. I see Hannah working in the back office with Ashley, the two neck-deep in paperwork and glossy spreads. I avert my eyes. I need to not look so damn needy. I can run a campaign without dragging my heart on a string everywhere I go. Dubois, a.k.a. Boys, the campaign photographer, catches my eye and waves me over. Logan, can I see you over here for a sec? I got the latest negatives from the debate on the glow table. Hank and I want your input as to the best before Ashley gets her grubby paws on them. I laugh. Sure, coming over. I walk past Ashley's office, not looking in, not looking at Hannah at all. Not the cold shoulder routine, just a coolly indifferent move. It takes all the discipline I have to not look at her beautiful face. Logan, come look at these. Man, Boys is a damn camera genius. These are presidential quality pics. Seriously, I haven't seen such leadership quality since Jack Kennedy. In fact, in a more modern way, you kind of remind me of the man. I redden. Hilarious, Hank. Laugh all you want, pretty boy. But you have what it takes. Sincerity, confidence, and that handsome southern charm. I'm getting boys here to take these pics, put them into black and white, and make a coffee table book out of them. We'll call it On the Campaign Trail with Logan Edwards. We can sell them at grocery stores and magazine shops, with all funds going to Atlantic organizations for the homeless and child welfare. What do you think? I raise my eyebrows. I see the material usefulness in what I'm doing, even before I hit the governor's mansion. If it passes the smell test with Ashley, I'm all in. All in for anything which will take my mind away from Hannah Walker.
Chapter 23. Hannah. I see Logan walk by Ashley's office. I look right at him and his eyes stay straight ahead. He walks past like he doesn't see me. I know he does, but I don't call after him. I can tell how Logan is acting. He wants distance. I don't know why exactly, but to protect myself and my feelings, I'll give him that distance. It's the only thing I can do. The workday crawls on. In such a crowded campaign office, it's so hard to avoid Logan, but I keep my head down and focus on the tasks ahead. The goal has not changed. Logan for governor. Whatever I and the rest of the staff needs to do. The tasks help me put my personal feelings about the man into a temporary coma. I'll leave them there to rest at the back of my skull, where they must stay, at least for now. Okay, gang, I'm off. See you all tomorrow. I wave goodbye and head for my car. Behind the wheel, I let my feelings return. My stomach churns when I think about going home. Not to an empty house to think, but to him. The drive home goes faster than I thought. Why do I get green lights when I don't want to get somewhere fast in this town? More to the point, girl, why are you trying to avoid Logan when you know that kind of action never works? I look at myself in the rearview mirror, and I don't like what I see. I sigh and wheel into the drive. Oh, geez, he's home already. My luck. It's going to be one of those days till I lay my head on the pillow, so suck it up, buttercup, and paste on a careless smile. I grab my purse and head inside. I drop my purse on the kitchen counter and walk into the living room. There on the coffee table is an enormous bouquet of my favorites, tiger lilies. Logan enters. His quiet footsteps and his magical appearance startles me. Oh, hi. When did you get home? Shortly before you. I left the HQ early to do an errand. Logan points to the flowers and smiles at me. What? These are for me? I know they are, but I'm playing it cool. I haven't a clue what they mean or how I'm supposed to react to the offer. The gift makes my stomach churn. Yes, they're for you. You told me once your grandmother loved tiger lilies. It was quite the job finding them at this time of year, but I'm stubborn. I believe I managed to scoop up every lily in the entire city. I walk to the bouquet and softly touch the brilliant orange petals. But why? What's the occasion? Logan shrugs his shoulders. His expression tells me he's downplaying the whole thing. Oh, it's just a thank you, really, for all you've done for me. I mean, for the campaign. I didn't want you to think I was taking your efforts for granted, is all. I know if I'm going to get out of this emotionally unscathed, I need to say as little as possible. Thank you, Logan. Your appreciation of my efforts, on the campaign, means a lot. Listen, I've ordered in for dinner. It should be here in about 45 minutes. I'm going to hit the shower, okay? Sure. Sounds good. I have a couple of phone calls to make anyway. I smile. As soon as Logan leaves the room, my smile drops. I feel empty. I shouldn't, but I do. I whisper to myself, okay, girl, get on the phone. Campaign tasks above all else. Right? I nod my head, plunk down on the sofa, and dial the first of 2 numbers. Both calls will take sensitivity, tact, and the great art of listening without saying much to offend. I'm calling Desiree and Kelly. Lately, I've been the go-between for both estranged women. It was my role back in the day, and the two still see me as the one with the most patience and understanding. What was once a hot war between Kelly and Desiree has over the years cooled dramatically, but not so much that they can talk directly to each other. They still need me to translate. Hi, Desiree. How's it going? Hey, Hannah. Fine, just fine. Hello, Kelly. Long time no chat. Sure is. How is your work for Logan Edwards going? Both conversations drone on in a superficial way until Desiree or Kelly want me to convey a message to the other. We know the game we're playing. It's just not voiced. In their own way, each says, I heard the one-night concert went fantastic. Or, Hannah, what a comeback for you. That concert is all over the papers. I use their entree into the topic to voice a favor of my own. They know they both owe me for being their mediator. Another debt we know, but don't voice. I say to them separately, Hey, girlfriend, would you be up for holding a reunion concert? If you think my one night only sellout was big, consider a Daughters of Fortune comeback. It would be huge. The concert would go viral. It would spin around the globe faster than we could print the tickets. What do you think? On each call, at first, I get silence. I know neither one has hung up, but the idea is a shock. One I doubt neither Desiree nor Kelly has even imagined, considering how we all fell out. I give the silence time. Each, in their own way, digests the offer and says, with wavering tones, Gosh, I don't know, Hannah. I mean, you know, the ways things went. Gee, girlfriend, I've not even thought about such a thing, you know. I mean, you remember how we parted, right? I answer both girls' doubts by listing the positives and ignoring the negatives. By the end of each conversation, at least I get both to not say no and leave the calls with maybes. I hang up the phone both times with a satisfied smile on my face. Progress. That's progress, at least. My mouth is parched after the calls, more out of nervousness than anything else. I head to the kitchen and get a cold Perrier. I need to drink as I think. I walk back to the living room, sit back on the sofa, and gaze at the massive bouquet. Life is about communication and understanding, isn't it? Too much not spoken hurts. Too many assumptions lead to betrayal. I sip the water, and although I've made inroads with Logan and the girls, I can't pat myself on the back just yet. I'm to blame as much as anyone. So much I don't say. So much I don't confess. Am I not falling into the same relationship trap? It's all about being hurt and feeling betrayed. But I've seen the damage egos can create when we don't show others our true feelings. What I thought would be a lifetime relationship with Desiree and Kelly became a burning mess. Do I want to have the same with Logan? Do I sit back and do nothing, say nothing but offer politically correct niceties and watch what he and I have fall away to? I quietly chastise myself and those around me. If we only have this one life to live, is this how we want things to end? Life is so short. And on our deathbeds, when we'll be too frail to make change, we have to leave this world with such untended hurts. Will that leave us all with unfulfilled lives? Just then, I hear the doorbell and Logan talking. It's dinner. It's time to eat and talk. With a tremendous sigh, I get up and pad to the kitchen. I look sheepishly at Logan as he unpacks the food. It's one thing to know what's right and another to do it. In all my years, in all the ways I've matured, confrontation still scares me. I want people I care about to care for me too. And I risk that every time I try to call out the 900-pound elephant in the room. Smells good. Is that all I can say? Pathetic. Yeah, I thought we could use a porterhouse steak, baked potato, and veg. He's keeping the talk superficial too. Geez. To keep myself occupied, I grab the plates and cutlery. I need time to think, and to think about what to say. And I'm drawing huge blanks. In the end, I chicken out. Maybe I'm just too tired to fight heart wars. I decide to keep the dinner time strictly on a business keel. It's the only out I see where I don't run from the table in tears. Logan dishes out the meals, and I watch his every move. His worry lines on his forehead are deep, and he has dark circles under his eyes. His usual healthy vibe is waning. This campaign, although he is heads and shoulders above Snyder in the polls, is slowly taking him down. I forget my worries for a moment and concentrate on him. He needs a boost. Maybe I have the right one to give him. We sit down and dive into the meal. Logan is right. We need the amino acids. We're running on fumes. Logan? Yeah? He looks up at me. I don't dare look into his eyes. I keep cutting the steak into neat little chunks. I have an idea. It might be a good one, if you're interested in hearing about it. Hannah, I'm all ears.
Chapter 24. Logan. Hannah takes a sip of her Perrier. I figure she's giving herself some time to think of the right words to say to me. I assume it's something big. I hope it's something good. Maybe between us. Well, I was on the phone with Desiree and Kelly just now. Wow. That's a forward step. I thought those two weren't talking. Oh, they talk to me, or have done for quite some time now. It's to each other they don't talk. I'm like their Switzerland. I chuckle. That I can believe. I hope you duck down from inadvertent strafing. Good. Keep it light and easy. Don't scare her away. Anyway, we three have been talking as best as we can. And I put the idea to them about a comeback concert of the Daughters of Fortune. If this ends up being a go, it could take your campaign all the way to the finish line. Your name would become a household word. I hold my breath. I'm taking it all in. I see Hannah's expression fall. Quick, say something, idiot. She's going to think you disapprove or something. When do politicians run out of words? Hannah, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Hannah puts her fork down and dabs her napkin on her lips. Oh, don't get that concerned about it. It's still early stages with those two. It's one thing to not get a resolute no. It's another to get them to say yes and get them in the same rehearsal hall. I've not pulled off that level of miracle yet. I put my fork down and stare straight into her lovely eyes. I try not to look into them, for as soon as I do, I can't avert my stare. Hannah mesmerizes me. I quickly blink, though, as I can see I'm making her uptight with the intensity. No, you don't understand, Hannah. It's about all you've done. You've put your all into my campaign. Times, ideas, and energy. More than I ever expected. And some days I think you look more beat than me on the trail. Hey, neither of us are newbies, right? I mean, we both know the rigors being in the spotlight all the time. No matter what attitude you begin with, living under a magnifying glass gets exhausting. Hannah looks into my eyes, but her look is more one of concern, not attraction. I'm sure she sees how bloodshot they are. That I've not been sleeping well. Can she tell from merely looking at me it's because of her and not the campaign? God, I hope not. I won't tell if she doesn't ask. Being so close to her is tearing me apart. I get up from the table, walk to the wet bar to pour myself a drink, something stronger than the Perrier Hannah set out for us. I decide on a tall, cool Tom Collins. I turn around and ask, "How about you?" Hannah leans against her backrest, inhales deeply and says, "Why not? My brain is fried tonight anyway. Might as well finish it off." I get the 2 drinks ready and walk over to give her one. I can't keep up the small talk anymore. It's actually turned my stomach. "Hannah, I'm sorry, but I'm not hungry anymore. Can we leave the table to talk?" Sure. I see her look down at her steak. It's the perfect blue rare she loves. I feel bad, but I can't be fake with her anymore. Hannah lays her napkin over the meat and follows me into the living room. We both pass a large fireplace mirror. I glance at our reflections, and I'm shocked. Neither one of us looks great. Slumped shoulders, dog-tired eyes, and a paleness which comes from staring at computer screens more than being under the sun. Even Hannah's dark skin has a certain ashy, drained quality to it. We fall into chairs, one opposite the other. We sip our drinks. The mantel clock chimes 7. Then silence. Only the tick-tock of the clock to fill our ears. I wonder if she and I have gone too far. I'm so tired, thinking comes slow and uneasily. I slug back my drink. Liquid courage, I'm sure. But I know in my heart, it's now or never. Either I show my heart to this wonderful woman, or I keep my feelings forever sealed. Fear of losing her overrides the fear of dinging my pride. I lean forward and dive right in. Hannah, you don't get what I mean here. I could never do all this without you. Oh, I'm sure. No. Let me get this out before I chicken out. Hannah nods and takes a long sip of her drink. Liquid courage for her, too, I assume. I leave my chair and kneel on the carpet by her side. You'd think a politician would have a way with words in whatever situation. But when it comes to you, to us, half the time I'm tongue-tied. Hannah, what I mean to say is I refuse to do this without you. I don't want any of this. This election, becoming governor of this state, without you by my side. Win, lose or draw, it'll all be nothing without you. Hannah, I want you. Nothing and no one else. I watch as tears flow to her eyes. I reach up and wipe them with my fingers. One by one, the warm, salty drops I gather up and keep them for my own. Oh, Logan, now I'm speechless. Listen, and you can remain that way. This is me not trying to push you. It's me coming clean. I can't play this game any longer. It feels shallow, it's a lie, and it's making me sick. I've spent my entire career preaching truth and transparency. If I'm not walking the walk in my personal life, what does that make me but a lying fool? Hannah falls out of her chair, grabs onto my hands and sits close beside me. I can sense her heat next to my chest. I can smell her essence. I drink in her soul. Time and place fall away. Decorum is gone. We are two hearts exposed, two minds melding as one. We abandon assumptions. We discard the game. We see in each other's faces the damage it has wrought. Hannah leans up and kisses me all over. My forehead, eyebrows, cheeks, and lips. One kiss after another, each feeling like the apologies I'm making to her. I open my mouth to speak. She puts a finger over my lips. No, sweetheart. It's me who needs to talk. I've been as silly as you. We've both been dancing around our feelings. And what has it gotten us but bloodshot eyes, tight shoulders, and sleepless nights? Together we are winning this campaign. Together we could win at love. Let us both have the courage to try. I move her fingers, kiss them sweetly, and stammer out between heavy-throated emotion. Hannah Walker, I love you. I love you with all my heart, here, now, and forever. Hannah breaks down and falls into my chest. Logan Edwards, you are already my life and my breath. I will adore you, love and cherish you till the end of time. We embrace. Our lips meet and refuse to let go. Here and now on the plush carpet, in front of the mantel clock which blissfully ticks time, we become one. The one we always should have been. Loving her is so easy. It's the easiest thing I have ever done. And with her, through her, I'm at a high no political office will ever achieve. Why, oh why did I take so long to confess my love to her? To be so courageous in politics, yet be so meek in her eyes? I finally realize why I've been so on point and so energized these last few weeks. It's not just my zest for the competition or my passion about the issues or even to denounce my political competitors who could do harm to our state. It's been because of her, Hannah Walker, and doing right by her. I get up every morning and be my absolute best for the woman I love. As I hold her and kiss her on the soft carpeted floor, I realize I've never had such a need for anyone's approval as I do for her. Hank, Ashley, and the staffers, although I cherish them dearly, simply fall away. Rockwell Snyder is a mere dark specter in my brain. And my political aspirations, though still beating, know to part like the Red Sea when Hannah meets my eyes. For the first time in my life, I see a real and complete future. God, I do. It's in the governor's mansion, but with her and the family we may someday have. Body to body, all my senses come alive. Colors are richer. Sounds are more resonant. And my touch of her sends spikes of joy to my brain. In my confession of love for this incredible soul, all my tensions are released. All guilt, questioning, and any lingering self-doubt simply ebb away like fine grain sand in a robust tide. Logan Edwards, the real man, is finally free. And in her arms, I've won life's ultimate prize. There's nothing she and I can't conquer together. This I know for certain now. Her beautiful body folds into mine. My lips warm hers so. We are two melding into one no earthly obstacle can ever defeat. In the end, Hannah reads my mind. Love, saying that one simple word, it's all we ever had to say. Honey, why did we wait so long?
Chapter 25. Hannah. My heart is pounding at the confessions just made. I wasn't expecting to tell Logan that I loved him. Hell, I wasn't even sure if I really was in love with him until recently. I have barely admitted it to myself, and now here I am, admitting it to Logan. The best part about this is that he said it first, however. He loves me as well. Not only did he have the courage to admit it to me, but he spilled all his guts and told me how much he wants me in his life. Now and even after this election, that everything we have been acting hasn't been an act at all for either one of us. Now, that's a true man in my eyes. The kiss is wet due to our tearful confessions. It doesn't seem to dampen the fire one bit. I take a gulp and look into his beautiful eyes. I stroke his face and smile. I really do love you, Logan. Saying it again makes it even more real. I know I have felt this way much longer than I would care to admit. I love you too, Hannah. Everything I have told you is the truth. I have never lied to you and never will. You're the best partner anyone could ask for, politically or romantically. We kiss again. This time it's much gentler than moments before, more tender and deliberate. The air suddenly changes around us from grateful and sensitive to desire-filled. I don't know how he has this effect on me, but I am not complaining. The urge to always want to kiss this man is enough as it is. Now, knowing what I know, I want to satisfy him in every way, to claim my property, so to speak. I press into him and start guiding him to lay back on the couch. He willingly does so. Our lips never part. I just keep my body pressed firmly against his. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vix Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 26. Logan. Just got the latest polling data, Hank yells from his office to the rest of the staff in HQ. Meeting. We all try to pile into the war room, but the staff is much bigger than it's ever been. We've recruited more volunteers and consultants in the final days of the campaign. It's mid-October, and every second we're not spending getting the word out to voters is a second we can never get back. It's a second that Rockwell Snyder can use to make up ground. I'm not willing to take that bet. I get 5 hours of sleep per night, and it feels like too much. About 25 people can fit in the war room, but there are about 100 people in headquarters trying to squeeze in. I stand on a chair to address the crowd. We're going to make this a conference call. Folks, I'll email the number right now to all staff, including the field offices in other parts of the state. 15 minutes, we'll have the call. As the rest of the staff prepares, I start a discussion in the war room. Before we discuss the polls, I wanted to share with you some news. Or rather, I'd like to give the floor to Hannah to share it. Hannah? She stands. As some of you may or may not know, before I was a political operative, I was a performer in the music industry. The assembled group laughs, knowing she's teasing by pretending she's sharing something secretive. I was a member of a group called Daughters of Fortune. We had a few hits. Woo! Love Me, Love My Faults is the best album ever, someone calls out. Nah, self-titled, another person adds. We can debate that for a little while. I wanted to share the news that we're going to do an encore performance of the fundraising concert we did earlier in the campaign. Only there's a special surprise with this one. Hannah pauses for dramatic effect. We're getting the band back together. The room erupts into applause and excited conversation. I take it from there to calm the room. It's taking place next week. We have a consulting firm putting together significant logistics, but there will be a role for the campaign team as well. It's taking place in Las Vegas, at the place owned by Kelly Carlisle's husband. A wave of disappointment ripples through the staff. I know. Well, there are two pieces of good news, I say. First, it will be simulcasting here in Atlanta, and other key places around the state for donors. And second, if it goes well, we may have a repeat performance in Georgia, especially if the race is tight. Don't say that, Logan, Hank yells out. They might try to throw the race. If we win, maybe they'll play a concert to celebrate. I have an in with the group, you know? I take Hannah's hand. I'd like to thank Hannah, my amazing wife, for her generous contribution of her talents. Especially in an image-based world and politics more than anything, it's a big decision to pull out the honey costume and revisit a time in her life that ended 10 years ago. And now, onto the polling numbers. Hank? Thanks, Logan, and thank you, Hannah. Logan, you're a lucky man to have her, and the campaign is lucky too, he says. Everyone on the phone, can you hear me? Take yourselves off mute for a second. There's a roll call of the field offices. Macon, Savannah, Columbus, and Athens all sound like they're competing in a contest judged by audience applause. It's energizing to hear how much enthusiasm there is after such a long slog, all of us working so hard. My news will probably seem pretty disappointing in comparison to that, but I received the new polling data this morning and the results of the focus groups. May I have a drum roll? The entire office shakes from the vibration. We're leading Snyder by 7 points, with a 2-point margin of error. The messages of the campaign are resonating according to the polling of the focus group, and a one Miss Hannah Walker is exceedingly popular. 72% of those polled have positive or very positive feelings about her. Approval ratings aren't bad for the candidate either, but not quite as high. A respectable 68%, I say. And he can't even sing, Hannah says. I'm not so bad in the shower. Keep telling yourself that, baby, Hannah muses. I pull her in for a kiss, and the conference room oos like elementary school children. And she loves me anyway, I say, still holding her close. Okay, guys, okay, Hank says. You can get a room, but not this one. Sorry to the people on the phone, but we spared you the visual. Let's get moving. Man, sorry, person, at your battle stations. Let's win this thing. The people in person and on the phones shout, Logan, Logan, Logan. I've never felt so loved, but not because of the hundreds of people across the state of Georgia calling out my name, but because of the woman I'm holding next to me, who's looking at me with more unconditional love than I've ever seen. She's the most beautiful person inside and out. I can't believe she loves me. All this time, I was so worried about whether she loved me back, and knowing that she does feels better than I could have imagined. Next on the agenda is the maneuvering to set up the concert of the century, but I have an impromptu, unscheduled meeting. I whisper into Hannah's ear as we're all leaving the conference room. I have something important to discuss with you, I purr. Oh yeah? She narrows her eyes and looks at me like I'm her tantalizing prey. Follow me to my office. I can barely contain myself. Just thinking of kissing her makes my blood pump harder and my pants tighten. I close the door and lock it for good measure, and then push her onto the couch on the edge of the room. Looking at you during that meeting, I've been dying to do that. I love you so much, Hannah, and I want you. She clutches my face in her hands and kisses me harder, her tongue crossing my lips with a soft urgency. I love you, Logan Edwards, and I want you just as bad. She traces her finger from my neck down my shirt, landing at my pants, now bulging. And we'll have all the time in the world once the election is over, but for now... She pats me lovingly on the chest and licks her lips. We have to channel it into winning. Tonight at home, baby. She whispers the last part against my ear, her hot breath killing me. She nibbles on my ear, then pats my chest again. Time to put together a concert, my love. It needs to be worthy of how amazing you are, and how amazing you're gonna be as governor. I want to introduce you to Max. I think you'll adore each other. We give Kelly and Max a call. Hey, my sweet sister! Wanted to introduce the bros-in-law, the sons of fortune, Hannah says. Max, meet Logan Edwards, next governor of Georgia. Hopefully, I interject. Definitely, Hannah affirms. So good to talk to you, Kelly squeals. God, every time I talk to you, honey, it's like nothing has changed. Except you look even better now, baby, Max says. Oh, stop, Kelly says with an exaggerated accent. Especially with this show we're planning. Tell me what's going on with it. How are the plans progressing? It's true, Max. It's like they don't age, I say. Max picks up to talk about the performance. So, I've been working with Eric Porter, Desiree's husband, the music exec. Some of the big celebrities you mentioned are on board, Georgia hometown heroes. The guys from Outkast, Mary J. Blige, Lil Nas X, Kiara, CeeLo, Ludacris. Spike Lee is going to direct a short film of it, too. That's amazing, Hannah yells. She gives me a big kiss and squeezes my hand. I'm really excited about it, Hannah, Kelly says. So, let's talk about the details that we still have to coordinate. I guess the question is, what will you coordinate and what will be in-house here? Everything audio-related we can do here, Max says. And all of the special effects are taken care of. You should probably work with your own designers for the backgrounds, and we want your proposal for a run of show. We need to figure out the MC. Max, what would you think of doing it? Hannah asks. Yeah, I think you'd be perfect, Kelly says. Keep it in the family. I'll think about it, Max says. But if anyone thinks of someone better, please, please do not hesitate. Run, don't walk, to tell me. And the money stuff, we will absolutely take care of that, I say. The Federal Election Commission is hard enough to figure out even when you do this for a living. We don't want some mistake costing you, or worse. Yeah, no interest there. Do not show me the money, Max says. As we add to the list of performers and presenters, we'll keep each other in the loop, Hannah says. We'll have a daily check-in call, then schedule more meetings as we go. Sound good? It sounds perfect. I can't wait, Max says. Me neither, Kelly echoes. We'll talk to you soon, Hannah says and hangs up. You are so sexy when you're killing it at your job. How can you be so beautiful and so smart at the same time? Good fortune, I guess. She grins and I shake my head at the joke. That makes two of us, I say. Want to call the rest of the staff into the war room to talk about the concert? I do. But first I want to kiss you just a little bit more.
Chapter 27. Hannah. I don't know why you're so nervous, sweetheart, Logan says as we prepare for takeoff. You were amazing in the earlier concert. Yeah, but that was a small-scale local thing. The appetizer, the opening act, the first draft. This is the real deal. And I haven't been a daughter of fortune in 10 years. And besides, it's not even the performance that has me so nervous, I say. What's making you nervous then, love? I know with singing I can go on autopilot easily, but the girls? Oh, right. I haven't seen them in so long. I only just started talking to them. Things were so bitter when we left. In my mind, I have a fantasy of a happy reunion. But once we actually have a reunion, If it's bad, I don't have that dream anymore. Well, no matter what, I'm here for you through it all. You've been here for me through it all. It's only fair, Logan says. It's not fair. It's just love. I lean over and give him a kiss. He caresses my back as the plane starts to lift up. I'm a little scared of flying, you know. I'll protect you, Logan says. The rest of the main staff is on the flight with us to Vegas. One of our major supporters donated the use of his private plane to the campaign just for the event, so we're able to bring more people than we otherwise might. We had a raffle to bring 5 supporters along to see the show, and more than 135,000 people put their names in the hat. Media from around the globe is covering the reunion of the group, and I've made sure that Logan is in every interview I've taken. Every question I answer, I make his campaign part of it, even if it has nothing to do with the question. It's an old tactic that anyone who succeeds in politics learns very early on. Already, we've received $120 million in donations from the concert, between the meet and greets with the group, the simulcast attendance, tickets to the event, and raffles. It's one of the most successful fundraisers in Georgia history. Our finance director is going out of her mind documenting it all for the FEC, and we've even brought on a separate political accounting firm to help manage it. The amount of money riding on this concert rattles my nerves even more. What if we bomb? Toward the end of our run, our dislike for each other was so brutal, it interfered with the chemistry of the band, and it came out in our music. And back then, we had rehearsals together. At least we have a rehearsal session for sound check for a few hours before we have to go on live. I'm also nervous about what it might mean for my life. What if it's so popular that we're pressured into performing again? What if we face threats for not playing more shows after this one? And what if a backlash hurts Logan's political career? Or mine? I still haven't abandoned my plans to someday become an elected official myself. I force myself to relax. The chances of everything going well are so much better than the chances of failure. And even if the worst should happen, and we don't have the same magic of the earlier days, it's not about us. It's about Logan. Anyone donating knows that. And there are other performers there to support us. Even if it doesn't go well, it will go well. For the first time, I'm more nervous after landing than during takeoff. Seeing the towering hotels of Vegas as we land, I'm transported back to the Daughters of Fortune days, when we did so many shows in Las Vegas. It was exhausting. And I get the same knot in my stomach from being caught in the middle between Desiree and Kelly. We walk to baggage check, and already I'm recognized by a few people. Logan finds his luggage, and I find mine. I have 3 of them, to comfort myself with extra accessories and materials, for the show and for the campaign. It's like the physical manifestation of the compartmentalization of my life. You want to go to the performance space and check it out? Logan asks. I can see the excitement on his face. Let's go to the room first and unpack a little bit. Then when we're settled, we can come back down. We have time. I see Hank and Ashley in their swimsuits walking in the lobby. You look relaxed. Anything going on today? Logan asks. Just chilling by the pool, you know. Vacation, Hank says. We figure if we have to be working, we'll do some of it poolside, Ashley says. That's when I notice the laptops, phones, and notebooks in their pool bag. I have a lot of media to contact, and Hank's going to be coordinating calls and texts to prospective voters. Have fun, I call out. And don't forget, rehearsal at 4 p.m. We'll be there. We have time. In the suite, I pounce on Logan and smother him in kisses. You want to do it really quick? I ask. Might relax you a bit, he says, and he kisses down my neck. We take off our clothes, and I massage his hard member. I saw you on the plane, how excited you got touching my leg. If you want to know where this spicy scene is headed, you won't be able to hear it now due to this platform's guidelines and restrictions. But we want to make it up to you by offering the unabridged version of any VIXA audiobook, including this one, for 40% off. All you need to do is go to vixavonromance.com and use code VIXA40 at checkout. Are you enjoying the story so far? Let's get back into it. Okay, now I'm ready for my show, I say. Don't you need to get changed or do your hair or makeup? He asks. You should know the answer to that. It's too important to leave to an amateur. I point to myself. All done down there. So what are the suitcases for? He asks, looking more confused. Comfort. We go down to the performance area, which has a lounge behind it where we're supposed to go for the talent to get ready. It has sofas and a bar. Immediately, I recognize them. Kelly and Desiree, sitting on the couch. They haven't aged a day. I stand at a distance, just taking in the sight of them before sitting down and joining them. I want to bask in the glow they radiate. Some people look like stars, and Desiree and Kelly are perfect examples. I also want to gauge their relationship. I see them laughing, touching each other's shoulder and leg, and I realize it's safe. They look more comfortable together than I've seen them in years, not since the early days of the group. Honey, oh my God, you're here. They run over to me and bathe me in hugs and kisses. My heart feels the same warmth I felt when I envisioned this moment, and I couldn't be happier. I'm here with two friends who I consider sisters. They're meeting my husband, and I get to meet theirs. It doesn't feel like the old days. It feels better. We're comfortable with ourselves and in good places in our lives. We never got that when we were being drowned in the constant pressure of our early days of fame. We're no longer tools of executives who see us as dollar signs. It's freeing, in this moment, to meet again as our authentic selves. This is my husband, Logan, I say, and the three of them hug. Over there are the other husbands, Kelly says, pointing to the bar. We all run over, and instantly the three men bond. Logan, Eric, and Max seem like they've known each other for years, probably because of how close they all are to us. Welcome to my place, Logan and Hannah. I feel like I know you already. Well, we've talked over the phone so much. They feel like family so quickly. I'm already thinking about how hard it will be to leave tomorrow, and how much I want for all of us to visit with each other. That's when I know my fears are unfounded. We have a quick drink and snack, and then get changed for rehearsal, then finish getting ready for the big show. The celebrity guests join us in the green room, and they're all so much lovelier than I could have imagined. We met a few of them during our days with Daughters of Fortune, but we were on the road so much and so young, we didn't get a chance to hang out with them very much. In the background, there's a graphic of the Atlanta skyline rising behind the strip. In front of that scene, there's a photo of me and Logan, holding a sign that says, Logan Edwards for Georgia Governor. Before the show, the three of us walk on stage and take our positions, like NBA players coming out of the locker room. Max gives Kelly a kiss. We're dressed in red and orange, the colors of a Georgia peach, with scarves tied around our necks with white stars on a blue background, echoing the Georgia flag. Welcome to a historic event, Max says as he starts out the program. We can barely hear him over the roar of the crowd. I can promise you an amazing show this evening. I've heard them in rehearsal, and nothing I can say will prepare you. I'm so happy you could be here tonight, and so happy we can support the campaign of Logan Edwards, the next governor of Georgia. I'd like to introduce him. The crowd stands and cheers. Thanks for that intro, Max, Logan says. I used to think that advancements for children and jobs were my biggest accomplishments, but tonight might give those things a run for their money. Together with my amazing wife, Hannah Walker. He pauses for the shouts of celebration and cries of joy. We have pulled off a miracle. We have gotten the one, the only, the inimitable Daughters of Fortune back together, and they're here to perform for you tonight. The crowd goes absolutely insane. Someone in the audience calls out, "We love you, Daughters of Fortune." We love you too, Desiree says as she takes the mic. The backing instruments open to the first song on our first album, and the show gets even better from there. It's the best show we've ever done. And it's all for the best cause there is. Putting in office the best candidate for Georgia governor, my husband, Logan Edwards.
Chapter 28. Logan. I meet everyone in the Underwater Lounge, an upscale aquatic hideaway in Max's casino, which is reserved for the after-party, the comeback of the 21st century of the Daughters of Fortune. I walk in, and the place is already hopping. Massive bouquets, a banquet fit for a king, and a bevy of well-wishers surround the trio, the girls who finally became women and mature enough to forgive. I stand back for a while and just take it all in, and I think back to an early moment on the stage. It was after the first song, and as high as the energy level was, the crowd grew silent when Desiree and Kelly whispered something to each other. Because deep down, no one really knew how this meetup would go. They were all still waiting to see some evidence of their past arguments. Even the onlookers weren't sure what to think, just like Honey had been. In the silence, you could almost read everyone's thoughts. Were we about to see a summit between two enemies, or a gathering of two forgiving souls? Everyone, by now, knows the happy ending. There was no animosity, no anger. Even the whispers were just helpful comments and teamwork, the three of them working to put on the best show they ever had. Several times during the show, they stopped to hug and laugh, and it didn't feel like a performance being put on for the audience. It felt like the genuine response of three souls who belonged together, and were delighted to have found each other again. Although I wasn't around for the last big forgive, seeing these women on stage hugging reminds me of that long ago time. On YouTube, the moment is still kept alive, and Frank Sinatra has Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis come out on stage at one of Lewis's MS marathons for those two to hug and forgive. Two massive entertainers let go of ego to love again. It only took a generation to repeat. But the performance of love conquering all is as heartwarming this time as it was the last. The three superstar singers, again dressed to kill in their flashy, bright outfits, look like they've never had a disagreement in their life. It's 2010 all over again. They sit there, drinking champagne, laughing and hugging, sitting so close as if being even a foot apart would rob them of their collective joy. Just as with Hannah and me, there is no more tension or hurt keeping those three apart. They are Daughters of Fortune again, and this time forever, even if they never sing another note. I join the group and their husbands, and we six get on like a house on fire. Nothing but the VIP treatment for all of you, brothers and sisters in arms. Mix raises his flute, and we all toast to happier times. Before the concert, I had met briefly with Eric and Max, and there's no doubt our pride for our partners is off the chart. After the concert, we pick up the conversation practically where we left off. So, how do you deal with being in love with a superstar, Eric? Eric chuckles. Oh, Desiree and I surely had our difficulties at the start, but it's easy now. We're so in tune with one another, nothing, not even autograph hounds or the paparazzi can take us off our game. Max comes over to fill our glasses and sits down to join us men. Heck, yes, with those horrid ups and downs. It was the same for me and Kelly. Fiery ones from the start. We are visionaries and work hard to get things precisely right. But once we stopped holding our feelings for one another back, it was as if we couldn't remember living life without each other, and what troubles we thought we had simply went away. The room is alive around us. The Daughter soundtrack plays on low on the speakers, and light-hearted conversation fills the well-appointed room, replete with confetti and streamers and posters of the Daughters gracing every wall. We three men watch the women in their element, and I keep an eagle eye on mine. Hannah is all smiles and the occasional happy tears. I can tell she's more excited about Desiree and Kelly making up than from any high the reunion blessed upon the girls. Man, you guys, you're preaching to the choir. Hannah and I have had peaks and valleys too, and for the same reasons, can you believe it? We were in love practically from the start, but both of us held back, and the assumptions and doubts nearly did us in. We are 3 visionary men with 3 visionary women. It's doubtful our scenic tours down Lover's Lane will always be smooth, says Eric with a wry smirk. It's been that way since we first met. Hannah was all business, or I thought she was. It's been my political campaign, and not much else. Same for us, Logan, but in different industries. Business at first, and the love came kicking and screaming. We clink glasses and laugh. Have you seen our girls? I don't remember seeing them this happy, not even during their heydays as the daughters. Eric looks on with pride. Well, maybe we 3 men could say the same of ourselves. Love is a powerful thing. I know our women are a force to be reckoned with, and with our love and loyalty and us by their sides, the sky's the limit, yes? I can say this. If Kelly starts writing songs again, and they start harmonizing, look out. We bend over with laughter this time. Once the party winds down, Max and Kelly take our circle of 6 on a tour of the casino, showing us the glitz and glamour of their lives. Quite the showroom you have here, Max. I've not seen anything this impressive since the old International Casino first built theirs for Elvis's shows. Yeah, I had that in mind when I built ours here. The Sands learned their lesson when it hosted the Rat Pack in 1960 while Frank and the others filmed the original Ocean's 11. The tiny Copa room couldn't house the thousands who wanted to see the post-filing Rat Pack shows, and even the International could have filled their showroom 10 times over when Elvis came to town. So, knowing Desiree's following like you did, you built a showroom befitting the star? You betcha. And look at us now. The place is still SRO, standing room only for every gig. And of course, for this reunion. I'm not sure any venue on the globe would be big enough for this once-in-a-lifetime show. To second chances and new beginnings all, may we 6 learn from and revel in both. As the casino-goers look on in awe and amazement at seeing so many famous souls in one place, we cheer and fist-pump and clink champagne glass once more. Hannah leaves her gal pals for a moment, comes over to me and gives me a big hug. I look down at her with such overwhelming pride. After tonight, any longing for the past? Are you wishing you were still the daughters up on stage? Darling, those times were great, but how could they compare to today? I have everything I've wanted right here, right now with you, and with all 6 of us, individually wiser with age. Hannah looks over at Desiree and Kelly. Plus, I forgot how these outfits itch. Man, how did we survive them before? Everyone howls and the girls vigorously nod their heads. Desiree says, with age comes wisdom, all right, and less tolerance for the annoying. Hannah pipes up. Hey now, at least I tolerated you 2 forever. She sticks her tongue out. Desiree and Kelly walk over to Hannah and hug her for all she's worth, knowing Hannah may have meant it as a joke, but there's an element of truth behind the words. Max leads our group poolside. It's a typically clear desert night. Spotlights around the grounds highlight the swaying palms, and underwater strobes illuminate the electric blue ripples in the various pools. The breeze is deliciously cool, the hiss of the palm fronds calming. And in this moment, on this tiny neon-lit island, not a care floats in the arid night air. All 6 of us, side by side, relax on a lounge chair and savor this moment. This rarefied time, where youth meets wisdom and the perception of perfection, reigns supreme. We each look left and right. I can tell each one of us is trying to cement this moment in our mind. This combination of happiness may not come again. We must savor, drink up, and luxuriate in it for as long as it lasts. I reach over to hold Hannah's hand. She won't admit it, but this is all down to her. The quiet one, the one in the middle, the one whose back a bridge of contentment can be built upon. I stand up in front of our gang. I want to make a toast to Hannah without her. Desiree and Kelly stand up and harmonize a line from one of their songs. Nothing this good could ever roll this way again. Hear, hear! Eric stands up and claps. Tears flow in everyone's eyes. Even the hard-bitten Max, who can't take this mushy stuff too long. The manly man rockets out of his seat and pushes all 5 of us into the water, one after another, like glittering fountain drops in an endless spouting pool. Screams, shouts, and gasps hit everyone. Soggy tuxedos and drooping hair are all we can see. Running mascara makes the girls look like soaking raccoons. Max chuckles and raises his flute. Yes, to second chances and new beginnings. I reach over and buckle his knee with my hand, and the casino tycoon falls into his own pool. Now all drenched and droopy, there's nothing to do but laugh. Soon word gets around that the daughters and their partners are drowned rats. This time we don't run and we don't cower. For once we all revel in the limelight, and newspaper front pages are awash in soggy pics of us 6, happy and content. Desiree yells, "Friends forever!" Max shouts, "To our future! May it never be a dry moment." Cameramen, reporters, casino guests, and onlookers join in the howling fun.
Chapter 29. Hannah. I'm a walking, talking bag of pins and needles. It's election night. All the work Logan, Hank, and the staffers did comes down to a few hours tonight. The campaign headquarters is packed with people and as many TV monitors as we could lay our hands on. Everyone is drinking the spiked punch and munching on the various canapes out of nervousness, not thirst or hunger. There's nothing more any of us can do. No more glad-handing, no more kissing babies, no more heated debates or buying expensive commercial time. It's all about our message, and if it stuck with the voters. In pure numbers, one higher, one lower, we will soon know if our sacrifices and hard work were enough. Cripes, I can hardly swallow this punch for the emotions clogging my throat. Ashley sidles up to me, looking like she'll pass out any minute. "Nervous, huh? Hey, moderate your stress or you won't last the night." Says you. Are those chewed nails a fashion style? Ashley side-eyes me. Yeah. We both laugh. And we both get hard slaps on the back enough for us to nearly spit out our punch. Pansies. Get a backbone, you two. Grit your teeth and smile like the devil. Snyder is a political slouch, and that's using my outside voice. Logan is in that mansion before noon tomorrow. Hank spouts. Logan hears the din and turns around. Hank, I think there's a transition period. It's not like we kicked the incumbent out the door. Yeah, whatever. Your soul is moving into that house tomorrow, pretty boy, and that's in order. Hank marches away, picks up an entire tray of sausage rolls, and heads to his office to put his feet on his desk and watch the live returns. All of us laugh. Somehow, Hank isn't as scary to us anymore. We've all come through the Harlow boot camp from hell and lived to see the other side. Now he looks like a lovable teddy bear in a disheveled tie and rolled up sleeves. I look around the place. Every staffer has their hands close to their face. They're full of nervous tics, rubbing chins, scratching cheeks, and pinching noses. It's a thinking, worrying mess of humanity. Even the alcohol isn't having an effect. As the hours tick by, we turn up the volume when a new batch of votes come in from a county. One after another, they all slowly turn for Logan Edwards. By late in the night, there are 2 counties left to count. They're the largest in the state, and it's taking forever, or it seems to be. By now, we're all huddled around the one massive monitor. Ties are discarded, and so are women's shoes. Hair is askew, and eyes are bloodshot and droopy, but no one cares. The channel alert. This just in. We stand up, our eyes inches from the screen. It's official. The counts are finally in. Oh my God, just say it already. Say it. We scream. The once successful junior congressman from the great state of Georgia takes the lead by 67 and 82% in the last remaining counties. Georgia has a new governor. It's Logan Edwards for the win. HQ erupts. Someone shoots off confetti, and the staffers flood outside, jumping and screaming with the amassing crowd. Soon, media vans pull up, and the campaign office exterior is flooded with blinding lights. Hank grabs Logan and shoves him in the back room. While we all lose our minds, Hank keeps his. He bangs on the plexiglass windows to get our attention, and soon the directors get the hint in a mass. Listen, you weirdos, we need to do this right. Time for drunken celebration later. We need to present the winner as we planned. Game face is on, people. What do we do first? We all know. Logan takes the lead, and we get into a circle and thank the political gods up above. Fate has shone down on us, and Hank told us long ago to not take that fickle lady for granted. We end with a cheer and high fives as we do at the end of all our meetings. Our work is not yet done. Okay, girls, get this kid looking professional. New suit, tie, polished shoes. Take him in back and get him ready for prime time. Get on the phone to Noreen and her hairstylist pal. I need Logan looking Kennedy-esque. Go. Everyone darts in all directions, putting Operation Win into play. In less than an hour, we have the utterly stressed out and exhausted Logan, looking polished and daisy fresh. Hank guides him outside to the waiting press. Good evening, everyone. Or should I say, good morning? The reporters and camera people chuckle. Thank you for coming. This will be sweet and short. I've had a call from the incumbent, and he has offered me gracious words of congratulation and wished me well as our state's new governor. Both my team and his will work together to make the transition a smooth one for the people of Georgia. He begins. He looks around at the staff. I want to thank everyone associated with my campaign. My diehard manager, Hank Harlow, and his incredible staff. Without them, I would not be here. And to every last voter who put their trust in me, I sincerely thank you. I promise that I and my administration will not let you down. Logan gestures lovingly toward me, and I smile. And last but not least, I wouldn't be anywhere with the love of my life, Hannah Walker. She has been my rock and the greatest advisor a politician could ever have. Now, on to the celebration. Thank you all. There are cheers and more confetti. Soon, the sidewalk in front of the Logan Edwards campaign headquarters is drowning in ecstatic smiles. Logan hugs me in front of all the reporters. Camera flashes erupt. It's a dizzying effect. He whispers in my ear. It's just the beginning, beauty. It's only up from here. We wave goodbye to the media and walk back into the office and begin the best part of campaigning. Celebrating the win. Again, champagne bottles pop and more confetti floats in the electrified air. It's a headiness all its own, I feel. And I know Logan feels it too. We clap eyes on Hank. He disappeared so fast when we came back in. We find him sitting on a table in the corner, bawling his eyes out. Hank, what's the matter? Logan asks, putting a hand on the grizzly man's shoulder. Oh, I'm just so happy I damn well have to cry. It turns out that Hank cries as loud as he talks. The party stops and doesn't end till the break of dawn. In between a quiet moment, when Logan and his transition team start talking shop, I head back into the kitchen to get another bottle of bubbly. I stop at an eastern-facing window and watch the sun peek above the horizon, golden, warm, and so inviting. I hop on a table and watch the world do its steady revolution, from yesterday to today. The trials we humans experience like they are the end of the world, and the world keeps slowly turning, as if it knows better. I reflect on the past, mine and Logan's. I muse how two pretty humble people with pure hearts can climb to the top without hurting others around them. It takes the scenic tour. There is no freeway through troubles and strife, but in the end, goodness prevails. My heart is overflowing. I walk out to the group and hit a knife against my glass. Everyone turns around. I hop onto a table and stand before them all, and in a hoarse and tired voice, I give a toast I should have given long ago. Logan, I spent my youth being afraid of talking out of turn, afraid of doing something wrong. I've grown up so fast working for you as I have, and in falling in love with you, all my fears have gone. Although the world will owe you a debt of thanks one day, I owe you now. I thank you, Logan Edwards, for being the man you are, caring, principled, and resilient, and the man I will love from this day forward. For better or worse? Logan stands, looking up at me. He's sober, serious. There's no sly grin or wry wink. For always. I cast loving eyes down on him. The room erupts in applause. Many wipe tears from their eyes. Logan lifts me down off the table and hugs me so close. Well, gang, you heard it here first. Say hello to Mrs. Governor. Cheers erupt yet again, and it's my turn to wipe away streaming tears. A rousing chorus of a well-known champion song ignites in the crowd. The partiers link arm in arm, and we sway left and right as we herald the song. The volume is so great it reaches outside, and nearby Atlanteans come and join us in the refrain. The state celebrates with us and we with them. It is a bright new shining day, full of hope and promise, full of dreams which honestly have a chance of coming true, thanks to the team of Edwards and Walker. Love can truly conquer all. Finally, with the confetti all on the ground and the red, white, and blue streamers soaked in spilled champagne, Logan and I stroll outside and head for our car. Thankfully, Ashley had earlier arranged for a chauffeured driver, and by now, we truly need someone to take us home. We climb into the back seat and hold tightly in each other's arms. We barely have enough energy to talk, but what we have is swimming in glee. Can you believe it, Mrs. Governor? Nope. Yup. Oh, I don't know. Mr. Governor, I'm too drunk on happiness to get anything right, I say in a voice close to dying altogether under laryngitis. Keep that thought, beauty, and I'll keep it too. And as the streetlights strobe by, I nuzzle into Logan's chest, and we dream the dream of lovers and champions all the way home.
Chapter 30. Logan. It's the night of the governor's inauguration ball. I never was into fairy tales as a boy, but to see Hannah on my arm there is no doubt. I'm her prince, and she's my princess. And tonight starts our happily ever after. The chauffeured limousine smoothly pulls up to the colonnade steps. The door opens. I get out first, sporting a Brioni tux, and help Hannah out in her white iridescent gown, with black embroidery on the log train and a matching white faux fur cape. Arm in arm, we take the stairs. Flashbulbs erupt. It's a blinding but memorable experience. We turn and wave, greeting the former governor and his wife. Then we, as the happy couple, glide in. Halfway through the evening, the swearing and ceremony begins. Hannah holds the Bible while I take the oath opposite, a Georgian Supreme Court justice. To protect and defend. And the rest is lost to history. I swear to every word, but the night holds such greatness. It's as if I'm standing alongside myself, a spectator to my own future, watching my political history float by. In front of the invited guests, I give my second speech as governor-elect. There must be a vision for Georgia which is greater than any one man. We as a people stand at the edge of a bright and shining future, one where technological as well as humanitarian progress reigns, where bipartisan cooperation is the norm and not the exception. The needs of the many must outweigh the few, for if we allow it so, a great tide will float all boats. I and my administration will take us further into the 21st century where Georgians will be on the map in innovation and investments, state, federal, and global. Join with me, won't you? And raise a glass to this, our new frontier. To this, our new frontier. All chorus. The sound of Waterford crystal pings into the night. And before I end, I have one more thing to say. I must speak of Hannah Walker, the light of my life. She, at great sacrifice and hardship, has stood by my side with grace, humor, and conviction. She's been there when I needed an ear and when I needed a shoulder. Without Hannah's undying support and encouragement, I would not be the man I am today. the man this high office demands. I am a kinder, gentler, and more compassionate soul, wholly dedicated in service to others, the great citizens of this wonderful state. In short, here's to my Mrs. Governor. My love for her knows no bounds. A standing ovation and riotous applause fills the grand ballroom. I step down from the podium to take Hannah's arm. I lean over and whisper in her ear. I will spend the rest of my life earning your faith and love in me, Beauty. I'll make you proud of me each and every day and be worthy of the gift you have given me, your heart, as I give you mine. The orchestra strikes up, and it's our song, the one we've practiced dancing to if this glorious day came true. Across the marbled floor, I take her in my arms and we glide together to the swaying waltz. I am still living outside my body in a way, seeing a prince and princess celebrating in their court. It's a rapturous experience. We are both swept away with the music and the night. Soon, couple by couple, the guests join in, and the place is awash in twirling skirts gliding over marble as if on a placid lake, devoted to each other and the state which they hold dear. My mind is awhirl with the dizzying arrays of the days to come, of laws to be written, of lives to better, of the future I've promised for all Georgians. And my future with Hannah. That thought explodes in my mind, reflecting on what we can achieve for this state as the mighty force of one. I think traditional First Lady duties are a waste. So much more can be achieved if the serious work of government is shared and the goals are one. I look down at my Beauty and all I see is untapped success. Hannah is bright, intelligent, and so great with people from any walk of life. She is a consummate listener and a negotiator supreme, thanks to her time with the fiery daughters of fortune. Hannah will shine where my lights grow dim. I sense the guests look at us, but I only have eyes for her, and she for me. We are in our own little world where love and trust live, where doubts and fears flee. At this moment, on this night, we are not the governor and first lady. We are not a politician and his wife. We are two hearts beating as one, with visions of greatness, more for others than ourselves. For what more could Hannah and I ever want? What could be missing from our lives now? We have reached the mountaintop and are luxuriating in the apex view. Some naysayers might bleat. It is only down from here, but all I see for us both is a bright, shining horizon without end. The waltz ends, and I guide Hannah back to our grand table. Old friends and new friends join us in our celebration. In a quiet moment when most have gone up for a dance, Hannah and I sit close and talk quietly under the candlelight. I notice how her face lights up in the amber hue. I try my best to put to memory us as we are now in our prime, with hopes and dreams intact and visions anew. This is our time. I know it. It's a fleeting moment similar to the Kennedy Camelot, that one bright, shining spot called Camelot. I take her hand and hold it fast. I want to grab these seconds and never let go. Are you as happy as I, Beauty? I look down at her lithe fingers. There's no spot on this woman that isn't the loveliest of lovely. More so. Tonight, it's beyond all words. Look at us, this building. It's like a fairy tale. We will do important things in these walls, Beauty. I feel it in my bones. Yes, this pomp and ceremony are so fine, but I see us crafting new laws which will give Georgians fairy tales of their own. And won't that be the best, happily ever after? Oh, Logan, how could we not do wonderful things in these hallowed walls? We have the support of the majority of the electorate, an overwhelming majority. They love our vision for the future, the corporate investments plans, local, national, and international, improving our infrastructure and pumping up service to give to those who need it the most. Not to mention, half our staff is staying with us in administrative roles. Ashley will be a great media rep. Heck, even Hank says he'll visit us from time to make sure he keeps our butts to the fire on our promises made. We both laugh. Oh, Hank Harlow, what would we do without that old bulldog? Probably run and duck less. We laugh up a storm. It's a perfect night, Logan. One I never dreamed would ever come true. Yes, I saw such a future for you, but not for me. Not this grand. I don't want to seem greedy, but I want this night to never end. The food, the wine, the candlelight, how you look and how I look with you. Is this what magic feels like? Is this what other happy couples feel? Look over at Eric and Desiree and Kelly and Max. Look into their eyes. Are they not seeing in each other what we see in ourselves? We both turn and gaze at our friends, die-hard pals to the end. Two couples who know the trials of celebrated lives, of visionaries determined to create greatness at every turn. We get up and walk over to their table, and we sit down and take each other's hands. Amid the flickering candlelight, we look across the table at the beautiful people. No one needs to say a word or question why. Life, whether in arid Las Vegas or in the sultry surrounds of Atlanta, is rich with perfection when it houses love. As if on cue, we break the embrace and lift our glasses, silently toasting to each other and what our cumulative future holds. Entertainment, politics, such grand theater of the mind. Where will we all go? What great deeds will be done? All I know is if we do it together, we six will never fail. Last dance, ladies and gentlemen, last dance. The six of us get up and hit the floor, swinging and swaying in the florid breeze. The theme music, which always accompanies the governor, begins. It's our cue to head upstairs. The crowd separates to make a path for us, the honored couple, and I guide Hannah out of the great hall. The guests clap and cheer. At the top of the stairs, we wave and bid everyone adieu. Out of eye-shot, out of nowhere, Logan scoops me up and runs for the master bedroom. I throw a gloved hand over my squeals of delight. This Cinderella moment is ours, and ours alone. The swish of my gown, the flop of his jacket on the chair. We fold into each other, not as politicians, but as man and wife. As the full moon lowers upon the Georgian horizon and we say goodnight to the world, we become as one, beyond mind and spirit, but in body, in love, and never undone.
Chapter 31. Hannah. The night has been absolutely magical. Logan was received with immense gratitude and gave a very moving, personable speech, one which moved me to tears. The opening dance that we shared together felt more like our first dance as man and wife than our wedding one had. I pull off my gloves as I ruminate over the evening's events. I don't think this can be more perfect if the best script writers in Hollywood took a jab at it. What adds to it all is that there are no more battles to fight within myself. I'm in love with my husband, the new governor of Georgia, and I get to go home with him once the celebration is over. Of course, I know that the business of our lives has only begun, but I couldn't be more thrilled than I am at this moment. It's everything I've dreamed of, everything I know that Logan's dreamed of, and the best part is getting to live that fantasy together, making it much more than a reality, making history and real changes. Lost in my own visions about what our next accomplishment will be, I don't even realize that Logan's made his way to me. Well, we're here. Can you believe it, my love? I jump, dropping my glove. The movement causes a soft chuckle from him. Don't scare me like that. I laugh, stopping to pick it up. I didn't mean to. It's just hard to believe. We're here at the governor's mansion. Our first night in our new room. I know, it's wild. So does the party end now that we've been sent off to our new residence? I ponder. They clapped and cheered for us downstairs. But now what? Oh, they'll send everyone home soon, he reassures me. In fact, look out the window. You can see the people leaving now. I do as he suggests, watching the steady stream of people filing out. It's almost impressive how quickly the staff brings the event to a close. When we get tired of watching, we explore our new surroundings. Our items had been moved over earlier in the day, but this is our first chance to really scope out the upstairs apartments. We chat a bit about the eye-catching woodwork or how we plan to set up the space, listening as the noise downstairs quiets and finally stops. One last glance out the window seems to confirm that we are now alone. Even the workers appear to have finished cleaning up and taken off for the night. He wraps his arms around my waist from behind, holding me against him. Now, how do we spend the rest of our night? To be honest, I have some ideas. He kisses my cheek, shooting a sly grin. Is that so? I tease. He leans into my ear and whispers, "For starters, I could remove your very flattering dress, then the sexy lingerie that I know you have underneath it." His breath causes goosebumps to prick up all over my skin. I feel my bosom harden at his desires. We may be in public in addition to being governor and first lady, but we are still primally addicted and animalistic to each other. I lean over and nuzzle into his neck. Do with me as you please. I'm yours for the taking. Logan grabs my hand so quickly that I almost fall over. I giggle and follow his lead toward the bed after gracefully setting my gloves down on a nearby chair. Logan makes a quiet sign at me, warning me to be quiet, and I burst into laughter. We may be politicians and responsible adults, but that doesn't count when you're absolutely hot for one another. Right now, we're allowed to act like horny teenagers who just got the whole night to themselves. With the buildup of tonight mixed with drinks and our dreams coming true, I can only imagine the kind of passion and sexual tension that will spill over into our bedroom in just a few short moments. Logan darts to the bedroom door, making sure it's locked. I doubt we'll be interrupted, as everyone is downstairs handling the end of the party. My understanding is that the upstairs is our private residence anyway, for us and us alone. Still, better safe than sorry. He hurries back to the bed, already unbuttoning his dress shirt. I've already begun to kick off my heels, unzip my dress and quickly pull it off as I jump onto the bed. Logan eyes me lying almost naked and completely ready for him. He straightens up, pausing with his shirt half undone. My God, you're a sight. Can we have a picture done of you just like this and hang it in the bedroom? He continues undressing himself as I wiggle higher onto the bed. No, then you could just look at the picture instead of me. What fun would that be? He now stands completely nude before me. His handsome figure and gorgeous facial features put movie stars to shame. Maybe I'm biased because he's my husband, but he's glorious. He makes his way to the bed. No fun at all. I take it back. No picture would do you justice anyway. Good save. He leans in and kisses me. My hands instinctively venture south. I want to feel him in my hands. To my surprise, he's already hard. Well, that didn't take much, I jest. Sorry to interrupt. I know no one likes missing out on a spicy grand finale, but unfortunately this platform won't allow us to air what's about to happen next. To make up for this, we're offering a 40% discount on the full, unabridged version of this audiobook when you go to vixavonromance.com and apply code VIXA40 at checkout. Thank you for listening to Vix Avon Romance.